Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's to taken! Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. England versus Australia, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket, live from Edgbaston from the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. What an opening day that was. In normal times, if such a thing exists anymore with this England team, there were half a dozen moments that you simply couldn't have believed a year ago when they were bruised and timid. Now, it's almost formulaic, a standard Bazball run in the park. Even down to the Ben Stokes declaration after just 78 overs, the earliest in Ashes history. Their assessment, 8 for 393, was plenty if it meant getting a crack at David Warner with Stuart Broad before the close. It didn't quite work, but the ambition is forever admirable. Of course, the man of the moment was Joe Root with his 30th Test century and first against Australia since 2015. There's been nobody better at racking up tons than the former England captain over the last few years. And now, unshackled by the captaincy, liberated by new leadership, he's never been better. Where Australia's conservationist approach felt prudent for the most part, it didn't work against the Yorkshiremen, against whom they will now require a plan B. But first, they need to put in a shift today. On a blameless surface, a turgid pitch, truth told, with nothing in it on the opening day, batting throughout and into tomorrow is a must. It looks a task perfectly set for Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, who love nothing more than batting for hour after hour. But before that, under cloudy skies this morning with drizzle in the air, it's time for the old-timers, Warner and Khawaja, up against Anderson and Broad. What feels almost certain already on the basis of what we've seen so far, we've got a fascinating 7 weeks ahead of us. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage with the hover cover just taken off for the vice-captain of our commentary team, Bharat Sundaresan, and a man who would have loved to have bowled on a morning just like this, 2 times Ashes winner Damien Fleming. Flem, we'll start with you. We didn't see Jimmy last night, but surely he gets the first over today.
Yeah, Colo, Bharat listeners, geez, I'm so excited. You know, yesterday was exhilarating, except for the pitch. The pitch was not Bazball. It was, if we were Monty Python, it was a late pitch. It was bereft of life. It had passed away. But with overhead conditions like this, Colo, and there's a general feel that once the lacquer gets off, it's after about 8 to 10 overs, and the minimal swing that we saw yesterday, Scott Boland bowled some wide ones, and it was around that 10 over mark. So I'd get it to Jimmy straight away, even if it's not swinging too much, but we know, we're only a couple of overs in. It's going to swing in this first session. He needs to make the most of this cloud cover, because the pitch, the lack of pace and bounce is not going to be Jimmy's friend today.
And just without wanting to get too technical early on, but Anderson's been starting mostly with wobble seam in the last few years.
Yeah.
He'll probably go back to old school Jimmy today, won't he? Actually try and swing the ball conventionally one way and the other.
I'd be definitely encouraging him to swing the ball, and he'll know within 2 overs whether it's a swinging day or not, and then go back to the wobbled seam. But this is what you need to, you can have all the plans you want, but we need flexibility, and that's where the Australians, we'll talk about them a little bit later as the day, just with their field placements, wasn't helped by the benign pitch, but they did start with the backward point and the mid-wicket, and for me, it lacked flexibility. Once it was really flat and it wasn't moving and they wanted to bowl straight, you don't need a deep point, do you? You don't want to gift early runs, but really excited, Anderson, and we've still got Broad versus Warner. How good was that last night? The Holly stand was going nuts. Dave was nervous, wasn't he? Because there was, how many, 4 or 5 attempted singles? And nearly ran out Usman. I've never seen Dave Warner like that.
How he settles this morning, Bharat, will be, it's a pitch that Warner should cash in on, right? Like, you step back from all the energy, all of the external factors around Warner and England and Broad and all the rest of it. This is the David Warner pitch. He loves monstering attacks on surfaces that are a fraction slower. He needs to get in, though. And the nerves we saw that Flem mentioned last night running between the wickets, that seems to be a relatively big hurdle for him still.
I would like to see a finish with how David Warner finished yesterday. The 2 boundaries he hit of Stuart Broad where he was moving into the ball. We spoke about the technical changes he's made to this time around compared to 4 years ago, and it worked out for him. And I mean, we can speak as much as we want about the declaration, but David Warner would feel like, in a way, England played him in. Yes, it's going to be more challenging this morning with Stuart Broad moving the ball around and Jimmy Anderson as well. But he'll feel a lot better having hit those 2 boundaries, which, of course, it will tell him that his plan, his method for this time around is working, even though the challenge will be different today. I bumped into a few of the English batters. They all were having a hit. Apparently, that's what you do in this baseball era, even though they wouldn't be expecting to bat today. And all of them have looked very happy and sounded very happy that there is a cloud cover this morning, which wasn't expected to be there.
The other part of this is Usman Khawaja, isn't it? I mean, let's call it for what it is. His record in England's very poor, averaging 18, I think, after a double failure last week at the Oval. I'm not for a moment saying that he'd ever have his spot in jeopardy or anything remotely like that, given the remarkable 2 years he's enjoyed, or 18 months he's enjoyed. But, getting into the series feels important for Khawaja, doesn't it?
And he's been troubled by that over-the-wicket angle. We saw India. He's one of the few left-handers, right, Fleming, in the modern era, who gets troubled by the over-the-wicket angle as compared to the...
I think he's the only one.
Yeah, because he has that tendency to just, like,
he nearly got out last night doing that.
He did.
A Duckett type.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And that's just how he got out against India as well. And don't forget, this is only his 3rd innings as an opener in England. He did it for the first time last week at the Oval. So he has to feel himself back in. And this is a big challenge. He conquered Pakistan. He conquered India as well to an extent. But this has been the challenge. If he can do this, then his career in a way has come full circle. And there will be pressure on him. But before I move on, I have a heavy metal fan here. We're sitting in Birmingham. My copy was all about what England are doing to Test cricket is like what Tony Iommi did when he hit the Devil's Chord for Black Sabbath in 1970, right? And it feels like a very Black Sabbath.
Created a genre, heavy metal. Yeah. And this is what great teams do. They set legacies that opposition teams have to follow. And if you're following, you can't have a breakthrough. I was part of the Australian team after we'd won the World Cup in 1999. John Buchanan took over, and Buck was great he didn't try and coach us, but he posed questions. And his first question early on was, what's your legacy? We've got the Invincibles. Who are you guys? And luckily he had a captain, Steve Waugh, like Stokes, who was up for it. But you've got to have the talent. But those 2 men took the Australian team from very good to great. Words like, well, we can be the dominators. If you're going to be the dominators, do you score 250 in a day? No, but that era started to score 350.
Well, your side did that, didn't you?
Yeah, are we going to set... why can't we set test fields in one-day games? So there was a pre-Bazball. That era of Australian team, there was a lot of those, but it was a planned domination of world cricket. You can't do it unless everyone's involved, and you can't do it without the talent.
It's kind of proof you can do it quickly, though. And I think this is the story of the England team. The personnel, with the exception of Harry Brook, notable exception of Harry Brook, who's going to be feels like a generational great if everything goes to the trajectory it has so far, early in his career albeit. But they are largely the same guys who got thrashed in Australia a couple of years ago, Flem. And a lot of this comes down to ambition and leadership and what Stokes and McCullum have brought to the fore. And kind of what you're describing there, after you won the World Cup in 99, remember you've told me before, the ambition was to sing the song 6 times the following summer, and you win all 6 test matches, and you get on a bit of a roll and have the most amount of test wins consecutively, and so it goes. It feels like this England team's got a similar degree of ambition about it.
So, without talking about myself too much, when I actually, Buchanan asked a question the day before the first test, what are your goals for this summer? And my goals were always simple, was to be the best bowler in the game and sing the song. And generally, if you're the best bowler in your team, you get to sing it. Most of the boys laughed at me when I said I want to sing the song 6 times. But for me, I just thought we had the potential and talent to do it. Like, where are we losing? Why aren't we going to win that there? England being able to, they changed 50 over cricket from 2017 to 2019. So when I get back to the talent, most of these players have been fine white ball players. All they're doing is transferring it into red ball cricket, which we've always said, it's too hard. The ball moves around too much. So McCullum's been smart enough to go, there is a talent that these guys can score close to a run and ball in Test match cricket, because they're doing it better in T20 cricket.
But like with an individual player, even with a team, there's always the second year challenge, right? They've done it for 12 months and it's worked. and it has nothing to do with Australia being the opposition. But at times you can also start taking your own myth a bit too seriously, start getting obsessed with it. You can get too clever for yourself, which is what brings me to the declaration. I mean, Ben Stokes, before the press call, before the test match, I asked him a question about it, and he said, we will still play the conditions. I don't know whether they played the conditions last evening. They could have, Joe Root had just hit that top rhythm. He was hit top gear. They could have continued batting, and moving the game doesn't just mean just declaring early, right? You can score a lot of runs in the first innings. Yeah.
It didn't work.
It didn't, yeah.
But if they get Warner, I viewed it as...
No, it didn't work.
No, of course it didn't. I'm just making the observation. If you look at it in a 5-test context, if they do get Warner last night, it's a calculated risk, of course, but if they get Warner or Khawaja, but especially Warner, they might end his career, right?
Yeah.
So I see where they might have leveraged, or they might have thought, well, 393, whether it's 420, 430, 440, 393, if it means a chance at getting a crack at a guy who's been running around for 78 overs. I see the inherent logic in that.
There is, but I think the surprise element of it also starts wearing off. Now that they've done it for the 5th time in 15 tests, and I just saw Nathan...
Yeah, so I wasn't surprised.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is what they've been doing.
And Nathan Lyon said they were expecting it as well. So it's not that it took them by shock that the openers were like, whoa, we need to put our pads on. We weren't expecting this. So now what do they do next? I mean, like you said, it's become formulaic. Even this baseball, like, do they have the ability to keep reinventing it?
Because second album syndrome.
Exactly, yeah. I think that would be the big challenge.
I'm more interested in their bowling because, I don't think it is baseball. They're talking about how they set more aggressive. I don't see. I know what Jimmy's going to do today.
Yeah.
If it's not happening, he's going to try and bowl as many maidens and dot balls, keep the runs down, gets a couple of wickets later. The figures look quite good. They're quite the opposite of baseball with the ball, I reckon. So the next challenge is to find bowlers that might start bowling a lot of T20 cricket stuff in Test cricket.
Anderson and Broad say publicly that they're bowling fuller, and I think the data backs this up with Broad, especially since McCullum became coach, because they will set... I mean, I've been covering all of their Test cricket over here since this began. When they're under pressure, they put another slip in. It's an extraordinary, counterintuitive, counter-cyclical kind of way of going about things, the opposite of what Pat did yesterday. So that'll be interesting this morning with Warner and Khawaja, who are more aggressive. Then you end up with a tantalising prospect later today of Smith and Labuschagne just trying to bat for hour after hour and not worrying too much about ticking the board over, because they know that a great antidote to baseball, as we saw in New Zealand, in Wellington earlier this year, if you can absorb bulk overs, it changes the natural rhythm of a baseball test match.
And that's what Australia will want to do. I mean, you spoke about Smith and Labuschagne. If Usman Khawaja can see off the first half an hour, 45 minutes, we've seen him do it in Pakistan. We saw him do it in Ahmedabad earlier this year. He can bat for 2 days as well.
Oh, I think the Australians can do that. But also, you're talking about ending Warner's career. The longer Jimmy at 41, Broady at 37 has to be out there.
Yeah.
If they're bowling in a day and a half's time, do they pick up injuries? Are they going to be able to back up? The Australians have the ability to wear England down, win the test match, and force actually changes to their team.
Well, this is the thing with the surface, right, Flem? As a bowler.
Well, Ben Stokes' knee. This is a significant day for England cricket today because they could get themselves behind the whole series today.
Yeah, there is some risk there. You nail it there, Flem. There is some inbuilt risk with a surface like this. Sure, it works for your batters on day one or whenever they bat, but James Anderson and Stuart Broad have not bowled on pitches like this in England very often over the last, well, in Anderson's case, 2 decades. We're due for a break, Baz. You got one more thought? You got your hand up before we go to it?
Just about Moeen Ali. I mean, we enjoyed his innings he played yesterday, but he has to perform with the ball. There are a lot of young spinners in England watching what he did yesterday and going like, wait, but like, shouldn't a return to the test team mean a lot more than that? I thought it was a bit taking the mickey out of his return.
But we know Moen has always said he's never rated Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
And it's like a personal battle. I'm going to take you down, and he loses it every time.
Yeah.
Damien, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan, cannot wait to talk to you throughout the course of the day. Day 2 here at Edgbaston. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are having a drink, to Drinkwise, the resumption of play is in 22 minutes from now. Australia, none for 14. Warner has 8. Khawaja has 4. We'll take a breather. On the other side of it, Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney will pick up the conversation with Peter Lalor and Phil Long.
Welcome back. SEN Test Cricket. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Daniel Norcross alongside Jeremy Coney and Peter Lalor. It's great to have you on board. as we are counting down 17 minutes to go till the first ball of the second day. I'm going to say the cover is still on. They've just moved the hover cover, brought it back over onto the actual playing surface, which is a moderate concern, but the news we're getting is that we're expecting to start on time. The crowd hasn't filled up like it did yesterday. Yesterday, of course, first day, I suppose, everyone with great anticipation and excitement. The English fans might not necessarily have opened their curtains and thought, I know, we've got to leg it to the ground to watch Khawaja, Warner, Smith, Labuschagne and Head score 350 runs. Or maybe that's exactly what they're looking forward to. Maybe these are the conditions for Stuart Broad to do his magic. But England have now got to back up what they did with the ball. And of Jeremy Coney, I know, because we've talked about this a fair bit, that we think that no side has actually batted properly against our Bazball, for want of a better word. And isn't the Australian team, and everyone looked at Bazball and looked at would they be able to do it against Australia? They focused, in my mind, erroneously on how they would go against Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark, Lyon. It's actually how they go against Smith, Labuschagne, Khawaja, Head, isn't it?
Well, I think yesterday, you're right, I thought the Aussies were a little bit passive in the way that they set their fields right from the start, and we talked a little bit about that. I thought actually the Aussies yesterday didn't field particularly well. They were usually such a clinical kind of side, and we saw 3 catches dropped, and I do think that they weren't particularly, I mean, some of them were the testy, I suppose, they all are, but I mean, they're ones international cricketers take. Okay, and they weren't taken. The other thing I felt was the way that the English batsmen ran at the outfielders. I thought they were exposed as being slightly not ponderous is not quite the word, but they weren't smart and sharp and accurate and getting to the ball and getting the ball in the air quickly. I'm sorry, that's the way I felt. And so for me, and then suddenly a chap would come on who was a guy just come in, someone had been injured and having a break for a moment, so there would be Josh Inglis. I mean, he'd attack the ball as a wicket-keeper with one hand and miss it. Those sorts of things were happening. Khawaja's not quick in the park, I don't think. Hazelwood didn't seem too sharp for me. So, I mean, I just think there's work to be done. This is a side that dropped catches in the World Test Championship too. So this is starting to become a habit for this side. That would be concerning for me. So there's just a little thought that I have.
Does that concern you, Pete? I mean, we saw Travis had quite a difficult day. He was being bagged by the crowd. We mentioned Josh Hazelwood, who did look quite ponderous, but then he's a great big fast bowler, isn't he? Coming back into
But Cummins is a big lad too.
Yeah.
And he can be sharp.
Yeah. No, Hazelwood is a little bit of that old school of fast bowler. I mean, he's not that bumbling oaf who used to.
No, I'm
you
not
could never
suggesting.
hide. But he's not that supreme athlete which Pat Cummins is. I mean, the way he can get a ball, a boot out to a ball that's driven back at him and his follow-through is extraordinary, isn't he? I think you highlight 2 good things. Usman Khawaja has worked very hard on his fielding, but he's not a natural fielder. It's a strange thing to say about a Test cricketer, but he's not an elite athlete type physically. His hand-eye isn't all that great. And Head's another one. Head's dopey in the field. Yeah. So it's hard to hide 2.5 guys, isn't it?
Well, it is.
So
who do you put out to those? If you're going to play that kind of game, you need to select those men very carefully.
Yeah, and it's tricky for them because they got in Cameron Green, such a terrific gully fielder. He's going to stay fairly static. I mean, Khawaja's a fascinating case in point. We were both out in India, and Khawaja took an indoor, one of the most spectacular catches I've ever seen on a cricket field. It was incredible.
Yes, he can do that. He can do that. He did that. Virat Kohli in Adelaide, he took another one in the slip gully region. It was just, catch for the ages. But then Pete, after he took the catch, the very next ball, it was almost like Cummins went, "Oh crikey, I'd forgotten I got you in the infield. Get off to long. It was really unusual." But there's nowhere to hide poor fielders. I don't think Khawaja's a poor fielder, and he has worked very hard on it. One of the great knocks on him early in his career was his fielding, and that he'd never worked hard on it. But he has now. Head is head. I mean, but what are you going to do? You can't drop a guy who's just made 180 because he's a poor fielder.
No, but you can.
But it is a concern. Yeah. But I would also give some credit to England for this. I think the way England are approaching the game, it keeps the other side off balance. We see that in all sorts of ways, like pulling in this declaration that everybody's talking about. It's to keep the other side guessing, to keep the other side a little bit out of their comfort zone. I think we had the confluence of two events that suited England yesterday. We had, well, that sort of, discombobulated Australia. We had Bazball and we had the slow wickets. And so Australia started with, we'll bowl that fourth stump line. But it was too slow to bowl that fourth stump line, and they had to straighten up. Then they had to adjust their fields again. But no matter what you do, when a side bats so positively, and when a guy like Joe Root bats so creatively, you're always chasing the game a little bit, aren't you, unless you get them early.
Now, we've talked quite a bit about Australia and the pre-game. I want to just have a little look at England here, because the composition of England's bowling lineup on this surface, where do we stand on the lack of pace? Because what you've just said there, Pete, makes me think that maybe England have got this right, in that if you try and get Mark Wood to flog his guts out on a pitch so slow, and you've got limited use of Mark Wood in this series because of his injury issues, having actually been a bit canny here and just accepting the conditions and having three medium fast at best, you would call those three, supplemented by a bit of Stokes and a bit of Moeen Ali, the wild card pick.
Well, let's wait and see. I know what you're saying. I just think if Labuschagne or Khawaja or Smith get in, I thought actually, by the way, we should just mention Warner just very quickly from last night as well. I thought he handled that okay.
He did, yeah. He looked great. He looked great last week. Yeah, he's moving like Warner of old again, isn't he?
So anyway, so that he handled the pace of and handled the situation of going in for just 4 overs. I thought he did it well. As far as the bowling was concerned, it was accurate enough. Was it threatening? Was it really concerning? I wouldn't have thought so.
It was a day when not many people did look like that. I mean, other than Hazelwood, there weren't many people. Even Pat Cummins didn't feel threatening. And Pat Cummins, to me, is just one of the most beautiful bowlers in the world.
It was a very, very slow wicket. There's that thatch on it that's just pulling the ball up. And look, credit to the batters for actually timing so well on a slow wicket. That takes some skill, doesn't it? You have to adjust.
Yeah, Root took a long time to get going, if you remember. He had to, adjust quite a lot. But he found it. He found his rhythm, didn't he, towards the end?
No movement in the air. Very negligible movement off the seam, which, often if it's grassy, you can catch the seam and cut a little bit. So what have the bowlers got going for them in those conditions?
13 millimetres, something I was told, of grass.
Hang on, there's someone vacuuming in.
Yeah, they are. The noise you can hear back in Australia is the noise of the hover cover. It is Braesby being moved off the pitch, but of course in so doing it's going to make the most horrendous dent. You don't have these in Australia, do you?
No, do they have them in New Zealand?
No.
Yeah, we quite like them for some reason. I'm not sure why. I mean, it's quite quick to get the covers off and out.
I think they're a great idea.
Yesterday, and again, we've talked a lot about fast bowlers, haven't we? Because we think that's important. But the guy who took 4 wickets was Nathan Lyon. England's spinner is Moeen Ali, and I know you've raised a few eyebrows, Jeremy. You and I have been together for a few days, and you have said to me in puzzlement, Moeen Ali, do you think? Really? Moeen Ali? I mean, Phil Long is with us. Last time Moeen Ali played a test match, and indeed red ball games, was some time ago, a couple of years, 2 years ago. So, it's a curious selection, and you fancy, after Nathan Lyon bowled 29 overs yesterday, out of only 78, Moeen Ali's going to have to do some bowling today.
It's an extraordinary number, isn't it? On the first day of a test match, on a very serene and temperate kind of wicket. I mean, to bowl that many overs, unusual. It showed a great array of skill, actually, to be changing your pace just in tiny amounts. He didn't get much turn for a start. You wouldn't expect it on a first day. He had to bowl to a field with, lots of gaps in it. I just thought he bowled extremely well yesterday, and he held the attack together. There's no comparison between the two bowlers, frankly.
Well, I tend to agree. We've got news for you, and it is perplexing and ridiculous news. It's that play has been delayed by 5 minutes. We've had no rain to speak of. The outfield will be absolutely fine. It's completely nuts, but it's the way that it is. We are going to go to our last break in this pre-game. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. And off the back of the break, we'll nearly be ready to start. Not as nearly as we would have been if they didn't completely bafflingly decide they need to delay by 5 minutes. See you off the break.
Our coverage will be from Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Mook Cafe. And yes, we are in England, which means we have a delayed start, albeit just 5 minutes. It was a 5-minute delayed start, Flem, at Trent Bridge in 2015. 5 minutes late, then England went, yes, we'll bowl you out for 60, please. But that's a very different surface to what we have here also in the Midlands. Australia will be resuming it. None for 14. That'll be on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Warner, a couple of boundaries last night for his 8 off Broad. Khawaja on 4. We mentioned in our conversation earlier that the Khawaja will need to get into the series as well, but his record over the last couple of years, nobody's made more runs in Test cricket since he got brought back at the start of 2022 against England with twin tons at the SCG. It was a visionary inclusion. And what about sort of like a sliding doors thing? If Travis Head doesn't get COVID, in all probability, none of this ever happens.
Yeah, I was there at the Karen Rolton Oval just before the last Ashes when they had the big bat-off for the number 5 position, Travis Head and Usman Khawaja. And as it turned out, both of them ended up playing at number 5, and they were the only ones to get hundreds in that series for Australia. And then the whole transformation for Usman Khawaja as opener. And let's face it, Australia were crowned World Test Championships last week. And the narratives around Scott Boland, Travis Head and Usman Khawaja really summed up for me that moment, that crowning moment for Australian cricket and this Cummins era. Because they played such incredibly integral parts in the journey that Australia have done after Tim Paine.
Yeah, it's interesting. In hindsight, Usman Khawaja just underplayed. He averages virtually mid-60s as a test opener. And we talked about his poor record in England. I don't always think he's been handled properly over here too. This is the first time he knows he's opening. And it's his job for the whole series to play. And we talk about mentally how that is.
Yeah.
So this is the first series at 36-37 that he's had that opportunity. Sublime batsman, cashing in. But I'm with you, Colo. If Trav hadn't got COVID, I don't think Usman would have ever played again.
The players are making their way down the steps on our screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and they're wearing light blue caps, reflecting the fact that today is Bob Willis Day here at Edgbaston. Of course, this was one of his 2 home grounds. Bob Willis, a famous Warwickshire player for such a long time, passed away a couple of years ago to prostate cancer, and the light blue caps are the fundraising mechanism for prostate cancer research, the Bob Willis Fund. So there'll be opportunities for people in the UK to donate to that charity throughout the course of the day. But process that we've become familiar with in Sydney with the McGrath Foundation Day each year, and then of course the Red for Ruth at Lords, which will have the second Test match soon. So they'll have to present the caps to the we're having a 45 seconds of applause. I'll just try and pick this up, see how we go. So 45 seconds of applause for Bob Willis, who truly was one of the greats of English cricket. Everyone will remember what he did from the Kirkstall Lane end against Australia in 1981. Bowling analysis of 8 for 43 that echoes through the ages. 325 Test wickets at 25 across 90 Test matches. An England captain in the early 80s as well. Flem, you spoke about the 81 Ashes yesterday and what he brought to the game with his flair and his personality and his perspective, and as a commentator, how opinionated he was as well. He really was the true cricket professional. Well,
his commentary was a bit like his bowling. He just charged in and hit a spot. He wasn't trying to bowl wobbled seam or slower balls or swinging. He had that unique angled run-up. He had dodgy knees, but he had a very high release. He had a massive heart. that 8 for against Australia, he wasn't playing that test match. You know, he virtually had to talk himself into it. I was lucky enough to commentate with him, and he was actually even better as a person. You know, I love my people who are left of centre. I love my music. You know, for him to change his middle name by deep or Pole because he just loved Bob Dylan. At that stage, he said he was actually in the Beatles fan club. Right. You know, he was the Beatles, and then he said his life changed when he heard Bob Dylan. So I love that little thing that he changed his name to middle name to Dylan. And then also prostate cancer. You know, you've got to get checked. Any family history, you know, is a red flag. You know, once you get to 50, you know, get it tested, and it's not as intrusive as everyone says. You know, you go to the doctor and you get your form and you get your blood tested, and they test for a variety of things, and one of those is prostate cancer. And if there's any alarm bells, you know, you'll go through a further process there. So love what cricket's doing with Ruth Strauss, Jane McGrath Day, and now honouring Bobby Willis. And what happens is their legacy continues forever.
It's beautiful.
And saves lives.
Yeah, beautifully put, Flem. Awareness campaigns that are run across all three of those, and raising money for those great awareness campaigns as well as they will throughout the course of the day here at Edgbaston. So the crowd all wearing light blue as well as we all are in the commentary box, and we'll be talking more about that through the course of the day. Stuart Broad's going to take the first over from our broadcast end, not James Anderson. So Broad will continue his stoush with David Warner. Warner, 2 boundaries last night. Maybe a little bit of the sting out of that because they chose to have 20 minutes at them. If this were England starting the day afresh with Broad to Warner, it might feel a little bit different, but it'll be game on in a moment. We'll start with 3 in the cordon. Still cloudy, drizzle in the air, just still about quarter of an hour ago. Bharat, you've seen something?
No, we had a short cover point fielder yesterday. He seems to have come into a more short cover position today for David Warner. Just on Bob Willis, late Bob Willis. I remember interviewing Joss Butler's mother last time around, and you know, he like you said, Flem, he never held back as a commentator, did he? But apparently Joss Butler, even now, and his mother was his first coach, and even now if Joss Butler plays a cross shot and his mother says something to him critical, he goes, "Oh, come on, Bob."
So Jerusalem is complete. The England fans applaud, and Stuart Broad waits to be called to attention by umpire Erasmus. Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, 2 Drinkwise, 3 slips. Ollie Pope's the catching cover. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Joe Root back to first slip. He was off the field last night after his unbeaten 118. So Ben Stokes captaining from mid-off where he likes to. Plays called. Day 2 at Edgbaston. Broad first ball, round the wicket, delivers here to David Warner. Warner squared up, spits out on the bounce to Pope at cover, no run. A little bit of movement off the seam, ever so slightly.
Yeah, he was just going to work that through the leg side there, and it just did hold in the pitch a little bit. That fielding position, that is frustrating, Dave Warner. That's the one we hit 2, 3 or 4 times and thought about taking a single. So it's a run scoring position, but it's also a chance to get caught, and he got a half volley and put it away beautifully last night. But if it's a little bit shorter than that, you can see Warner's very hesitant because of that catcher short on the offside.
Warner facing up. His nemesis Broad bowls here in behind it, out towards mid-off. David Warner has played 50 test matches away from home. This is 50th, averaging 33. Got Phil Long with us as well in the back of the box. He'll talk to us throughout the day. You got something for us, Longy?
Yeah, let's talk about Usman Khawaja. Damien Fleming mentioned it, and I'm maybe talking myself out of a job here. The madness of the numbers of Usman Khawaja's career. Under Pat Cummins, averages mid-60s. As an opener, averages mid-60s. But in England, averages 18.
Thank you, Longy, for reinforcing how important it is these veterans get going today and make the most of this surface. Broad still got the new ball. Bowling here to Warner, who defends full face of the bat. Broad charges in and he's follow through and collects it with his right mitt.
And just going back to that field of Flem, we saw a few balls yesterday, even during England's innings, pop up because this pitch, yes, it's flat, but it's also slow. So especially if you're tentative early on, like David Warner is right now, you can play at that one, get a bit too eager, and the ball goes straight at him.
It's been good length from Stuart Broad. You actually want short of a length because it's slow. You've got enough time to just even go back and blunt it. When you're getting pushed forward, you are uncertain. So excellent start from Stuart Broad.
To the crease here, bowls to Warner, back of a length, into the onside, wants a quick single, there isn't one there.
So then he bowls that back of length. He just has a little bit more time, doesn't he? So you need to bowl at least a metre fuller than that. And love cricket. I mean, the crowd aren't as up as they were last night. And the teams are out there. But this one-on-one battle is fascinating, isn't it?
And we saw the England slips cordon applaud the crowd after completing their own version of Jerusalem that always starts after the first ball of the day. It's a tradition that started back at Melbourne in 1998. So 3 in the cordon. Broad says he wants to keep bowling full. That's his game plan. Here to Warner. It is full, and Warner drives, and Broad takes enough pace off it, deflecting to the captain Stokes at mid-off, no single.
And it's so fascinating when you have two guys like Warner and Broad, Flem, who've been around for so long. There's so much content for us as commentators to feed on as well. It's not a one-off battle that we see in, like, say, short-form cricket where you talk about matchups. This is way beyond a matchup. This is a proper feud. If this is wrestling, you're talking about a feud that's run over 10 years. They've main evented so many times around the world.
Yeah, it's fantastic. For the last time, too, this series.
What's the play-on music for Stuart Broad, I wonder? Sure, he's thought about it. Last ball here. First over of day 2. Bowls to Warner on middle stump, right behind it. Good start from Warner as well. Middle of the bat. 3 occasions through the over. So Australia trail by 379 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now. Australia none for 14. Warner 8. Khawaja 4. No runs in the first over.
Dave Warner half-heartedly shot off for a single there. It was never happening and ran down the pitch. Stuart Broad straight away to Aramis, I think, the umpire. Did you see that?
Yeah,
He's running down the pitch. So they are at each other.
And knowing David Warner, he'll do it more and more now.
And that applause you hear is for James Anderson's name being read out over the loudspeaker. 40 years of age yesterday, becoming a Test cricketer across a 20-year span, making his debut in the May of 2003 against Zimbabwe. A fifer at the first time of asking. A peerless record in this country. 685 Test wickets at an even 26.
Remember, as a kid, when Dennis Seeley did break the record, 310, wow. How does a fast bowler take that many wickets? He's doubled it.
And against Australia, he's got 112 of those, albeit at 34, a fraction higher because of his away average.
Just a Rolls Royce, does not waste a step.
429 Test wickets in England. Birmingham City end. Anderson's first ball of the series to Khawaja. It's on leg stump. It's pushed out towards mid-on. The cordon have their arms in the air. 4 of them now. Pope jumping in from cover in the previous over. So it's Root, Crawley, Brook and Pope alongside the wicketkeeper Bairstow.
He bowled just one spell in the last Ashes in 2019, didn't he? And then he broke down.
Phil Long?
The first time James Anderson hasn't opened the bowling in England. Remember, Ollie Robinson opened the bowling last night. First time he hasn't opened the bowling in England since 2009 against West Indies at Lords.
Wow. Anderson passes umpire Raza, bowls to Khawaja, full face of the bat in defence, still nothing in the surface. It's going to have to be through the air today, Flem, isn't it?
It definitely is. And just reflecting on James Anderson, watching him, I mentioned Rolls Royce. I think him and Sir Richard Hadley have the most efficient run-ups in my time in watching cricket. Not wasting a step, building momentum, all going towards the target, very repeatable. Even though 10 times their body weight's going through it every ball, they look like they can just bowl for hours.
Anderson up to the crease. City end, bowls to Khawaja, who again's behind it, pushing to mid-off. Good start from Anderson, but Khawaja not troubled so far. The other similarity to Hadley, of course, is that in Anderson's 30s, of course in his 40s now, but since turning 30, his record is far better than what it was in his 20s.
Yeah, like Sir Richard.
And Hadley had the same thing happen with him. He looked at the last few years, averaging 16.8 this year, 19.8 last year, 21.8 the year before, 20.4, 20.5, 17.6. I mean, this is ridiculous, the run that Anderson's gone on. 4 slips waiting behind Khawaja. Anderson to him, wide of the off stump. Tempter leaves it alone. Bit of movement through the air.
Yeah, he meant that one. He's definitely, I think, trying to swing it, and I think that's a good idea in these conditions. You can always go back to the wobble seam and using angles, but how long is this ball going to swing? We saw minimal swing yesterday, but let's be honest, Australia don't really have too many, Hazelwood gets it going when he bowls full enough. Cam Green bowled with an old ball. Boland and Cummins aren't swing bowlers, so...
Anderson up, delivers to Khawaja, leg stump line, pushed out to mid-wicket, no movement.
But Jimmy's got the same problem as Nathan Lyon, as in he might be beating him in the air, but the pitch is that slow that they're able to adjust their shot. So he can't get too short.
Best bowling here at Edgbaston, a 6 for 47 against Australia in 2015. 2 other fifers, including 5 for 80 here against the Aussies in 2009. At this ground, 51 wickets at 22. He has that record everywhere, right, Fleming? It's crazy. In 14 test matches now. Anderson, 4 in the cordon. Last ball of the over. It's a maiden complete with Khawaja. Shouldering arms closer to the off stump. We'll take a breather on SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of them at Cafe. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Australia still none for 14.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Our buying power gives you the power of lower prices on a huge range of leading tyre brands. Get the power to save on your next set of tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if having a drink to Drinkwise, Phil Long.
One for Damien Fleming. 2 overs gone, 2 maidens. We've matched the number of maidens from yesterday.
Broad continues to warn up, full and straight and dug out to mid-on. Anderson does the fielding. Aggressively slides in, throws towards Bairstow. He takes it above his cap, stays at none for 14, so 13 dots to start the day.
So
very
now,
different yesterday.
where's snooze ball now?
Yeah, no, exactly.
There was times England were doing snooze ball, we're doing it.
But Australia did say in the build-up, didn't they, Baz? You were at all the press conferences. They weren't going to try and match England's run rate. They were going to play things their way, and they feel as though the blueprint is perfectly fine. Why would they change it up?
Yeah, they don't think the game needs reinvention. It's worked for them for so long.
They're the world champions after all. Brought in to Warner, middle stump line full, and pushed out to Anderson at mid-on again, no run.
And Pat Cummins has said this throughout, not even after reaching England, but it's the Ashes year, so he's been asked about the Ashes for the last 10 or so months. And it's always been the same thing. We have a style of playing cricket. And I asked him just the day before the test about, most captains say we only focus on what we are going to do. But at some point when you have someone doing something so radical as England are, you might have to react to it or respond to it. But I think that's different on the field. As a batting lineup, they don't need to do anything different.
There's still 4 days left.
Beneath us, bowls here down the leg side. Warner tries to catch up with it and doesn't. That wasn't far away from being gloved through to Bairstow.
But funny enough, the younger Dave Warner, or 3/4 through his career, Dave Warner, he was best ball, wasn't he? So, his natural game. And I want him going out, playing the way that he started.
When we look back at Warner's career, I wonder which part we'll look back at as the most productive. It was probably the time when David Iddo was the batting coach first time around, Flem, around that sort of 16, 17, 18, when Warner was just a ton machine. Not only at home either, that's when he was making contributions away from home before the suspension. Broad bowls and Warner pushes out to point, no single. There was a stretch of time, and the crowd applaud that as well.
He's been a phenomenal player. Yeah. Because remember, there was a period where his 50-over cricket wasn't great.
Yeah. And then he came back.
But he was scoring as quick in Test match cricket. He was always good at T20 cricket, but 50-over. But then that kicked.
Remember that there was that year when he was on, I wouldn't say on the precipice of losing his spot or anything like that, but he did drop off in one-day cricket. Hit 6 centuries in the next year. It's like he's always embraced being in a spot where things are getting tough for him. So I'm quite bullish about the way he'll go in this series.
Well, on pitches like this.
Just trying to complete one more lap around the cricketing world. Broad to Warner here, defending to mid-on.
And to your point, Flem, I think, yes, we're getting excited about baseball and what England have done as a team in the last 12 months. But what David Warner has done in the last 12 years, he's a revolutionary. He, I think, revolutionized Test batting as much as, say, Virender Sehwag did before him. And don't forget, it was Virender Sehwag who told David Warner, you'll be a Test player. And Warner thought he was joking when they played together in Delhi way back in 2009. I think we can't forget that. He's one of the greatest openers who have ever played
Well,
this
I'll
format.
chuck Chris Gale in there as well. They are he played 100 tests, Chris Gale. He gets a bad rap, I reckon.
A couple of triple tons as well. Brought up. 5th ball of the over. Warner can't beat point again. That's where he likes to score when he can to get moving. To open the blade, not quite there. Board says 1 ball to come. Other board says over complete. We'll go with that. None for 14. 3rd maiden of the morning on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Warner's 8, Kawaja's 4.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Anderson, new over bowls to Kawaja, using his feet, pushing out towards mid-off, and it's stopped by the captain Stokes. Clumsily, but effectively. Rat jumps out for the first time this morning on commentary. JV Coney. Jeremy, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Adam. It's going to be an interesting day. A different day than yesterday, isn't it, in terms of cloud cover, temperature probably, a little bit of rain around.
Can you get us a run?
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah. This ball?
I don't know about that, but isn't it interesting the difference between Kawaja or the bowler bowling over?
Anderson over the wicket to Kawaja, who's happy just patting this out to mid-off again as he has throughout. Anderson's short spell so far.
As a bowling round. You know, I'm sure you're a statty man, you'll know all that sort of stuff, but averages 13 when a bowler bowls over the wicket, as James Anderson is doing at the moment. But when he goes, someone comes round, he's averaging 66.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary. Come on, tell me why.
Because the modern trend is you come around the wicket.
Well,
don't you?
of course. Well, it is the left-hander, and of course, Warner's having to battle that at the moment, isn't he?
And that's why they got 4 slips. Anderson on the angle, trying to move it away from Kawaja. Close to the stumps. Bowls here. Kawaja beaten. That is the channel. Kawaja had to play at that. Prodding defensively. Crowder involved here. First ball we've seen from Jimmy that's really moved prodigiously through the air. Watch it back on our replay screen for tyre power, your tyre experts.
The fuller you bowl, the more pace you get off. Too short, you lose pace. So beautiful bowling from Anderson. That is the avenue of apprehension. Beautiful scene.
I was going to say, Flem, no wobble seam there. That's a proper outswinger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anderson, city end, bowls the Kawaja in the short sleeve jumper, pushing out towards mid-on, no single.
And that's, what you'd expect from one of the greatest fast bowlers of all time. I think if he'd bowled yesterday, there would have been a lot more wobbled seam. But as you said, Jeremy, this is the conditions.
Yes, it is. If it's going to move,
you don't get a lot of time for the ball to swing traditionally. You need to maximise it. It's like gold.
And this should be the time as well when the lacquer...
I tell you what, what they'll want is to get Marnus and Smithy out while it's swinging like this.
Anderson bowls and Kawaja defends from the middle stump line to mid-on. We heard a fair bit last week, Flem, about the difference in the Duke's ball. Your reflections on this side. Appreciate that it takes a little bit longer for the lacquer to come off and swing, whereas the Kookaburra, it's a quicker process to getting it moving around through the air.
You've got to make the most of it from ball one with the cooker, and it can go just like that. Whereas the Duke, it's funny, the lacquer's off, or they've buffered up a little bit, or it's starting to go. Like it can go the whole day.
It can. The whole 80
you played a lot of cricket here.
The whole 80 overs sometimes.
Speaking of the ball, Stuart Broad came up for a little consultation with Anderson between deliveries. Broad over mid-on position, fielding in the wide-brimmed hat as he enjoys doing. Field remains the same, although I think Stokes is going to jump in the 5th slip, just judging by the body language. He stays put at mid-off. Anderson to complete his over. All dots so far. Delivers to Kawaja, close to the stumps. Kawaja off the mark on the morning at least, down to long leg. First run of the day. Moeen Ali does the fielding. 3 overs gone this morning. 1 run, none for 15 to score. They trail by 378 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Kawaja 5, Warner 8.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please. Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
First session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, Phil Long.
Yeah, into the 8th over of the innings. First time the batsmen have swapped ends. So this will be Stuart Broad's first ball to Usman Khawaja.
Very nice. So
he's going to come around the wicket.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Flem? When you know that someone's got a statistical weakness like Khawaja's that Jeremy's just explained before, would you just go with that?
I'm just trying to think the last time I can remember Stuart Broad coming over the wicket to a left-hander.
It's been blocked off. It's something about his garden at home. He can't run. His roses have just been placed.
I just always come around the wicket.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 2009. That was the first of Broad's trilogy of Ashes winning spells, 2009 at the Oval on that second day.
I was there. Oh.
Broad round the wicket, away from us to Khawaja, who goes back and defends. So there was 2009 at the Oval, 2013 at Durham, and 2015 at Trent Bridge. 3 extraordinary spells.
And just the difference, when he bowled short of a length, he was a good test bowler, and when he bowled full, he was an outstanding fast bowler, and that's what he did at the Oval. Bowled too short the whole series, and it was him and Graham Swan that come to the party for the first time in the series, and they win. And Freddie ran out punter.
And stood
direct
there
hit.
As Jarrod,
we're hobbling, wasn't he?
Jarrod wrote a book about it. He said when Freddie became Jesus, when Freddie Flintoff
he did do that,
unfurled the arms after running out Ponting in his final test match. Broad delivers here. Khawaja leaves a ball that comes back viciously. Mostly after passing the stumps, to be fair, but it did mean that Bairstow had to dive away to his right to deny 4 byes. Well bowled and well left and well kept.
Didn't see too much of that yesterday.
No.
There was definitely movement from the seam inward to the left-handed Khawaja there, and then, as you say, Adam, as soon as it passed, of course, that happens a lot, doesn't it, England? Yeah. The seam is upright, it just swings after and down sometimes. Sometimes it'll even go up and down. That's really nasty for injuries for keepers.
Tough place to keep. They're back Bairstow for the series ahead of folks. Broad in here, bowls to Khawaja on the pull, finds the gap, gets a boundary. Bit short from Broad. Set up to be whacked, and Khawaja loves it there. His first 4. He moves to 9, overtakes Warner. None for 19, Australia.
No, that's Usman's happy place. You put it halfway down the pitch, I'll dispense it. Even though he didn't get that in the middle of the bat, he didn't need to. But Stuart Broad, he's bowled well today. First time he's gone short. And it wasn't intended, was it? It just
will he come over now?
No, Broad's going to play it his way. In the headband, which has been a feature for him since COVID. He first started wearing it because his hair was in his eyes when he couldn't get a haircut, but he's stuck with it. Bit of a trademark of sorts
COVID.
now.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks when they were playing in the bubble in Southampton years ago. Broad bowls here to Khawaja, defending off the front foot, covered as the fielding.
Was Dennis Lilly the first headbanded fast bowler? Was there one pre-Dennis Lilly?
Good question. 0433 98 11 16. Tell us on the text. Or 8833 in New Zealand, yes. Jeremy, where it's nearly 10:30 in the evening. Any other head-banded bowlers you can think of? And you know what?
Pre-Dennis Lilly.
You called this perfectly, Flem.
Like
it's the 70s.
Stuart Broad's about to go over the wicket.
You've got to come over the wicket with those stats.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So a change of plan for Broad to Khawaja.
3 slips goes to... 4 comes to 3, and we've got a leg slip now, sort of leg gully almost.
So he's going to bowl very tight.
Yeah.
So it's Pope around the corner. Yes, so Pope to leg slip, Root, Crawley and Brook in the cordon. Broad over the wicket to Khawaja, leaves alone over the top of the off stump on length. Well bowled, good over, with the exception of the short ball.
Just good cricket, what a battle. Usman, wants to leave the ball, but this is where changing angles can really confuse the batsman, isn't it? You're leaving it from around the wicket.
It's a big difference.
And you do it over, bang, it's hit middle stump. Wobbled seam, deliveries from Broad.
Well, he calls himself the wobble bowler, doesn't he now?
This is such an important first hour of play. 25 minutes into it. Seeing Simon Jones on telly, Ashes winner in 2005 on our screen for Tyre Power. Broad to complete the over. Over the wicket, Khawaja comes forward, hit on the gloves. It lands just in front of third slip. So Khawaja doing something different in response to Broad. Well bowled, well played throughout. None for 19 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now, and our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Oh, no, it isn't. My apologies. Front foot, no ball. Don't go to the break in Melbourne. That's been called retrospectively, so they'll go back to where they started. Watching the replay here for Tyre Power. Your tyre experts clearly over. None for 20 becomes the score with the Sundary. So that last delivery, the no ball, Khawaja shuffling well forward, premeditated. So cat and mouse game between two veterans, both 36 years of age. Broad over the wicket to complete the over. Khawaja past the edge. Super stuff from Stuart Broad. He's on here. Australia, none for 20. 6 runs so far this morning across 27 minutes. They trail by 3-7-3. Warner's 8, Khawaja's 9 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable driveway deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable driveway deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
First session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, to Drinkwise. And we're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins with you. Former New Zealand great. Jeremy Coney with me. Damien Fleming as well. Our fast bowler in residence, watching two of the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah, they've been legends, hasn't it? And hunting in pairs. Complement each other really well.
Change in field here. The short, straight catching cover on the edge of the strip with Anderson bowling to Warner for the first time. Delivers here and Warner dabs into the offside, gets one off strike from the first ball of the over, joining Khawaja on 9.
They would have went straight to the man that they have for Broad.
Yeah.
That area there.
I'd like to see Khawaja just defending more towards the bowler or mid-on. In other words, I think he's quite square when he sets himself up to the bowler who bowls from over the wicket. I'd like to, and he's defending across the ball, if you like, as it goes across the bows, pushing towards mid-off a bit too much. I'd like to see him playing where it comes from a little bit more, and the more of the bat.
Watch his back foot, losing stability, squaring on.
Back to 4 slips for Khawaja. Anderson to him here. Khawaja down the leg side, clipping through the onside for 4. Out to the Holly stand. Only had one man to beat. Moeen Ali at square leg. Did so easily in front of square. Khawaja's second boundary. He's 13. Australia none for 25.
That's where Anderson's asking the ball to do just a bit much to get across Khawaja, the left-hander. It's just staying leg side a little bit. He likes it there, doesn't he?
Yep, no problems there.
Yeah.
But, that technique you're saying, you square on anyway, and then you lose stability on the back foot. You can't change.
Anderson again bowls to Khawaja, who drives out the middle of the bat to extra cover. No run to Stokes.
See, that's all right because it's so full. It's just the length ball that he got beaten the over before from Anderson.
It's funny, like Jimmy doesn't bowl a lot of in-swingers to the left-hander. Early on he did. He was more an out-swing bowler that sort of way, but he angles across the lefties. He pushes it into right-handers more.
Just saw Stokes on screen for Tyre Power. Your tyre experts clapping Anderson after the fuller ball. That's what he wants Anderson doing. That's why he keeps the cordon packed. Doesn't mind him going for runs. Wants him to be a wicket taker. Delivers here to Khawaja. It is full and it is driven through the covers. Stokes with work to do. At least 2. Warner wants 3. Khawaja not so keen. Moves the board on to none for 27. Khawaja 15 from 34.
Just watching Ben Stokes, he
good
looked all right. Yeah, he looked fine.
Good pace.
We're going to see him bowl.
Yeah.
He's got his knees strapped up like
never
seen before.
He should bowl while the conditions are like this because he is a gifted swing bowler both ways.
I agree with you.
Swings it both ways.
I can't understand why he's made himself into this bounce bowler all the time. I understand others can't do it and he'll pick it up. But I think he's much more dangerous when he's actually attacking a length.
Well, bounces in Adelaide last time. They mustn't have had Mark Wood playing and just going, wow, like he swings it both ways. It's insane.
Bowled out Australia at Trent Bridge in 15 in the second innings. Took a 6 for, swinging it all over the place. Catching cover back for Khawaja now. Anderson to him, and he beats the catching cover. Pope to his left, can't drag it in. Thumps the turf. Couple more. Khawaja productive over this. Moves to 17.
It's still
none
a better
for 29.
Field placement, though. That is in your mind.
Yep.
And he doesn't lean into the ball like you're talking about, Jeremy.
No, he waits for it, doesn't he? Plays it late. Has to be very full for him to keep it down.
So a little misfield there from Pope. He did get a hand on it. So the last ball of Anderson's over after starting with a maiden.
You want to see him driving through the covers on the front foot.
So Khawaja finding a little bit of rhythm against his adversary Anderson. To the crease to finish. 3 slips bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone in the channel. Well bowled and well played. Good leave. None for 29. Changing commentary coming after the break with Daniel Norcross and Jarrod Kimber jumping in to join Jeremy Coney with Australia. None for 29 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Warner 9, Khawaja 17.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. So we've had 32 minutes this morning, and I was going to say no alarms. The ball's actually beaten the bat a couple of times, which didn't do a great deal yesterday. The lacquers off the ball. Broad and Anderson are, in the common modern parlance, into their work.
It does feel like they're bowling with a shuttlecock a little bit at times, though, doesn't it?
Does a bit. Are you into your work yet?
I feel like I'm into my work.
I know you're into your work, Jeremy, as Broad is in, round the wicket. And that's all hacked at. Bowled! A hack and a bowl, dragged back onto the stumps. David Warner goes, and guess who's got him? It's Stuart Broad. An ugly, hideous shot from Warner. And England, the cock a hoop. Australia 1 for 29.
It's about as bad a cricket shot as you will see. I don't know what went wrong there. He was stretching out. It almost looked like he was going to sweep it at one stage, Jeremy. A remarkably odd shot. He was down on one knee, he fell over. He tried to play the cover drive on one knee, and the ball wasn't where he wanted it to go. And it honestly looked like he, at the last minute, had a couple of beers and decided to sweep it.
Jeremy, it was grotesque.
It wasn't really the length to try and drive. That's the first thing. And then going down onto the knee, I got a feeling he tried to slap it squarer than that in the end. And so he's presented the inside edge, and it's come off the inside edge and then back onto off stump. It was a very messy kind of stroke, you'd have to say.
He was lucky not to fall over. I mean, that's how much his balance went in the end.
Yes.
I mean, look, to be clear, people at home, yes, people fling the bat at balls that are wide, and sometimes they edge, sometimes they get out. Yes. This was a hack of the highest order. It was foul and grotesque.
Yeah, whether he had had enough and wanted to start to dominate a little bit. You know, that's a Warner kind of thing. I haven't got going yet. I want to feel the bat on the ball a little bit more. And he saw the width, but it was coming always back in.
I think he saw the width, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he decided to throw himself into it, but probably without really deciding what to throw into it.
Well, he threw himself into it. That was the thing.
You know, sometimes you see
he didn't throw the hands particularly, or the bat. He threw his entire body into it.
Because, as you said, you do sometimes see that sort of get down on one knee slash.
Yeah.
But that wasn't his first instinct. That seems to be his second instinct. He was going to play something else, and then he almost played a third shot as he fell over as well, which is just a balancing. But look, dreadful. And also, it allows Broad to get in his head a little bit, doesn't it? And it's not like Broad has earned that wicket. That was just a delivery. I was just saying, it was like they were bowling with a shuttlecock at times, because, you know, the way the ball was sort of coming off the surface, you don't really want to gift anyone a wicket.
That was the sort of ball where they have...
It was a let go, actually, if anything. If you wanted to, but, I mean, he's clearly not wanting to do that, is he? This morning, he's wanted to hit the ball.
That's an expected wickets off that ball, 0.01. Phil Long.
But it was Stuart Broad bowling to David Warner, got him 7 times out of 10 in the last tour here. Warner averaged 9.5 in that series. Today he was on 9, so maybe the expected wicket was a bit higher.
Right. Well, the new batter is Marnus Labuschagne, who, of course, made his name in the last Ashes tour, coming on as a concussion sub for Steve Smith at Lord's. And since that point, he has never looked back. Nearly 3,500 test runs, an average of 56, 10 test match centuries. And given, you know, he's only played 38 matches at that time. But with COVID, as Broad is winding the crowd up now. He's getting the Holly stand going. 3 slips and a leg slip. And so Labuschagne said, someone's got to sit down. Who could it be? Someone's wearing the wrong coloured top. Move away a little bit. Broad's ushering whoever it is that has been spotted.
A little bit of problem at this ground so far.
Yes.
It was a police officer.
It's the Rozzers. They'll do that.
Oh.
And Maria Rasmussen, sit down, will you? The Rozzer in question's now smiling. Broad's getting everybody going, pumping again, and Labuschagne faces his first ball of this year's Ashes. He's in. Right arm over the wicket and edged and gone! Caught behind, 2 in 2 for Broad. Labuschagne goes first ball, pushing forward to a ball in the channel. A really great take from Bairstow, diving to his right, and the crowd are going wild. 2 for 29.
Full ball, outside off stump, could have been let go, played across at it, and has taken the outside edge. Just a regulation slip catch, really. A good catch too, you pointed that out. Very good from the keeper. He's pushed way out at it, in fact, and it's gone into the mitt of the glove, the right glove, diving between keeper and slip. Broad has just won the 50 metres at the Olympics.
That reminded me a lot of the Mitchell Johnson and Stuart Broad ball in the 13-14 Ashes, where Broad spent a lot of time worried about the side screen, and the crowd started to rise in frustration because you could hear them rise before he came into bowl there. You know, Maria Rasmus with the crowd, everything was happening, and I was just thinking to myself, oh, this could be awkward. But that was basically bad footwork, right? His feet are stuck on the crease, his hands push out. It's exactly what you expect of Usman Khawaja, really.
It's his first ball. I'm always very forgiving of people's first ball. And you've got the pressure cooker atmosphere, the cauldron that is Edgbaston here. He'd have been thinking, it's Labuschagne. He has visualised his first ball in this Ashes constantly for the last 6 months. Sometimes things like that happen. You're right. The foot movement was awful. The hands went to the ball. It's 2 cheap wickets for England, but they don't care how they come. It's brought Steve Smith to the crease, and Broad is on a hat-trick. And Adam Collins is in the house.
2 leg slips. 2 leg slips.
2 leg
Dueling
slips.
leg slips.
Right, so there's now going to be a conflab. Anderson is coming and having a chat.
Did you see?
Robinson, that is. Robinson's coming to have a chat with Stokes and Broad.
Robinson is imitating Steve Smith's technique.
Yeah. He's just doing the little pokey shuffle. Right. Okay, kids, here we go. Strap in. We've got a hat-trick ball. 3 slips, 2 leg slips, a gully, short extra, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Steve Smith, the latter-day Bradman, is facing up to Stuart Broad, who's taken 2 in 2. Here he goes. Smith waits, flexes his knees. Broad is in. Down the leg side. Taken by Bairstow, and as ever, bit of an anticlimax.
The curse of Adam Collins.
Gives us a chance to breathe. 2 for 29, Australia.
He bowled down the leg side. He's got 2 leg slips, bowling to his field.
Yes.
I mean, we've kind of made the batsmen very complicit, haven't we, in both those dismissals, which they are. Let's also give some credit to the bowlers who have built up a little bit of pressure prior to that.
Yeah, but the wicket wasn't really assisting them. They were bowling well. You could see the batters adjusting because of how slow the surface was at times. To keep that pressure on, good stuff.
Here's Broad into Smith. Smith moves across his stumps and defends the short mid-wicket yet again. You know, I don't know how many times I have been behind Broad bowling to Smith and see him zero the ball in on middle and off as Smith moves across his stumps, and you're just about to go up for the LBW appeal, and it comes right off the middle of Smith's bat and plops gently along the ground to mid-wicket.
I also like here that in true Bazball style, the field's actually getting more attacking after the hat-trick than it was even before that.
Moeen Ali's come in from deep square leg to forward square leg, but actually he's not walking in, he's catching almost. Broad is in, and that's flicked away in the gap between Moeen Ali and Robinson on the leg side, and Moeen chases after it up towards the Holly stand, and he gathers it, throws in, and Smith is underway. 774 runs in the last Ashes series. He's got 771 to go.
No, I love that, because you have that, you know, that thing of everyone comes in for the hat-trick ball, and then there's the sort of the exhale of the field just slowly moving back to normal positions.
Yeah.
And Stokes was like, no, We still need you at catching short mid wicket, Ollie Robertson.
Catching short mid wicket and a catching forward square leg.
Yeah. Let's see what they do for Usman Khawaja. Now, more of a normal fielder, it looks like, for Usman. Although they do have a catching cover point. Who's that in there? Is that Ollie Pope in there?
Yeah, he's more a catching cover, wouldn't you say? He's a little bit in front of
quite
square.
Square to me.
Well, we got yes. We'll come to the field in a moment. Broad into Khawaja over the wicket, and Khawaja lets this go through, and that brings the end. A tumultuous over that has seen the departure of Warner to a shot of indescribable awfulness. A shot by Marnus Labuschagne, which you won't be too happy about, but the over ends 2 for 32.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Test cricket on SEN with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. 2 for 32. As I think I sat down at 11:31 UK time, and 11 minutes later I finished my first over. Not the best over rate, but a couple of wickets have fallen. A lot of people have been told to sit down, including the police.
Scott Boland's not even bowling as well.
We can't even begin this over now because the umpire's decided he doesn't want to be at square leg. Don't know why, because there's no one impeding his view at all. Instead, he's moving to cover point.
Is that so we can see the fielders whether they're behind square for the no ball?
You could be right, yeah, because we've got one just in front of square, deep on the boundary. Good spot from you, Kimber. And we've got a fine leg slip, a slightly wider leg slip in the form of Stokes. This is the plan to Smith, clearly.
Sorry, Dad, there's just a guy walking down the stairs with a full tray of beers that stopped play again.
Anderson in to Smith. Smith covers up in defence. He has all the time in the world, and then he does. I mean, he's eccentric at the best of times, Smith, but now he's going through all sorts of strange shadow shots. I mean, the wonderful thing about Smith is every time I see him, the first 15 minutes, I'm mesmerised by the madness of his flurries, yeah. And then after about 15 minutes, you just get totally used to it, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. But right now, I mean, that was a little hoppy, jumpy, skippy thing. You get an insight into the man's brain. Here's Anderson into him, who's crossed his stumps and works the ball into the onside, and as usual, 5 fielders behind the stumps all throw their arms in the air expecting to appeal for LBW, and he picks up a single easily out to deep mid-wicket. 2 for 33. The field will change for the left-handed Khawaja. Still grey here at Edgbaston, but the crowd have certainly found their voice. They'll do that with wickets.
Yeah, it helps, doesn't it?
Tends to. Gets the old heart racing a bit, doesn't it? 2 and 2. Right. We've got this catching short cover, 3 slips, backward point, a wide-ish short mid-off, a wide-ish short mid-on, and a mid-wicket. A long leg. Moeen Ali is doing the Travis Head roll of just being out the boundary, chatting. Anderson into Khawaja, who works the ball into the onside of his pads, a full straight ball. Robinson fields.
So usually you would have a straight cover a lot straighter than that, right? It would be in a position where when you're on the front foot and you're driving, you might spoon the ball up. That's for something else. Is that to do with his hands or slashing, do you think, Jeremy?
I think the angle also going across him as well. If he's hitting it with the outside of the middle, it'll go a bit squarer, won't it?
It's just not in the normal position you would see a fielder.
No.
There. So and they've done it to both ends now. They've had that.
Do you know what it is? It's a very 2005 to Michael Clarke, I want to say, position.
Damien Martin,
maybe 2009 to Clarke. Seen catches there in England off that position as Anderson is in, pulled away firmly out towards Harley's before. Don't bowl short there to this man Anderson, not on this pitch, just dragged it down, it didn't get up and it got dispatched.
It's interesting though, the batting lineup for Australia too, isn't it? I mean, okay, 2 wickets have fallen quite quickly, well, very quickly, but really, you know, who's going to be batting 8? Well, it's going to be Cummins.
It would be Cummins.
A declining kind of run rate for him in runs. aggregate.
He might get a little bonus.
And then you've got Lyon at 9.
Yeah.
So it's a long tail, is my point, a very long tail.
It's a long way away yet, though, as Anderson is in to the left-handed Khawaja, who drives away from his body, not far away. It wasn't in the air, but not far away from Pope in that catching cover position we're talking about.
Cummins is not too bad against seam. His bigger problem is against spin, so I suppose it depends on how Moeen Ali does bowl. But look, he was moved down the order, and Stark wasn't batting particularly well, and Stark will still put up the order ahead of him. Then you've got Hazelwood and Boland as well. I can't think of a time when Australia's had a tail like this. I might look at it later, because it would have to be pre-worn.
Here's Anderson into Khawaja, who defends back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. Less eventful one, perhaps, at Australia 2 for 37.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Australia 2 for 37. We've just been looking on the replay screen. Our replays with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, at how Broad was played by Warner. I'm not going to say was set up. I don't think Broad set him up particularly.
He bowled a ball.
He bowled 2 wide-ish balls that Warner hit before. This one was a little bit wider, and it wasn't his fault. It was just a different ball, and Warner.
He got the length wrong, and then he went with the width because it was still there. And as we said, he essentially plays almost 3 shots, none of which you want to play.
Broad in, starting a new over to Smith. Smith moves across his stumps, defends a full ball, and then instantly lets his bottom hand off the bat and waves it about a bit. No idea why. Are you able to interpret? We've got a Smith whisperer in the house. Bharat Sundaresan is here. What I'd love Bharat to do at some point is basically explain what each of these gestures mean to the uninitiated. He reads body language so well.
Well, Erasmus thought he meant that there's someone behind the ball.
Yes, I thought that too. And there wasn't there. No. That was my initial thought, but because it wasn't, I just assumed I'm bad at interpreting Smith's fidgets. Now, one of the leg slips has come out. Got a point and a shortish extra as Broad is in. To Smith down the leg side. Well, taken by a tumbling Bairstow. I say ill-directed. I'm not sure it is, actually, because I think that's kind of a deliberate direction of travel they're looking for Smith.
I think so, because he left it.
Yes.
And I think he knew that they're working towards that leg slip before. We've obviously seen England have a little bit of success with that, New Zealand at times as well. And I think he saw it was an in-swinger.
Is it usually as fine as that to Smith, though? Usually a little bit wider.
England have got him out in that exact position before. Yeah. New Zealand usually went a little bit squarer to him.
Broad in to Smith, who lets one go by that swings gently into the gloves of Bairstow as he moves across his stumps. We should say a little bit about Bairstow's catch to dismiss Labuschagne. It was a good one because I don't think it quite have carried to first slip. It was tight. It was in the in-between.
It was certainly a keeper's catch because it would have been to the left of first slip anyway.
He took it one-handed. Yeah. Sometimes you look at that and think with a bit of foot movement, maybe the 2. But
he was a bit. If you look at the catch, it looked a little clunky. But he got it 100%. But double leg slip again. Back
to the fine leg slip and almost a leg gully. Anderson in there. Broad into Smith. Smith defends, slightly shorter ball outside the off stump from the crease, pushes it back to Broad, and Smith now just has a little tap of the box, then the left leg, then his left buttock, now the left thigh, then the box, twiddles the bat 3 times, then hits his head, and then hits the left leg and the right leg, then scrapes, then moves backwards, looks around, puts his bat in the air, then does box, right thigh, left thigh, tap, 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 looks down.
You tired?
He's nearly ready. I'm exhausted. Heaven knows what it's doing to Smith. As Broad comes in, and Smith pushes forward in defence to a ball that does still come out of the middle of the bat, but gave the impression of being potentially edgy.
He played that a little bit more under his eyes than what Marnus did, but I think that's a similar kind of ball. He realised that it was, I think he realised at the last minute he wasn't quite where he wanted it to be.
Do you know what it might be? It might be this fabled new ball that Stuart Broad has been working on. And rumour has it that he's working on something that we think might be the away swing.
Yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it?
Yes.
The man who now...
150 years of Test cricket. Nearly. Broad is in. And Smith drives back to Broad, who fields of his own bowling. One hand. At the end of a good over. Australia on the Beaumontar scoreboard. Beaumontar's huge sail on 2 for 37.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And well, we saw quite the wicket celebration a couple of overs ago. Our wicket celebration celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. I think in this case Broad was celebrating the demise of Marnus Labuschagne as he ran and ran and ran in a huge circle. I mean, the Imran Tahir would have struggled to match that wicket celebration. It was quite the thing.
What time is it in New Zealand to get a random Imran Tahir fact in?
Anderson's going round the wicket to Khawaja, who clips the ball away really neatly down to Moeen Ali for a single. And I know that Bharat Sundaresan will be outraged at anyone coming around the wicket to Khawaja. It's just not done. You're pretty outraged too, aren't you?
Yeah, because the way he lines up, the angle coming into him is basically what he wants. He doesn't want to move his feet a long amount. He doesn't want to go anywhere. So the angle of the ball is coming back into him. Yeah. Whereas if you're angling it away from over the wicket, his hands naturally have to follow it and his feet won't go anywhere because he doesn't like to move his feet.
I like the theory.
Yeah.
I like the theory.
He's probably the only left-hander in the world that prefers that method now.
Exactly. Anderson is therefore into Smith off that single, and this ball goes gun-barrel straight into the gloves of Bairstow outside the off-stump. 3 slips and a fine leg slip. That's Ollie Pope. Oh, I get the theory entirely. I mean, I suppose what I would say is, how do we think Khawaja is against the really, the sort of flint-off ball to Gilchrist type thing? Because it's like Crickviz sometimes amuse me when they say with absolute certainty. I remember them saying Rory Burns against Pakistan with Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's a brilliant matchup because Rory Burns averages 72 against left-arm pace. So Anderson is in. It's defended into the onside. There's no run.
I average 120 against leg spin. Ian Salisbury.
That's the sort of thing. Yeah. So I want to see who the left-arm pace man is.
Yes. No,
when it's Shaheen Shah Afridi, it's slightly different from, say, Mike Smith.
I think you're right, but if you do look, generally there are patterns within that. Oh, but the other way of looking at it is that Stuart Broad would prefer to bowl around the wicket.
Yes.
So, for him specifically, I don't think that's quite the case for Anderson. Anderson can do either, but I think Broad would prefer to come around to a left-hander.
Here is Anderson into Smith, those 3 slips waiting, and Smith tucks the ball into the onside, picks up a single. He's got such a terrific eye, Smith. The ball was spearing in on middle and leg stump, and just incredible ease.
Harry Brooks warming up.
Well, yeah, he was asked in the press conference about his bowling, wasn't he, the other day, by Vitushna Tharajah. Because, of course, Harry Brook took that wicket in New Zealand.
Yeah, someone mentioned that. I know, I watched that whole series. I feel like it never happened. And I'm pretty good with random part-timers getting wickets.
Very good with that.
I do. Yeah. It's one of my things. But remember Justin Langer bowling in 2001 Kolkata?
Anderson in, driving his Khawaja into the ground. Fielded at short extra cover by Pope.
I remember the Ricky Ponting spell in against Sri Lanka at the MCG. All these random part-timers who've come on at times that they maybe shouldn't have.
Well, Ricky Ponting was bowled in the 2005 days. Didn't he get Vaughan out? Did I want to say? I think he might have gotten Vaughan,
I remember him. I'm trying to remember if he got Gurusingha or Arjuna Ranatunga at the MCG.
I think some of my favourite bowling is by part-time. There was
all of my favourite bowling is by part-time. Every time.
Alan Border and Michael Clarke, were they both at Sydney?
Well, Michael Clarke, his big ones were in India, wasn't it?
4 for 7 or something, did he think? As Anderson is in. This is driven by Khawaja straight to the well-placed man at short extra cover. End of the over. Australia 2 for 39.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe, and I'm watching Harry Brook warm up. What is going on here? He is going to bowl. Harry Brook is going to bowl. This can't be to change ends, can it?
Is this... Well,
because anybody could bowl this over.
Well, Robinson could bowl it, couldn't he? Jesus, yeah. His warm-ups look ridiculous.
What is going on? Well, this is sensational. You want to understand Stokes' captaincy. You had a number of opportunities to do so. Yesterday's declaration was actually quite conventional by comparison to what's happening here. England, who have got Australia where they want them at 2 for 39, have decided to bring on Harry Brook as he lollops in and pulls a fairly filthy long hop, which is defended by Smith to mid on. So let me give you the field, because it's crazy. We've got a fine leg slip, first slip, backward point, 2 catching covers, of course I have. One just in front of square, one straighter, mid off, mid on, catching mid wicket, and a square leg halfway back. As Smith defends watchfully. This is terrific. This is psychology.
It's worth also stating that Harry Brook bowls off the wrong foot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a... It's almost like a windmill, one
so
foot.
It might be confusing.
Yeah, and so...
What's he bowling? Can you keep an eye on that? Because I can't really tell here.
Do you mean pace?
Well, I mean...
That last one was negative miles per hour.
Exactly. It's a kind of medium pace filth with Bairstow up to the stumps. And this is clipped away and fielded at short, square leg. It's a difficult position to describe. He's a kind of square leg, his Pope, but he's about 2 yards in front of the square. He's in the air momentarily. They're looking... Are they trying to get him out, caught at short mid-wicket off Brook?
So 109 kilometres an hour, which is basically slightly quicker than Rashid Khan.
Slightly. He comes in off about 7 or 8 paces, and this is defended from the crease by Smith. He's taken 1 wicket in his career, Test career, 1 for 25, famously in New Zealand in that match that England lost by 1 run.
I think that was an important wicket too. I think he's got a couple of first-class wickets though, but not many.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, I thought it was less than 10.
What is he bowling here?
Have you never seen? It's brilliant.
Best bowling of 3 for 15.
Fair play. He's in once more, and Smith. Oh, it's a brilliant take from Bairstow. Smith leaves the ball, and Bairstow standing up, and that actually swung a touch. And he had to take it diving away to his left.
You're being way too kind. He's bowling at your pace, and he's almost bowled 5 wides there. That is a horrendous bit of cricket. It should be culled from our memories.
It's a great take. You're not going to take that away from Bairstow. That is a great take.
Yeah, that day I stopped the Harry Brook thunderbolt.
This could be a maiden. But Brook's in. Oh no, he's been clipped away down to fine leg. I thought where Australia had bowled 2 yesterday, I thought Brook might manage 1. End of the over. I'm pretty sure it's going to be drinks. And England have picked up 2 wickets in that first hour. Well, I wait to see. Actually, it might not be drinks. Not seeing the drinks being brought onto the field. It's 2 for 40. We'll have a commentary change. Adam Collins is going to come in to replace me.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our coverage for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins jumping in with Bharat Sundaresan, and Ben Stokes is punking us. That's all I can say. Harry Brook bowling 65 mile an hour, so about 100 clicks in new money, off the wrong foot after Broad's taken 2 in 2. Sure, you do you. Anderson on the way towards us, towards Smith in the short sleeve jumper, working at the deep backward square, gets 1, gives a strike back to Khawaja. Smith has been there for 20 balls, 21 balls make that for his 7. Australia 2 for 41 after losing 2 wickets in 2 balls. If you're just joining our coverage, our first session for Drinkwise, remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, in the 11th over, Broad went bang, bang. Warner chopping on. Ugly. UGLY. And then Labuschagne caught behind from a Stuart Broad outswinger. And a fantastic take from Labuschagne, and from Brett, and I want to talk more about Besto, rather.
Yeah.
This Stuart Broad outswinger. He did rather foreshadow this.
He did.
I had the quote up a moment ago. I'll bring it up again. Broad before the series. I've now lost my notes. Of course I have. Khawaja facing Anderson. 2 catching covers. Plays down the ground. Anderson gets his boot to it. Down towards mid-off. No run. It's designed for Marnus and Smith, Stuart Broad said, of his tweak to his action. Now, that was on the 22nd of April. He said he's developing it, and we all took the mick. In fact, no, we all celebrated Stuart Broad for having the front to say that age 36 he'd invented the outswinger. I mean, he's the best ever at this, isn't he? This particular piece of above-the-shoulder cricket, as Anderson bowls to Khawaja, who can't beat the square of the 2, make that the straighter of the 2 catching covers. No run. And what do you know? First ball to the #1 ranked batter in the world in the Ashes series. He picked him off with an old-fashioned outswinger.
The irony in all this is Stuart Broad has always had an outswinger. It's not that he could never bowl the outswinger. He's taken a lot of wickets with the outswinger. Dismissed many right-handers during his illustrious career. Yeah, that's it. At times, that's all it takes, right? Just put a seed of doubt in the batter's head. And I saw him the other day. He was mixing up his in-swingers and out-swingers to all the English right-handers.
What's going on here? Umpire Erasmus is coming in from square leg.
I think it's a new bat. It turned in his hand on those last shot.
He's asking for something, maybe the scissors to cut something off it. So there'll be a brief delay in play. They might call drinks because of it. I'd be surprised if they didn't. They have, right. So drinks mid-over because they're going to fix up Usman Khawaja's bat. He's advanced from 4 to 22 in the first hour of play. Steve Smith's on 7. There were 2 wickets. Marnus Labuschagne, this most recent of those. He was caught behind for a golden duck. Great snaffle from Bairstow in front of first slip. Broad was the bowler. Bernort and David Warner bowled by Broad again. 15th time in Test cricket. He's picked him up, chopped on, horrible shot. Also for 9. At that stage, Australia were 2 for 29. Now they're 2 for 41 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Back in a moment after the drinks break. Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
As Broad is in, round the wicket. That's
hacked at, bowled. A hack and a bowl, dragged back onto the stumps. David Warner goes, and guess who's got it? It's Stuart Broad. An ugly, hideous shot from Warner. And England, the cock a hoop. Australia 1 for 29. This is it. Right arm over the wicket and edged and gone. Top behind. 2 in 2 for Broad. Labuschagne goes first ball, pushing forward to a ball in the channel. A really great take from Bairstow.
2 in 2. Stuart Broad was on a hat-trick. He's taken 2 Test hat-tricks in the past. Wasn't able to finish the job. Steve Smith with an ostentatious leave down the leg side. I did take a photo of it if you want to look at it on the SEN cricket feeder on my Twitter account as well. If you want to see the way Smith left the hat-trick ball. Broad, upon picking up Labuschagne, went sprinting like he was going to jump the fence and leap into the crowd the way Pat Cash did when winning Wimbledon in 1987. Phil Long's with me. I'm Adam Collins. He's Bharat Sundaresan. Longy, what you got for us?
Yeah, Steve Smith, 7 not out today. Those 7 runs means he goes into 3rd place for Ashes runs scored in England. Top of the list, as always, Don Bradman, 2,674. Then Alan Border, 2005. Steve Smith now 1,000.
Anderson starts the new hour, bowling to Khawaja, pushing into the offside, no run.
634. He's overtaken Steve Waugh this morning.
Can you tell me how many career runs Smith's got now? I've got a feeling we're past Gooch, so we're somewhere between...
Yeah, he needed 53 this morning for 9,000.
That's the one we're looking for later today. 7 Ashes centuries in his last 11 starts. And Khawaja's got a job to do first and foremost, though. He's 22 from 47 and did find a bit of rhythm, but they've arrested that with the 2 catching covers. Anderson towards our city end, bowls to Khawaja around the wicket. And Khawaja places it to the straighter of the 2 catching covers. No run, Baz.
Very impressive captaincy so far from Ben Stokes. Yeah, we can sit and laugh about some of the unexpected moves he pulls off. And don't forget, he was the only English cricketer to ever enter a WWE arena a few years ago. Remember, he was a guest ring announcer or for a live event here in the UK.
So Anderson to complete his interrupted over. Khawaja here, soft hands out to backward point. So Anderson's bowled 6 overs, none for 18. Australia 2 for 41 after 16 overs. They trail by 352. Smith on 7, Khawaja 22, and that's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. It's going to be Ollie Robinson for the first time today. Bowled 2 overs last night, none for 5. We thought a lot about Robinson being the main England weapon. Taller. He's been in beautiful groove for Sussex, and he's played some quite useful Test cricket against Australia a couple of years ago when he was a stifter injury prone. He's overcame that in the last 12 months as well. He'll be a handful here.
He will be, especially in these conditions. And
so Robinson away from us. The angled approach, 3 slips and a leg slip. Bowls to Smith, shuffling across his stumps and pushing to cover, no single.
And Steve Smith has brought the back and across movement back into his game for this series. We saw him do away with it during the home summer when he was facing the quicker South African bowlers. But already Stuart Broad, we spoke about the outswing earlier, Adam. He's got into Steve Smith's mind. He's coming so far across in this innings compared to even last week at the Oval. That Ollie Robinson and the other English fast bowlers would have noticed that.
So Robinson from our broadcast end bowls to Steve Smith. He goes back and defends the ball. It comes just a little bit off the seam towards him, and he has that move across, back and across, which was such a big part of his game, going all the way back to 2013. But at its most extreme, it did become an issue both over here in 2015 and then sort of around that COVID time when he found himself in a rut of runs. England were in Australia 2 years ago. He had a very poor summer.
And to illustrate how far across his stumps he's going, you'll see.
So he's taking guard outside leg stump. At least that's where he's tapping the bat. Now back and across to Robinson, pushing him down the ground to long off where there isn't a fielder, which means Anderson has to scamper across from mid-on. They get through for 2. Smith up to 9. 2 for 43 the score.
So I saw him when they had their first training session at Beckenham in Kent, that his whole focus, as we're seeing now, is to almost mark his guard outside leg stump, start from outside leg stump, where his back toe, big toe, is sort of just kind of touching leg stump. But when he comes across, it ends up on off stump. But so far from what I've seen from Steve Smith today, he's ending up outside off stump.
Yeah, that's where he got his strike. There's 2 references I mentioned before. There's Robinson. Away from us, bowls to Smith again. Hits him high on the bat. Extra bounce. That's what he gets with the height, isn't it? That he can hit the seam and occasionally get them to rear up. Been a little bit more in the surface today than there was yesterday. So I just wanted to loop back around. Smith made it clear to us when we were in Sri Lanka last year, and immediately before that, there was some white ball cricket as well, that he'd kind of gotten it out of his game. He wanted to bat more like the summer of 14-15 against India when he was standing a bit more still at the crease. So he did that, did well at home, but he's gone back to plan A, if you like, for this Ashes series. Really interesting to watch. Robinson in, bowls to Smith, defends from the outside portion of the bat, ends up at point. Crowder interested, no run.
And all it took was him to get caught behind by Josh Hazelwood when they were having centre wicket practice, and that's when he realized, yes, apart from just going back and across, he wanted to start from outside leg stump so that he always ends up on off stump, and he has off stump line covered. His head is in line, so that then he can leave comfortably, and that's exactly what he said as well when he spoke to us after the first day's play at the Oval.
Robinson completes his over to his Sussex teammate, and Smith pushes into the onside. No run. So Smith's on 9, Khawaja 22. 2 for 43 Australia. They trail by an even 350. First session is for drink wise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to drink wise.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumonts. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. And the applause, as we were coming back from the break, is for Moeen Ali, local boy, Birmingham lad, back in the Test side. 195 wickets. Hasn't bowled with a red ball for 21 months. Ben Stokes texted him when Jack Leach was declared injured a couple of weekends ago, said Ashes ? Moeen Ali wrote back and said LOL. And a fortnight later, not even a fortnight later, here he is back at his old home ground at Edgbaston.
He walked past us last evening, didn't he, Adam,
yes,
while we were recording our video for SEN. And looked as relaxed and cool as ever.
He was commentating last year on England's Test summer, next door in the BBC box. Now he's out in the middle. He's got a slip and a short leg to start the Khawaja. Around the wicket, City end, Khawaja down the leg side, appealing his Bairstow, nothing on it. Moeen wasn't appealing, Ashan Raza wasn't moved.
I was suggesting to someone yesterday, maybe his career stats. You know, his first run as a Test career should stop there. This should start as a new career.
Well, I've got some stats for you.
Oh, yes,
that he will.
Rooted slip, Pope at short leg. Moeen bowls, good delivery. Khawaja forward defending.
Yeah, Moeen Ali comes back into this team. Home Ashes, 15 wickets at 47.86 apiece. Across all Ashes tests, he's played in 20 wickets at 64 apiece.
He got monstered in 17-18 in Australia, didn't he? And here in 19, to be fair. Moeen bowls and Khawaja defends. After that 2019 Test match here, Baz, it's when he made himself unavailable for selection, didn't he? He said, that's me done for the time being.
Yeah, and then he went and played for Worcestershire, remember?
Yes, yes. So almost always a T20 player these days. Moeen bowls, Khawaja sweeping top edge, goes down towards fine leg. There'll be runs there, but not a convincing shot. Maybe off the back of the bat. Collected by the sub. They'll get through for a couple. Not sure who's doing the job down there. Hasn't got a number on the shirt. Very unusual for a sub fielder to be on without a number on the shirt in the modern game. 2 for 45, Khawaja up to 24. Might see if we can work out who that is. Yeah. This isn't sort of a Gary Pratt style situation, is it?
It's coming to Gary Pratt.
Moeen. Round the wicket again. Khawaja driving out towards cover. No single. Trying to get the binoculars. Is it a younger fella?
Yeah, it is.
He looks very young. He's got the Marcus Stoinis haircut where he had the sides shaved off a couple of years ago.
Yeah, two of them. I've seen them running drinks out.
Well, the Don Mattingly haircut for Simpsons fans. Moeen Ali to finish, and Khawaja goes back underside of the bat to the bowler. Not far away from sneaking through. Good first over from Moeen, the off spinner. 18 gone Australia. 2 for 45, Smith 9, Khawaja 24. Our session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. We've got Jeremy Coney jumping in for the next half an hour. Bharat Sundaresan with me. I'm Adam Collins. This session we've had 2 wickets, 31 runs at a run rate of 2.21. That's not very rainbow rhythms. That's not very Bazball, Baz.
It's not, but Australia said they're going to play some anti-Bazball. They're going to play Ozball. And, well, it hasn't worked so far. 2 really poor shots from David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne. Jeremy Coney were on air for both of them, but like I was saying in the earlier over, we can get amused by some of the decisions that Ben Stokes makes on the cricket field as captain, but his field settings today have been excellent. The way he got into David Warner's head with that short square point, which he had from last evening.
Robinson starts his second over of the day. To Smith. It's full and driven, but straight to cover where Ben Stokes does the fielding.
And thereby cutting off his escape shot. David Warner so prone to pushing the ball into that gap and running early on to get his rhythm going as a batter. And if anything, Ben Stokes' fielding setups have been anti-Bazball in terms of restricting run flow. Usman Khawaja got a few drives away through the covers of Jimmy Anderson, immediately puts 2 men back there.
Yeah, I quite like that because, in fact, Khawaja is actually not transferring his weight onto the drive. It's coming much later. And so, in fact, it can go in the air. I thought they were sensible decisions.
The leg slip now, Robinson to Smith, who's forward again to cover where Stokes tidies up.
So he was getting the foot there, but the weight wasn't going onto that front foot at all until quite late through the stroke. And so if it is later than the bat will actually beat the weight, and so it will go in the air.
He is a very handsy batter. He always has been, Usman Khawaja, especially off the front foot. So fluent of the back foot, but off the front foot, even when he's driving and looking good, generally the hands that do a lot of the work.
Robinson, nice old school angled approach. Bowls here to Smith across his stumps, defending to mid-on where Stuart Broad fields.
The other thing about Stokes is that he does things that you don't expect. He does things that the opposition don't like necessarily or anticipate. And so you get the declarations, of course. And then you're putting your openers out under pressure for 4 overs. You're getting Harry Brook, where you'd never expect. It's the last bowler that Smith would expect to be facing. Only going to get 1 over. You know, and you think to yourself, well, is Bairstow going to have a bowl shortly on his pads?
Robinson delivers. Smith again into the onside, no single, field long.
Yeah, 8 runs off the last 42 balls.
And Brook contributed to that. I mean, you're right. Originally, my instinct was, well, change of ends.
Yeah, well, that's understandable.
But it wasn't, was it? No. I mean, they used Robinson the following over, who had yet to bowl this morning. It was purely down to, we're going to get in Smith's head here before he said.
Break the rhythm. Break the rhythm, not just of play, but the rhythm of thought. Suddenly get him to think about something he really hasn't planned for.
Robinson away from us, 3 slips and a leg slip. Smith leaves alone, not far away from the off stump. The reason he can do that is he shuffled all the way over. He knows the stumps are out of play, just.
He's going a bit too far across for my liking, Jeremy.
He's just outside on there. Of course, it sometimes will force the bowler to bowl a bit wider. Actually, he's coming into the line of where the bowler wants to bowl, in a sense, bringing the head across. But it takes out sort of shots. You do get, if you do get too far over, you actually end up playing across the ball slightly because your backlift goes outside and comes across, just slightly across the ball.
Sun's out at Birmingham now. Wider of the crease, Robinson. Smith looks to drive, but straight to Stokes again at extra cover. That'll complete a tidy over a maiden. 2 for 45, 19 gone. They trail by 348 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Smith on 9, Khawaja on 24, and our coverage is for the Met Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Our Macca's I'm Loving It moment of the session. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. Was Broad going, bang, bang, taking 2 wickets in 2 balls with the score on 29.
First bang bang of the day for Adam Collins.
Warner chops on and Labuschagne caught behind. Using his feet here, Khawaja to Moeen Ali. Start of his second over, out to cover, no single.
We don't use our statistician only for stats on cricketers, Jeremy Coney. We have Adam calling bang bang count going as well.
That was mostly for you.
It was a good bang bang though, wasn't it?
It was.
We had a bang 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 in indoor, didn't we, with Daniel?
Opener number 3.
Moeen bowls and Khawaja defence. Daniel, there was 3 wickets in 5 or 6 Kuhnemann deliveries at one ridiculous passage of play, and Daniel goes, it's bang, bang, bang. In his imitable style. And Moeen, 2 runs conceded so far. Won't be one here with Khawaja forward, smothering any spin that might be there, although I don't expect as much.
Jeremy, just at the end of that last over, we were quite amused with Steve Smith getting really frustrated with himself.
Yes, swiping at the imaginary butterfly.
Moeen bowls, Khawaja using his feet and finds the gap. That's a really good cricket shot. Getting to the pitch of the ball, hitting with the spin and reaching the rope. Khawaja up to 28. Australia 2 for 49. That's positive use of the feet, Jeremy Coney.
It is. It's the way to play to spin too, isn't it? You either get very close to the pitch of the ball, which is what Khawaja does there, and he goes leg side of it to open up the offside there. He's trying to beat the man who's saving a run at cover, and obviously to the right of Ben Stokes there at mid-off. So, and he pierces that arc beautifully.
His 4th 4 of the morning.
feature of his batting against spin in the last 18 months.
Moeen bowls and Khawaja using his feet again. Just checks the drive straight to Stokes at cover on this occasion.
It's interesting. Is he going to looking for a shot off the back foot? Is he going to say to Moeen Ali, you'll have to drop a bit shorter than that, otherwise I'm coming down to drive you, and then he might get a little offering that's too short.
Moeen to Khawaja, who stays at home to defend this time, and that'll be the end of Moeen's second over. Just a boundary coming from it. 2 for 49 Australia. They trail by 344. Smith 9, Khawaja 28. And this session has been brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
Here for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Robinson continues. Bowls to Smith, shimmying in the crease as he's doing to every Robinson ball. Eventually on the front foot pushing to cover. I'm just intrigued by this, that Smith's made this big call last year to kind of put the back and across away. Kind of worked, right?
It did.
Made the 100 at Gaul, which we were all there for. Made the 100 at double 100 at Perth.
Yeah.
I mean, albeit against a weak
yeah.
Windies. That's quite right. Double 100 and 100 in the same test match against the Windies. Had a serviceable Australian summer. Didn't go quite so well in India, but in conditions that were suiting nobody. Robinson up and bowls, and Smith goes across and pushes from the off-stump line to James Anderson at mid-wicket, no run. And over here in England, where he's enjoyed so much success, where he's been so dominant, he's going, I'm going to go back to a former plan. It probably reflects just how adaptable his game is.
I think more than anything, that's what it is. He's always been known as the biggest problem solver in world cricket, and that's why he averages so high. And this has worked for him. I think it's the slowness of the pitches here, and the fact that you want to play really late, and the fact that you want to know where your off stump is.
Robinson delivers and Smith defends to broad at mid-on.
Yeah, that seems to make sense to me. As long as he plays very straight with the ball that's on the stumps. If he starts, I mean, he's got a terrific eye, hasn't he? And he works onside extremely well, because that's going to be the thing. If you shimmy across your stumps laterally and get to off stump, then the bowler's going to really have a go at those pads, isn't he? That's the first thing you'd think of. That's a target. And so if you can't play with the full face of the bat there, or wait for it and then turn it into the onside safely, you're running the risk of getting out LBW a great deal.
Played his first test match in England in 2010. Knows these conditions back to front. He's facing Robinson here. Short ball, first from him of the morning, and Smith helps it down to fine leg for one. Just eased it, didn't really hook at it. Smith in a double figures from his 37th delivery. Australia reached 50 in the 21st over. When did England reach 50 yesterday, Longy?
50 minutes.
It won't take him long. Scrolling through his linear sheets behind me here. Under the pump now, Longy.
11th over.
11th over, thank you. So double speed. Sort of.
I think we're going to see that, aren't we? I mean, there is a, that having lost 2 wickets early today, the ball's moved a lot more. And a wee bit of sun starting to appear now, actually.
Robinson to Khawaja for the first time. Across him here, over the wicket, leaves alone into the glove. So again, back to that plan we spoke of earlier. Over the wicket for the seamers to Khawaja.
Yeah. And Khawaja again, the footwork, for me, he's really having to work hard today to get those feet moving. So the hands are going, but the feet aren't going with it.
And it's an issue that has dogged him before in England. And that's why he has that poor record here. Is you can't be playing with your hands in these conditions, can you, Jeremy?
No. Not without getting edges, inside edges, outside edges.
Robertson looking for one of those right now. He pulls away, though, too short. Gets all of it. Thumps it out towards the mid-wicket rope. That's the best time shot from him today. Finishes Robertson's 5th over. He's got none for 12. Khawaja up to 32 with his 6th boundary. Australia 2 for 54. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13 Imar today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Our delivery of the day was broad to Labuschagne. First ball outswinger. He's invented the outswinger. That's for Macca's order via Mick delivery on the My Macca's app. And we were wondering who the subfielder was. It's George Garrett is his name, a 23-year-old who's played a handful of games here for Warwickshire, first-class cricket. Handful of white ball games as well. What a great thrill for a young player getting to subfield. There's a rich tradition of young players getting a chance to do it early in their career before actually representing their country. Moeen starts his third over, bowling to Smith for the first time. He monstered him on this ground in 2019, defending out to mid-wicket, no run.
Isn't that like a clip of very young David Warner, I remember, from 2006, 2007?
Warner, Labuschagne, Theo Geropoulos.
Oh, yes. Oh.
G'day, Theo. Bowling here is Moeen. Tucking around the corner is Smith for one, maybe two. No, Broad cuts it off. 2 for 55 the score. Smith to 11. Theo was on the ground, dropped a catch and took a catch. And he was identified as the nameplate as Marcus Stoinis.
Yeah, that's right. Marnus Labuschagne, in contrast, took that outstanding catch at short leg.
Yeah.
I remember the Gabba against India in 2014. But yeah, Theo has never been allowed to downplay the drop catch.
Khawaja's 32. Moeen to him here, defending out to cover again, no run.
Claim him to be our own in South Australia these days.
Theo, absolutely. He tends to listen.
He does.
I hope you're there, Theo, somewhere. Hope you're going well. Channel 7 newsbreaker these days in Adelaide. Moeen bowls, and going back is Khawaja, deeper in the crease. Gets it past Pope at short leg, but not past Crawley. Running around from mid-wicket, no run.
He just looks so much more comfortable playing spin these days, right, Jeremy? But he's not faced the moving ball in the last 18 months, if you think about it.
Moeen passes umpire Raza, wider of the crease. Khawaja using his feet and clearing mid-off. It was no sure thing when contact was made, because he didn't quite middle it, I don't fancy. We'll see it again for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, but it skips away for 4 after going over the head of the captain. 2 for 59. So the third time we've seen Khawaja use his feet to Moeen, trying to transfer pressure onto him straight away, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, he's deliberately gone up and over there. Stokes was a bit disappointed at mid-off. He's quite at a deep-ish mid-off and sort of opened up his hands expressively at the result. But I think that was pretty clear of him.
It's a little bit low on the bat.
Yes, it did.
But
and that's why it didn't get quite the height he would have liked.
So Khawaja's 36. Moeen bowls to him here. Deeper in the crease, it nearly sneaks through. Great response from the spinner. That's the quicker one, 95 kilometres an hour. Good contest between the pair. Khawaja 36, Smith on 11. Australia 2 for 59. They trail by 3:34 on the Beaumont Tyre scoreboard.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney. And very shortly, Damien Fleming as Ollie Robinson is in. The right-handed Smith, 3 slips. They're in, and there's a lovely straight drive. Not with perfect timing. It's running away towards the boundary. Broad's hat falls off, and he manages to scoop the ball back just inside the boundary sponge. They get back for 3. When the Stuart Broad runs after a ball, the average number of steps it takes for his sun hat to fall off, we've calculated, is 7.83, according to Andy Zoltzman, the scorer of the BBC.
It was a fairly determined run too, wasn't it? He was after that ball. He was going to hunt it down, and he got there too.
Saved a run.
Good stroke as well.
Lovely straight bat he's got. 62 for 2, or 2 for 62, if you prefer. Khawaja, who's been there all morning, played and missed a couple of times. 2 slips in place, and Robinson will continue over the wicket. That's the preferred line of attack to Khawaja. leaves alone a ball that dies on Bairstow, goes through low. Damien, for the first time today. Lovely to have you on board.
Morning, boys, listeners. Intriguing session, isn't it? What we love about Test match cricket, day by day it can change, session by session, overcast conditions. Two of the greatest fast bowlers of all time, multi-skilled, got the ball up and just posed plenty of questions.
Even on a flat deck. And it is that change of conditions as Robinson is in, among many other things, has defended the onside that we love about Test cricket. It must be preserved because it has so much complexity.
And also the trending deliveries, the wobbled seam, okay, which does need, it helps if there's a bit of pace and a bit of movement in there. But swing bowling has been around for well over 100 years. And in some ways, when it's right, it takes the pitch out of the equation. And the later you can swing it, it's a profitable ball, particularly top order batsmen.
Robinson in. Khawaja defends with both feet pointing down the ground. Well, there's no run. You've only got to think of Wasi Makram, Waka Yunis, Imran Khan,
Terry Alderman.
Well, I was thinking of Pakistanis particularly because their pitches offer nothing. And so, I mean, that's kind of why, do you think?
Well, I think
they create these swing bowlers.
Yeah, but I think they were more gifted with reverse swing.
Yeah, well, that's the next thing to talk. We didn't mention
besides
that. Besides
Wasi Makram, I felt like the other guys were more lethal with the older ball, because when it's reverse swing, it's almost like a tape tennis ball.
Right.
It just swings.
Yeah. Robinson in. Again defended by Khawaja solidly up to broad at mid-off. There's no run.
And ball speed's important with reverse swing as well. But traditional swing, yeah, a lot of factors have got to be right. You know, the uncontrollable like the weather conditions, the controllable like the length you bowl, the line you bowl, the way it comes out of your hand, and maximising the backspin on the back of the ball, getting more revolutions on the ball. A lot of those factors at play. You know, Australia don't have a bowling attack that would have maximised the swing conditions in that first hour.
Robinson to complete the over into Khawaja, who gets slightly turned around as he pushes the ball into the offside. It's filled in the covers, end of the over. Just a 3 from it. Australia 2 for 62.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
And Test cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
I mean, a couple of things about swing too. The first thing is when it lands, it continues as if it has seamed. It keeps going that way if you're bowling an outswinger.
Moeen starts a new over. Forward comes Smith in defence, back to the bowler. No
you
run.
mentioned late swing. Now, that's really what I would like to know about, because if you can do that, you're really in the game.
Definitely, definitely.
Moeen in once more, just 2 or 3 paces, and Smith defends into the onside once more. There's no run.
Perhaps we'll do it when Robbo's on, because I've got a feeling it's quite a discussion, this
quite
one.
Tricky. Well, I suppose.
But it's important.
Yeah, I mean, you could just keep chatting and I could just go dot, run. Smith back into his crease, tucks the ball to short square leg. Broad fields, no
I don't think you're going to be commentating the Gadding delivery with Moeen.
I don't think I am.
Think there's going to be a lot of turn.
Although a beach ball has just been retrieved, so there is some excitement going on. Not
that
just
swung a bit too, just late.
Well, he did. Smith. Oh, guess what? That does turn. Is it off the back foot up to mid off? No run.
Sorry, that did actually turn.
Mo was offended.
He was.
Yeah.
Well, he'll try to give it a rip. He'll get through his overs a bit quickly as well. He's into Smith, and Smith chops away at a ball into the offside. It's brilliantly fielded. And the covers by Lurch Crawley, who lurches indeed to his left. He just reminds me of the butler in the Addams family.
He's very tall for a batsman, isn't he?
Last ball of the over.
Whose cousin it then?
Moeen did. This is clipped away to the onside. It won't be a maiden. We don't like maidens in this game. It's gone out towards deep mid-wicket. End of the over. Just the 1 run from it. Australia 2 for 63.
Bounce, dribble, spin,
putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe, and here is to the first sighting this Test match summer in England of the England captain, Ben Stokes. He's going to bowl. I wondered what he was doing when he put Harry Brook on and the clouds were there.
Could be left arm.
Could be left arm. Well, I thought that might be the time he might have bowled, but he's on now, Damien.
I think that first ball, Brook bowl, I reckon the cricket ball yawned. It was that slow, wasn't it? He could have ran down. He almost hit himself in the follow-through. It was that slow.
I genuinely thought I could play Test cricket when I saw that ball. Wow. Right, here's Stokes. Here we go. His first ball of the Test, first ball of the Ashes. He's in to Smith, who covers up in defence to a ball that zeroes in on middle and off.
Now, here's a man who can swing a ball, and I'd rather see him doing this than bowling short.
Yeah, we're on the same page here, Jeremy. He is a gifted swing bowler, bowls it both ways. And for me, I'd love to see his percentage of quality batsman that he gets out. You know, he's not a big, five for man, but he gets one or two big wickets, gets himself out of the attack. But he should have had the ball in the overcast conditions.
He's in under bright sunshine. It's to Smith, who drives at a wider ball, pushes into the covers. It's messily fielded, but there'd be no run. Bharat, Sundaresan, the net whisperer, tells me he saw him and took some video footage of him bowling 5 overs to Pope and Duckett, and he was getting it to swing a bit. Phil.
Yeah, the first ball's a no ball.
Of course it was. He does bowl no balls, Stokes.
But the thing is, too, can be the negative of he's a batting all-rounder, but one that bowls as captain, sometimes someone's got to tap you on the shoulder and say, you've got to bowl here.
He's into Smith. That's very full, and he's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Just keeping an eye on his knee, and he will grimace. I mean, one thing you can be sure of is that he won't go through a pain-free session of bowling, but
it might get better the
warms the more he does. Yeah.
The other thing to watch out, 3 innies. But let's see when he bowls that first outswinger.
Now having a look at the ball. I don't like the ball. Is it going through the one? Well, it's got to go through one hoop, and it's got to not go through another hoop.
And the question
we don't know which hoop it is
how long will the spells be? If it's not quite right, he'll probably tend to bowl longer spells and less spells. Pretty hard to come back after you stop bowling.
But he's bowling with 20 minutes to go to lunch, so he's not going to get more than 2 or 3 overs in here, and they have decided that the ball has gone wonky. So out comes the box of balls, out comes the umpires, who have to turn their key, Moira, turn their key at the same time, like the nuclear codes, to open the box.
And we've seen it before, boys, though. Sometimes the change of ball just starts swinging.
Yeah, well, we saw that at this very
ground. Talking about James Pattinson.
Yeah,
he's retired now, Pato. He's gone back to play Aussie rules for his junior footy team and playing sub-district cricket. I mean, he's only 31, 32, Pato.
Had some injuries.
Horrific run with stress fractures.
What a bowler.
But he had the boy, they liked him, enforcer.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins and that, smiling a bit. I mean, it's hostile, but Pato was the guy who was in their face, not a big sledger, but in their face. And so they loved him in the team, but unfortunately, with the back injuries, he couldn't have a sustained run. And he was a good batsman too.
Aussie no rules football, playing that with a dodgy bat.
And he's from a Dubden area. If you don't have tats, you don't get a game.
Right.
You do not get a game. So it's rough and tough too, and Pato's up for it.
I bet. He struck me as the man who would be. Well, balls have been provided and balls have been removed, and we're almost ready to get going. We were trying to talk about late swing earlier. We might even get the opportunity to do so. What's the method for late swing?
Well, Jeremy, you played so much Test cricket. The later you don't want to give any cues to the batsman. All right, so straight out of the arm. Okay, it's going to go that way. Slower balls, where you slow your arm speed down. Slower ball. You want to be very subtle with your cues.
Well, sometimes you can see the shiny side. if you're really looking closely as a batsman.
Stokes, the first ball with this changed ball, is into Smith. Lovely ball in the channel, and that one did just hold its line and go through low to best.
So he'll predominantly bowl in, but he's got this great ability to be able to swing the ball both ways. So an in-swinger to Khawaja, it will be a major weapon, away, and then in. But for me, if I felt like the ball was swinging a little bit too early, I just started to change the angle of my wrist and the angle of the seam. So if I had it angled to second slip, I might just change the angle to first slip. And same with my wrist angle.
Stokes into Smith, who works a ball off middle and off down towards the backward square or long leg where Moeen Ali fields, and they amble through for an easy single, bring the left-hander on to strike. Interesting to see the field as the ball was just underarmed to Bairstow so badly that he was forced to dive to catch it.
Yeah, you got to look after Johnny. And another one that sort of worked.
And it worked, the changing of angles and so on of wrists.
You're always subtly changing. Yeah, like I used to use the wicketkeeper as a bit of a guide on whether I was swinging it too early, and also with my follow through if I wasn't getting through the crease.
2 slips and a catching cover in place for Khawaja. Stokes is into him. He lets that go. There's a bit of pace in that. I'd like to see the speed gun. That actually carried through nicely to Bairstow. Only 81 miles an hour.
And particularly for the ball that goes into either batsman, you want a little bit more extra pace on that. Do you know what I mean? So you're training him with the one that goes across, and then the one that goes in is quicker.
So
but I'd get Gilchrist or Ian Healy to say, get down to me, Flem. And that'd be like, I've got to push off the back leg with a stronger front arm.
Stokes in. Last ball of the over into Khawaja, who defends solidly up to Broad. Mid-off ends a decent over from Stokes. His first of the match, first of the summer. And Australia at the end of it, a 2 for 65.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. Moeen Ali will start a new over from the Birmingham end. It's a very imaginatively named end. It's because Birmingham is beyond it. That's the reason.
Someone spent
a lot of time
at the council all night.
Moeen Ali in, defending from the creases.
How long did
back
that
to the bowler, no run. Well, it
take to come into effect? It was a few decades.
City end. It was a City end for many, many years. Yeah. But the Brummies said, they thought, well, you don't know which city it is, do you? Unless you say Birmingham. So when Moeen is in, this is clipped away to short mid wicket.
It's a Ringo Starr.
It can get a bit starry from the old Brummie accent if you're not careful.
So I like it. Initiative. Good on him.
Moeen in, forward comes Smith, pushes it to the offside. Fielded at short cover. There's no run. A little wider that time. We've seen a bit of turn from Moeen Ali. Not dramatic or too sharp, but there's been some.
That's certainly sent it to the critics saying that he wasn't spinning the ball.
He's in as flatter and is played from the crease by Smith into the onside. There's no run again. It's been a sedate old pace this morning. Just 51 runs have been scored in 21.4 overs. The over rate again, disappointingly poor. As Moeen is in, and that's on the leg stump and flicked away and pounced on like an eager leopard by Broad, as if he saw maybe a scuttling chicken.
How many steps was that for the floppy? That only looked like 2.5.
Well, but he wasn't really chasing then. It's a straight line chase. You see, if he does an actual dive, that's an altogether different stat for the floppy to come off. So Moeen's in, and this turns gently into Smith's bat to complete a maiden. It took Nathan Lyon 20-odd overs. Moeen's there already. End of the over, 2 for 65.
Come a little closer. We need to have a heart-to-heart. Did you know Australian-made Healthy Care coenzyme Q10 helps sustain the CoQ10 levels in the body, which maintains cardiovascular health and enhances energy levels? Find Healthy Care CoQ10 150mg for $34.99 and Ultra Strength CoQ10 300mg for $33.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Stokes starts up again, 2 slips in to Khawaja. Khawaja's wrapped on the pad. Brisk ball that did shape a little bit back into him. It started
and
too
quicker,
leg-sided.
as we've been talking about, though. That's the big one. Just a little bit more shoulder, maybe more push off your back foot. Just subtle. If anything, he'll probably want to just bowl a fraction fuller. But he has to build it up again now. Push across, push
You've
across.
had your half chance.
Nice
started over again. Oh no, he's
No,
good.
he's a natural swing bowler.
He leans, if any, he gives the impression of leaning over to the offside, or for a right-hand offside anyway. So,
Stokes in. Khawaja lets this one go by outside the off stump. A little tempting, wasn't too far outside off.
And that was the other thing with late swing, Jeremy, too. For me, if it felt like it was going a little bit from the hand, just running in and bowling a bit wider.
Well,
to right-hand batsmen, and so they're going, oh, that's going to come in, but it's not. It swings away a little bit later.
Or if you're swinging it too much, you can go right a little bit wider, and then it'll straighten up, and you still bring the LB into play.
Stokes runs in. Still those 2 slips there. Khawaja waits and then defends a ball that again just has a hint of shape back into him.
It's too short.
It back to the bowler. Yep. Quite getting it up there yet, but
because he's got protection in the field. You know, with the catcher on the offside, even if it gets whipped in the air, the mid wicket's virtually a catcher as well. Let's get it up.
No ball now.
He doesn't want
I'm going to ask Phil Long to take a little look at this, because was it last year? I think he may have taken, well, he didn't take the wickets obviously off no balls. Thought he'd take the wickets off no balls. Done it a few times, I think, Stokes. He's into Khawaja, who plays late to the ball outside the off stump and guides it to Anderson in the point region. There's no run. And I think it's moderately unforgivable. Is it? Do you think that practicing is part of the problem? People.
No, it has been for
they practice
100 years.
Yeah, but why don't
well, you're actually practicing to bowl a no ball, aren't you?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Yeah, I think they're better these days, and it's only getting showed up because the third umpire's calling them. You think in the heyday how many were not called?
Here's Stokes once again. Khawaja flicks this away off his pads down towards long leg, where Moeen Ali will do the fielding. They'll come through for a single. 2 for 67. And Khawaja has advanced to 37. Smith has 16 from 57 balls. He's not got after any of the England bowlers so far today, but he came in on a hat-trick when 2 went in 2 balls broad, first getting David Warner out to one of the ugliest shots you will ever see. And then Marnus Labuschagne just hung his bat out to dry to his first ball. Really good catch by Bairstow, diving to his right. Since then, Australia rebuilding. Stokes into Smith, who defends the ball from the crease, shuffling across the stumps out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Sometimes umpires, we're talking about no balls, will actually go along and stand and umpire at practice.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And call them.
Should they stand side on to do that rather than front on? Because I mean the no balls are all being called by side on camera, aren't they?
I think the batsman had run into him though, wouldn't he?
Well, in the nets, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
The ump would be run out.
Stokes in.
Oh, big appeal. That looks really close. He loves this. But the bad finger's gone up. Oh, now is Smith out? He is going to go for a review. He's gone for it almost immediately. It didn't get up very much. He does move across his stumps. It took a long time for Murray Erasmus to give that. Smith can't believe he's been given out. He seldom can. And this is a massive moment in this Test match. Smith.
Geez, he took a long time to give that.
Let's take a look. Beautiful seam position. The ball straightens ever so slightly. Is it too high? It's hit the top of the pad, but both feet are pointing down.
It's given out.
Is this clipping the top of middle? How far back is he? Our DRS reviews with IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate call 1-3 IMAR. We're having a look. Ultra Edge is a flat line. He's caught on the crease. It's the flap of the pad caught on the crease. It's hitting in line. It's out. It's hitting. Smith is out. He has not made 100. He will not make twin hundreds. And England are delighted. They have got rid of the latter-day Bradman. He's walking off disconsolate. He can't believe it. He's reviewed it, but he's gone.
And England's fans, this is the moment of the day for them. They have gone berserk. They came here probably expecting to watch Smith bat for the entirety of the day, pretty much. And instead, England's captain has got his man. It turns out he was plumb. Australia 3 for 67.
And I still think Ben Stokes should have bowled earlier, but once again, the skipper's got it. He's swung the ball both ways. He's tested both of the Australian batsmen. And another top-order wicket. This is what Ben Stokes does. So I think it was a little bit short, but it was swinging. And I think that's what done Stephen Smith. Just that late movement, squared him up, missed the ball. Massive wicket for this test match.
And the head slightly to the offside because of that shuffling across, not quite in line with the ball, and so he's actually also closed, just a half close, let's be fair, of the bat, so he hasn't presented the full face to the bat, and he's missed it as it's gone through it. It was short enough, I got the feeling that I'm surprised he did miss it, but it might be because of what you say.
Just a bit of movement, and well umpired too. Yeah, we talked about how long, but he's obviously gone through all the process in his mind, so good decision.
A couple of things we've got to say on that is that we've learned a bit here. Smith, because he plays on the crease, if it hits him on the pad flap, that doesn't mean it's going over. That ball, slightly more than half of it was inside the stump. It wasn't an umpire's review. That was it wasn't an umpire's call. That was out. It was out hitting. So Australia have lost a review, and it maybe tells us the pitch isn't quite as bouncy as other pitches. On other occasions, Smith might get away with that.
We've been saying it's skiddy, haven't we, right from the start?
But England have got the prized wicket of Steve Smith. And we've only got 6 minutes to go before lunch. Moeen Ali's going to start a new over. It's the left-handed Khawaja, who's been there all morning. He tucks his first ball away to backward square leg Robinson Fields, but it'll bring Travis Head onto strike, the left-hander who is in outstanding form. He was mystifyingly and bafflingly dropped from Australia's side against India to make room for Matt Renshaw, of all people. But then he got back into the side and, well, he's just been in sparkling form. He's hit 6 Test hundreds. The average is 47 plus. But he's come in with his side in genuine bother here at 3 for 68 just before lunch. After England declared on 393, they could not be more delighted with their morning. As Moeen is in to Head. Head, pops this one out into the offside. Great timing. Flying out to short extra cover, but there's no run.
This is an interesting, setup, isn't it, really, for Head to the off-spinner. Not a great player of off-spin. He's a dangerous player, and the other thing is they don't think they'll be able to go short and attack him short either, as the Indians did.
Slip in place, but 3 other catches as Head just tucks this to short leg. A sprawling stop by Pope. So we've got a straightish cover catching. We've got a slightly wider cover catching, forward short leg and a slip. Those are the 4 catches in for Head. Moeen Ali is in, and Head sweeps of this firmly and gets it down to the boundary for 4. Wonderful shot. He's going to show attacking intent, whether it's before lunch or not. Probably the most Bazball-y of the Australian batters, you might argue. Terrific strike rate.
Just does it naturally. I think he's got a higher strike rate than just about everyone besides Brooke in this team. Yeah. Ugly time to come in.
It's horrible.
But good confidence.
Moeen into him. And he works the ball, full ball, up towards mid-on. There's no run. Khawaja on 38 from 80. He's looked pretty solid today. As Moeen comes in to complete the over. 28th of the innings. And Head defends, ball squirts off inside edge. It rolls to short square leg. It's the end of the over. Australia 3 for 72.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. It's the last over
of the morning session coming up. We'll have 25 overs in this session. In that case, 58 runs have so far been scored, but England have taken those 3 precious wickets. They got rid of David Warner to a horrible hack, but then the 2 big ones. Marnus Labuschagne for a first ball duck. Steve Smith for a skinny 16. Can you believe it? The Stokes is in. Full toss is driven back to him by Khawaja. There's no run.
I think we'll see a bounce of this over. There you go.
Good prediction. Phil Long, I need to ask you about Steve Smith and his recent record and the number of test matches he scored over 80 in England. And so I'm just warming you up for that because he's only got 16, which is staggering. A Steve Smith 16 in the first innings of a test match in England must be a while since
and boundaryless as well.
Cheaply. Oh, when was the last time? Stokes into Khawaja, who thinks about cutting a ball outside the off stump and wisely thinks against it. Goes through to the keeper, no run. He has been steadfast throughout this session, Khawaja.
Unfazed, isn't he? He's got better. His foot movement early on was very much caught on the crease, getting squared up. He's a very laconic player. He must be good to bat with. Do you know what I mean? He's a very calming influence.
2 slips still in place. Deep backward point. Stokes is in. And Khawaja thinks about playing at 1 in the channel and then thinks better of it. Through to the keeper.
What a different a day is. I saw on Cricket Viz yesterday, they said the average lateral movement in the first session of 0.89 is the lowest recorded since records have been taken in 2006.
Wow.
Yesterday, lowest ever.
Wow.
And I have asked the question, what is it today? Because it'll be significant.
Yeah. Slightly different atmospherics for sure. And Stokes is into Khawaja, who lets another one go by. He's not asking many questions here, Stokes. So you've got 2 balls left to have your bouncer. I'm going to predict the attempted innie back in.
Oh, it's either he's going to have to bowl at least one of them, a bouncer, or I'd bounce now and then go in because he's pushed him across.
It'll be more at head, I think, rather than Khawaja.
Yeah, but he's almost
wants to get
compulsive, Usman.
But
I'm thinking more he'll take it on, but he's bringing them in. So I would bowl it.
Yep.
Because you said, well, I'm bringing him in. I'll pitch up here.
Let's see if Nostra Fleming is right.
Yeah. It's either the bouncer or the innie.
Here's Stokes. He's in. Oh, that is the idiot. Well left, actually, because it was quite close to the off stump. Just outside off stump. And it did shape ever so slightly back in. But Khawaja, who's batted really well today, knew to leave it.
Still swinging, isn't it?
Yeah.
The ball.
Yep.
Travis Head will be relieved. He's survived till lunch, barring a run out. There's only 1 ball to go, and the clock has ticked over to 1 o'clock local time here in England. So this will be the last ball of another pulsating session. Stokes runs in to the left-handed Khawaja, and Khawaja drives at a ball slightly wide. He's going to get a run or 2 for it as Broad again does the dive, but the hat's fallen off in the dive once more. And they think of a third. It's not there. So Khawaja will go to lunch on 40. Travis Head on 4. Australia 3 for 74 in a session that very much belongs to England. Yesterday, they amassed 124 for 3 in the morning session. Australia this morning have scored 60 for 3. And that tells you that the conditions are that much harder today. The pitch itself isn't providing the bowlers with a great deal of encouragement. But through the air, it's just doing a bit. And Moeen Ali's held his own. 6 overs, none for 17. He'll be delighted with that. But the wickets, 2 for Broad and 1 for Stokes, have made this, Damien Fleming and Jeremy Coney, very much England's morning.
Yeah, there's still an over to go.
How come?
Well, because the bowler's about to bowl.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. Have they decided that lunch is at 5 past?
And if we have a very good over here, you know, maybe it's an Aussie session.
No.
Wow. There's still
103 off this over.
Why is lunch at
6
5
fours.
past 1?
6
So they
fours.
started 5 minutes late. Moeen starts. What might be the last? I give up now. I don't know. It might be the last ball before lunch. He's defended the offside. I've given it all that. You could have stopped me at some point.
Well, if we all stop, has the over taken place?
No.
Moeen is into Head. He has got these balls to face, and he's driving in the air, but past a diving cover out towards the boundary for 4. It's a flashing shot. Brooke nearly got a hand on it.
That's a gutsy shot, isn't it?
It's not a big gap between those
No.
two catches. But he said, I reckon I can get it through. Between Brook and Duckett, is it? I can't see who that
I'll tell you something.
It was a half
I think
volley.
there's going to be another over after this because Moeen's bowling it. It'll be 1:05. So,
Maybe Australia's session.
Moeen in. Head. Defends a ball that spins past his outside edge. I think we've seen a bit of turn there. It's taken by Bairstow.
Beautifully bowled.
Did it nearly bowl him?
We're taking a look here on the replay screen. Oh, yeah.
That's a cracker.
Encouragement for Moeen. He's in again. And he's beaten again. On the outside edge. A tentative push forward. Oh, these are nervous moments for Travis Head just before lunch. Nervous moments for Australia. The crowd are really getting into it here. 2 in 2 have gone past the outside edge. That was really close. Moeen in once more. Goes back into 3. Big appeal for LBW. Knocked out. Going down the leg side. It's all happening.
When's lunch? Can we go to lunch?
No, we can't. There's 1 ball to go in this over. There's still 2 minutes to go, a minute and a half to go. That's definitely going well down the leg side. That ball didn't straighten. Last ball of Moeen's over. He's into Head. And Head is wrapped on the pad again. The ball going down the leg side. End of the over. There'll be 1 more before lunch. Australia 3 for 78.
G'day, Simon O'Donnell here. I dare you to name a rivalry in sport greater than the Ashes anywhere in the world. That's why I'm counting down till the great rivalry resumes with the Road to the Ashes, a new SEN podcast. I'll be joined by Steve Harmison. We'll bring you all the news, previews and interviews in England and Australia. Prepare to battle for the most coveted urn in Test cricket.
Road to the Ashes for Australian made. Support Aussie-made products. Listen via the SEN app.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McAfee, and here's the 30 years more of Bazball, because having taken a wicket, we've got rid of the tricky Smith. What does Joe Root decide he wants to do? Joe Root, what does Stokes decide he wants to do? He wants to bring on Joe Root. Of course he does. We've seen Harry Brook bowl, as we're bound to have to see Joe Root bowl. Is this the sixth bowler that's been, or 7th?
I reckon we'll see Bairstow today.
With pads.
He's going to bowl.
I'd love to
see
see
in
pads. In pads.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
7th bowler used today. Root is in to Khawaja. This will be the last over before lunch, I promise you. And the first ball's defended to short extra cover. I say I promise you.
Sure.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll, if you're going to lunch, we are as well.
Yeah, we'll just walk off. Yeah. Root in's got a forward short leg and a slip. That's wide of the off stump, left alone. There's no run. I mean, does this make sense? He's just bowled 4 overs. He's sort of warming up. It felt like the right thing to bowl another one, but
yeah, and it's still swinging for Stokes.
Yeah. Root in. Good for the over rate, of course. That's looped up. It just beats the outside edge of a groping Khawaja's bat. Just sort of placed the bat outside the off stump with very little movement.
Arm ball, yeah.
It was.
It was an swinger. Well bowled, Joe.
Oh, if you get an edge to that, you'll be
No, I think he's going for the bold LBW there.
He's in again, and that's another one floated outside the off stump into the gloves of Bairstow.
He likes a bowl, Joe, doesn't he?
He loves a bowl. He loves a bowl. He's not an inconsiderable wicket taker, you know.
He's
got
fine.
50 odd.
54.
Yeah.
54, rare feat to have 11,000 runs and 50 plus wickets. Callis is one. I think that's it. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. I think he might be the only man other than Jacques Callis to have achieved that feat.
Okay.
It's not a double you normally keep in your head, 11,000 runs and 50 wickets, but he's done it.
Sounds good on intro if you had a function.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen. Right, we've got a leg slip brought in for the last ball before lunch. Here we go. Last ball of the session. Roots in. Khawaja pushes forward in tentative defence. It's picked up by Harry Brook. And the players, yes, they're doing it. They're doing it. They're walking off the field. It is definitely lunch. And Australia are 3 for 78. Travis Head has 8. Usman Khawaja has 40. 27 overs have been bowled. 64 runs have been scored for the loss of those 3 crucial wickets. They were 2 in 2 from Stuart Broad when he got Warner out to an indescribable indescribably foul hack that he will be furious with, dragging the ball back onto his stumps. And then Marnus Labuschagne, there was a lot of theatre. He'd waited, he'd moved the people around. There was a policeman had to get out of the way. There was a 5 minutes worth of build-up, and then he just hung his bat out to dry. A brilliant diving catch from Bairstow. And after that, all looked plainish sailing until England Stokes brought Stokes on to bowl. And he picked up the wicket of Steve Smith. LBW for 16, 70 runs below his first innings average, if you like. And England will be delighted as they walk off those 3 key wickets. They're in a strong position. Australia still 315 in arrears. Damien Fleming, Jeremy Coney. I can now finally ask you about the first session and how would you sum it up?
Thanks, it's been a while. It's been 10 minutes in the making.
Yes.
I haven't got a lot.
I had actually prepared it, but now I've forgotten it.
Just the beauty of Test match cricket. We had a little bit of rain early on with the late start, the delayed lunch.
Yes.
Which produced good swinging conditions, and England 2 masters at work, Anderson and Stuart Broad, and they maximised the conditions. A couple of poor shots from Warner and Labuschagne. And Stokes, I've been harping onto it. He needs to grab the ball more in those type of conditions, because even now late he's swinging the ball both ways, knocks over Stephen Smith, and as you said, if there's one member of that Australian team they want to fail the English, it is Stephen Smith. So this is nicely set up now for England. Deep tail-ending batting for Australia, a long tail. So 2 more wickets, they're pretty much into it, the English. So another session win for England.
It just shows you the value of conditions changing, doesn't it? Really, from yesterday, where the bowlers struggled to get any movement whatsoever. We had the Crick Viz kind of comment confirming that just a moment or 2 ago. Today, there has been, I wouldn't say it's considerable movement, but it's enough. It's enough. And poor old Warner's shot gets worse every time you describe it, Daniel. I thought actually the positioning of a short cover helped the bowler just a little bit, because that is his get out, just a little single just straight up there, and suddenly that was cut off, and therefore he started to look a little bit wider. He hadn't had the bat on the ball, and he likes to do that and keep moving. So, it was a goodish delivery. It wasn't an outstanding one. A poor shot contributed to it, and a loose one really from Marnus Labuschagne as well, first ball. The foot not getting out alongside, so the bat ended out well in front of the pad. So he got an edge. Good catch from Bairstow to his right, diving low. I don't think it would have reached the first slip, actually. And then, of course, the vital wicket of Smith. So, yeah, England's session deserved it. Interesting changes of field. Yeah, well, let's see what happens.
Phil Long, what have you got for us, our resident Stato?
Let's give you the numbers of that session. It ran from 11:05 to 13:05.
Thank you.
64 runs, 3 wickets, 27 overs in that 2 hours, 8 fours, 7 maidens, 7 bowlers used.
Wow, 7 bowlers used. Well, just before we head to the break, I've got to ask you all, what's been the Macca's delivery of the day so far? I'm going to say which one it wasn't. It wasn't the Harry Brooks first ball. Harry Brooks first ball, which you described as the ball actually yawning.
It yawned.
It yawned. What's your Macca's delivery of the day so far, David?
I'd have to go Stokesy getting Smith. It was probably a fraction short, but it kept a fraction low, but it did shape, and I think that's what got Stephen Smith, and it's such a big psychology for the English to nail Stephen Smith. So Stokes for me.
Mine is one looking forward, and it comes from Moeen Ali in that last
I thought you'd
over
say
that he had, because it pitched quite considerably sort of leg side of middle, and was turning and beating a little forward defensive prod. So what's to come?
Well, it's going to be fascinating, because there are 2 left-handers at the crease, and there's going to be another one coming in at number 7, who we may or may not see later today. Moeen Ali's going to relish bowling at them and has come back to the England team. But at lunch it is, finally, with Australia 3 for 78. Head has 8, Khawaja has 40, and to take you through the lunch break will be Paul Sebastiani.
for McCafe. Celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Stokes in.
Oh, bigger Bill, that looks really close. He loves this. From the bad finger's gone up. Oh, now is Smith out? He is going to go for a review. He's gone for it almost immediately. It didn't get up very much. He does move across his stumps. It took a long time for Murray Erasmus to give that. Smith can't believe he's been given out. Seldom can. And this is a massive moment in this test match. It's hitting in line. It's out. It's hitting. Smith is out. He has not made 100. He will not make twin hundreds. And England are delighted. They have got rid of the latter-day Bradman. He's walking off.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe, and that was the hammer blow in the first session of the second day here at Edgbaston. That was for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, when Stephen Smith was trapped leg before wicket, deep in the crease by Ben Stokes for 16 from 59 balls. At that stage, Australia were 3 for 67. They're now 3 for 78. Travis Head there on 8. Usman Khawaja batting through the session. He's on 40. The other wickets to go. David Warner bowled by Stuart Broad. Again, the 15th time in Test cricket, Broad's picked up Warner. A horrible chop on for 9. And next ball, Marnus Labuschagne. We heard a lot from Stuart Broad in the build-up to the series, saying he'd invented a new delivery for Labuschagne. Well, first up, there it was, the outswinger. Caught behind. Lovely catch from Johnny Bairstow. Moving away to his right. Both of those wickets falling with the score on 29. I'm Adam Collins with me to begin the middle stretch of this second day. Former New Zealand skipper Jeremy Coney. Jarrod Kimber with us as well. Fellas, it feels like Steve Smith's job, or at least what he was trying to do, is absorb as much pressure as he could. Now's the chance for Travis Head to transfer some pressure onto the England bowlers. That's been his job over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't look particularly great against Moeen Ali just before that break, did he? I think all the talk about him and spin is still there, watching how he played, but he still was scoring at a pretty good rate up until the point that Moeen Ali started to tear him in two. So, look, there's... I thought a very interesting bet coming into this match would have been Moeen Ali to take over 5 wickets because of all the Australian left-handers into Travis Head having a strike rate of over 100, because they're going to go at Moeen Ali and Travis Head is probably going to go at him, and there's going to be some wickets for him. So it's a really interesting contest, these two. But essentially, Australia can lose maybe a wicket between now and tea. If they lose any more than that, they're well behind in this game.
They have to be batting at stumps. So Moeen Ali's going to start from the Birmingham City end. He's bowled 7 overs before lunch, 1 maiden, none for 21. And it's going to be Travis Head batting in the short sleeve jumper, taking strike from our broadcast end with a slipper short leg, deep backward square out, conventional mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, catching cover, backward point. Moeen starts the session here, bowls to Head, round the wicket. He goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket. And good afternoon, Jeremy, as well.
Afternoon, Adam. And yeah, well, look, it looks as if he's an attacking batsman, isn't he? I mean, he likes to play attacking strokes. Can he defend?
Moeen to Travis Head, punching off the back foot out towards extra cover. There won't be a single there.
That's the question for me. And certainly it didn't look as if he was covering things quite so well just prior to lunch. So we'll just see this if Moeen starts to get back to that rhythm.
Moeen to Head. Plays defensively off the front foot to the same position, just wide of mid-off, no single. Yes, we saw Head play an important innings here at Edgbaston back in 2019 when Australia lost a few early wickets in the second dig. They were behind in the game, and with Smith, he got him in front in the game. Goes forward here to drive and doesn't beat the man on, or you'd call it the edge of the one-day circle at cover. That's Ben Duckett, no single.
I don't think he looks too bad when he's driving. It's just when he pulls the length back, Moeen, and he gets trapped on the crease a little bit, and he tries this sort of flick around his hip and gets himself tangled.
He's got 195 test wickets, Moeen, delivers here and heads forward defending. Can Moeen get one to rip? We've seen a couple really go, and that's encouraging for Nathan Lyon as we get deeper into the test match. 4 wickets yesterday on a placid surface. Moeen again. Fuller, Head for the 3rd time in the over, whacks it out towards mid-off. It completes the first over after lunch, a maiden. 3 for 78 Australia. They trail by 315. Khawaja 40, Head on 8. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now. And our session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise. Who would you start with here, Jeremy, from our broadcast end if you were England?
Brooke?
A spinner. No, not quite yet. Give him halfway in the session. Obviously, it has to be a medium, obviously, and I think... looks like Broad.
Looks like Broad. You took so long to answer the question, it became obvious.
Sorry, yeah.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Broad would have been your choice, though.
I might have chosen Robinson, actually.
So Broad, who took 2 in 2, the second of which he set off sprinting around the ground. Lap of honour stuff.
With the mystery outswinger.
The mystery. I just love that. I just think that Broad gets in players' heads.
Have you not heard about Stuart Broad's mystery outswinger?
Well,
he invented an outswinger.
It was a new one.
Maybe because everyone had forgotten about the old ones.
He used to bowl it so often, Jarrod, earlier in his career. But
it was an oval in
09.
Yeah, he got a bunch of wickets against the Aussies with that.
Yeah, the first of that trilogy of Ashes winning performances for Broad. Here he is in the sun. His first ball of the session. To Khawaja on 40, leaving alone. Not much in that. Dies into the gloves of Bairstow outside the off stump.
Well, it means that he can run it across, as he does there. And then, of course, he can use his outswinger to come back and hit the pads. Or bring the stumps into play.
He probably, with Khawaja, wants that one almost in the in-swinger, doesn't he? Wants the bat sort of dripping away, hands pushing at the ball.
Crowd filing in to our right in the Holly stand after getting involved at the back during the breather. They'll be lively later on. 2 slips for Broad. Bowls here to Khawaja, who defends out towards mid-off. I caught a couple of the Holly stand, I assume they're from the Holly stand, at lunch, where they were getting stuck into Nathan Lyon when he was walking back around the ground, having had a net. They got evicted because they were right up in his face, saying that he was a swear word Moeen. Yeah, a terrific off spinner, and so much better than Moeen Ali. And yes, they've seen their last cricket of the day. Can't be doing that.
They came up Moeen Ali.
Yes, I suspect those guys were watching their first day of cricket for the year, perhaps. They didn't strike me as caring an awful lot.
Watchers.
Yes. Broad up over the wicket, bowls to Khawaja off the back foot, placing it out to deep point. Well played. His first run of the session, 41, 3 for 80 Australia, a deficit of 313. So they'll need to bat all day, and if they were to, they'll have it down to about 100 to go tomorrow, and that might be ambitious from here, but a lot will be dictated by the next hour or so.
Yeah, I mean, we know their bottom order isn't as strong. You know, Carey has done very well. I think he, as a wicketkeeper, but behind him it just gets a little bit worse.
Well, no Stark.
Horrendous.
No Stark. Yeah.
Why do you think? Not that Stark was hugely.
So got a great record with the bat in England, Stark. He made runs last week. Made 4 Test half centuries here, including one at this ground in 2015, and he made 41 last week in the World Test Championship final. Damien Fleming was big on this before the game, saying that you can't discount lower order runs in England.
Well, he averages 14 in his last year and a half, though, Stark. So those runs last week were the runs that we've seen. And he made a 50 in 2019, I want to say, over here.
How's the field here, by the way? For
Wagner field.
Complete different configuration. So it's going to be short. They've got a fine leg, a fly slip just about on the rope, and a deep backward square. So the short ball's coming. No slips left. And around the corner, a backward square too. Broad delivers, bouncer predictably. Head gets underneath it. Crowder involved.
Yeah, the Neil Wagner ring, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got a catching wide mid-on, short leg, a catching leg gully, fine leg, deep backward, or deep in front of square he will be. And then another fielder almost directly. They've almost got 3 in a line from short to ring to the rope. And then they've got the third, which is a very important one because India forgot to have the very fine fly slip in. And, of course, that's where Head got most of his runs against the short one. But 23 false shots against a short ball in that 100 at the Oval. But none of them, eventually one of them got him.
Not on day one when it mattered most. Broad over the wicket, Head down the leg side. Did he catch up with that? Not quite. The man at short mid-wicket, which is Ollie Pope. He's heard something. And Bairstow now is going to go up and consult his captain, Ben Stokes, around the corner and say, well, I don't know. I think maybe there's something going on. 7 seconds left. I doubt they go on this. It's all about Ollie Pope and what he's heard.
It can't be out because Stuart Broad isn't positive it's out.
No, quite. England have got 3 unsuccessful reviews up their sleeves. So we'll watch it back here for tyre power, your tyre expert.
But it's the gloves outside the body, you see. That's the danger with that kind of stroke. It's an afterthought almost, leaping off the ground. They've got no balance whatsoever up there.
Yeah, it was pocket. And let it hit on the way through. I suspect Ultra Edge is going to confirm it. Yeah. It will. That's for tyre power, your tyre experts. Broad goes again. Cloud cover returns at Edgbaston as he bowls to Head. Head. Short ball, pulls inside the line of it, outside the line of the off stump. The crowd thinks he's played and missed, but he hasn't.
That's the one I thought at the Oval he struggled with more, was the back of a length ball rather than just the bouncer.
That's the end of the over. 3 for 79 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Head on 8, Kawaja 41.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Moeen in to Kawaja, using his feet straight back over his head. And it goes all the way for 6, I reckon. Yep, confirmed by umpire Raza. So the first ball that Kawaja has faced from Moeen after lunch, down the track, premeditated. We saw it a couple of times, didn't we, in his Moeen's first spell, Jeremy, that Kawaja wants to get down the surface to him.
He does, and applause, wild applause, really, from Stokes. We'll have more of that, thanks, Moeen.
I mean, that was a very safe shot, wasn't it? If you have a look, he got completely to the pitch of that.
Moeen again. Kawaja stays at home to defend, out to cover.
It wasn't like what we saw with Bairstow yesterday, where he came down the wicket and wasn't there. And even Roots a couple of times did that. That was very, very safe. I wouldn't be worried about that if I was all as an Australian fan.
Moeen slip and a short leg bowls here. Kawaja goes back to cut, as he's done so well against spin in Asia over the last 18 months. Gets one out to deep cover, moves to 48 with Australia, 3 for 86. That was the game plan in Pakistan for Kawaja last year. Go all the way back and defend, or try and knock it at the deep point. Made an art form of it.
Yeah, well, you know, you either get well close to the ball, don't you, or you get well back and allow it to do its work.
Moeen to head, same field, defending to cover.
And allow it to do its work and then adjust. That generally is the way to look at playing, I think.
Changing field, short leg Ollie Pope jumping over the surface to silly point. First time we've seen that today. So both catching net on the offside. Moeen bowls and head from the leg stump line, pushes just to the offside of the pitch. Goes leg side of the ball. Got Phil Long with us as well.
Oh, there I am, yes.
He is here.
I know. Usman Khawaja's batted 15 times in England. This is now his second highest score.
Thank you, Longy. Last ball of the over. Moeen bowls and head with the second slip in position. Defends back to the bowler. End of it. 34 gone. Australia 3 for 86. Heads on 8. Kawaja 48 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Ashes cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Mick Cafe. We've got Peter Lalor jumping in for Jarrod Kimber. Afternoon, Pete.
Good afternoon. How are you, Adam?
I'm exceedingly well. Better for seeing you as Stuart Broad sets off in front of us.
Jeremy.
Hello. Sun's back out. Bowls here. Kawaja in the long sleeves. Leaves alone. What was your first session copy looking like, Pete?
There was no first session coffee.
Oh, it's a Saturday.
It's a Saturday. Yeah.
Does that mean for writing for a weekly, or for not weekly, a daily paper with no Sunday, that you're on light duties today?
Light duties, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Very good. So you
I get to see a little bit more of the cricket.
I saw you podcasting on the balcony deep into the night last night with Gideon.
We shall never speak of last night's podcasting again. 3 goes. I lost the file twice. Finished at midnight.
Some strong boomer energy from you there, Pete. Broad over the wicket, bowls to Kawaja, defending out towards mid-off. No run. I would never normally accuse you of that, but you've left yourself wide open to the criticism.
Never lost a file, Adam Collins?
Well, no, I couldn't claim that.
Yeah, okay.
I couldn't claim that.
Yeah. Bloody hell, it's hard to find a place that's lousy with podcasters.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Yeah. It's so C-O-N-N-O-N, isn't it, Poddy? Don't you think?
No comment.
You've got one, have you?
I don't know. You might have heard of it. Here's Broad bowling to Kawaja. delivers here. Kawaja nearly chops on. Oh, no, I got that wrong. I thought it was inside edge out back towards fine leg. Instead, it's spat out to mid-wicket. Either way, he's fine.
Mate, you're right here, and you think, God, is this the same ground? Is this the same country? Is this the same year? I mean, England have the field up. At one point, they've got nobody back. The ball's swinging. About 1.2 degrees swing today compared to 0.8 yesterday. Significant difference.
I'll be interested to see the
other feel to the game. But that happens in England too when you get the cloud cover, doesn't it? It makes so much difference.
So there's two slips you speak of. Two back for the short ball when Broad bowls it to Kawaja. Delivers here. It's Fuller, left alone outside the off stump. There's that swing you're referring to. I'll be interested, Jeremy, and we were looking at the CricViz data at different points yesterday about how little lateral movement there was off the surface. I wonder if there was much earlier today. My sense is it was mostly through the air and the overhead conditions helping with that.
That's probably right.
Yeah.
But what you do get with swing, of course, it tends to, once it's moved, it tends to carry on that way as if it does seem, if you know what I mean. Rather, it doesn't sort of go straight on.
We saw that with the Labuschagne delivery. It was very good. It was a good ball, it was a great catch, but it was not necessarily a great shot.
Brought up over the wicket to Kawaja as he's been most of the day defending out to the offside no run. Rare as it is for Broad to bowl over the wicket the lefties, it's Kawaja, and they know that's looking at the numbers, a vulnerability of his historically in England. They spend a lot of time sort of crunching those numbers behind the scenes. Every team's got an analyst who does that role. Nathan Lehman for England, who's been seen as a big part of their success story in white ball cricket. Around the Owen Morgan captaincy, he does it for the Test team as well.
Seen some good aggression from Kawaja today. You know, I mean, on this wicket it sits up, so it really suits that pull shot that he plays in front of the wicket very well. But hitting Moeen Ali back over his head at least twice.
Broad to finish the over, delivers to Kawaja, who takes on the short ball, one hand off the bat. It'll end up at fine leg along the ground, but didn't have complete control when the ball arrived with him. So he's one short of a half century, retaining the strike. Kawaja 49. It might be a no ball, just checking. Yes, it is a no ball. We won't go to the break. That's the fourth time in the Test match, no ball on the sixth delivery. There you go. Means Australia get 2 runs for that, advancing to 3 for 89, I think. We're ahead of the board here.
Does Pat Cummins get a little elephant stamp on his exercise book for not bowling any no balls in the last innings? But he bowled 10 a week ago.
He did.
So he's done something to fix that up.
How about the fact that he only bowled 18 in 30 Test matches before they brought in the technology, Cummins? It would suggest he bowled an awful lot more than that. But now the third umpire's job. Broad to finish the over again. Short ball. Head plays it with 1 foot off the ground into the offside. Now it's over. Heads 8, Kawaja's 49. They trail by 305 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Australia 3 for 88.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Want to improve your SEN listening experience? Create a free login with the SEN app and start personalising the content you want to read, watch and hear. Download the SEN app and log in for free today.
New over begins from Moeen Ali, pushed out to the offside, just behind point by Kawaja, no run. He's on 49. 305 behind Australia. Plenty of Australians in today, of course. Saturday in Birmingham. Round the wicket, Moeen bowls wider of the crease. Kawaja beats cover. He'll get one to the sweeper, walks it through, and that's his half century as well. Usman Khawaja needed to start the series well. He's hit 6 fours and a 6 so far. He's laying the foundation for Australia. With wickets falling down the other end, he has to. He's a senior pro in this side. More work still to be done, but heading in the right direction, Pete Lalor.
Yeah, he'll be very happy to get those runs on the board. He needs to... He's only got 1 century outside of Australia, Usman Khawaja. He's never succeeded in England. He was dropped here last time. But he's improved significantly since then, as he's shown since coming back into the side during the last Ashes in Australia. He's had an extraordinary period. He is a batsman in his prime.
Moeen round the wicket, bowls here to head, using his feet and going over mid-on. High and props and stops and drifts over the ropes. We didn't middle it, but it doesn't matter because that's a symptom, like an emblem rather, of the way that Head's going to play against spin. He's got to use his feet as well. He's up to 12. 3 for 93. They trail by 300. The second time we've seen them go up and over the top, Jeremy, since lunch.
It is. It's obviously a shot they think they can play against Moeen Ali. doesn't quite get close to it, does he? Not quite.
Kind of clunked it. Moeen bowls, head stays at home to defend.
But it looks as though it's a shot that he can say, well, that's where I'm going to score some runs. If you bowl around my middle and leg and I can get down there, I'm going to hit it in the area there. If he's given room outside the off stump, looks as if he's quite happy to go through the offside.
Second slip becomes silly point. Moeen bowls, head, back and clipping. Just in front of square. Ollie Robinson, the sweeper, they'll take him on. They'll grab a second run in front of the Holly stand is where he collects it. Head 14 with the 2. 3 for 95 Australia.
Well, England are inviting the Australian batsmen to go back over the head. They haven't dropped the fielders back, not even halfway back, have they?
Stokes won't. He just encourages that shot. He applauds wildly every time someone attacks his bowlers.
Having said that,
going back. Let's just a bit to this, because I think really Khawaja's got more shots than.
Moeen bowls, head, defends again. So the over's complete. Boundary coming in it. Heads 14, Khawaja's an even 50. They trail by 298 Australia. 3 for 95 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Khawaja back on strike. He's got an average away from home now that's well above 40. In the first part of his career, it was down in the 20s. The turning point, the UAE in 2018, that extraordinary century. First test match to save it in Dubai. Broad to him here, over the wicket. Khawaja plays with soft hands out to point, gets a single. Well negotiated. He's 51, 3 for 96 the score. So, yes, his neutral record is better than his away record due to the ton at Dubai. But yes, 4 centuries.
4 centuries away, not one, like I said.
And so five all up, including the one in Abu Dhabi, or Dubai rather. So.
I'm unreliable on stats. Is he closing in on his highest score in England? Test match?
It sure is, 54, which he made at Lord's 2013.
Yeah, and that was his first test in England.
That's
going
right.
back a decade.
Long time ago that. In between, highest score is about 40, which was in Birmingham, 2019 at Edgbaston.
Second
right
innings.
here, in fact.
Batting with Smith.
Short ball coming up.
Field spread for head. Short ball there, and it moves after passing head's lid. Ducked it, had the periscope up. And the ball seemed to be following the bat into the gloves of Bairstow, but plenty to be encouraged by there for Stuart Broad.
Oh, yeah. It looks as if Head is just uncomfortable with the ball just coming up sort of around shoulder high, leaps, and therefore the balance. And you can see the way that the first slip's gone way back, if you like, down to a sort of a very fine third. So that's the one for the ramp.
And no one at deep point where he loves to play. So they're giving him that shot. Broad bowls to head, back of a length, rides the bounce, defends out to extra cover, no single. So they've got the fly slip, as you described there, Jeremy, the fine leg conventionally, deep square leg, a man around the corner, Joe Root.
Off the
you
gloves.
would call leg gully. It's kind of like a deepish leg gully, perhaps. Then Jimmy Anderson at gully, and this wide expanse between Anderson and mid-off, which, Pete, as we know, that's where Head's at his best. So they want him to attack.
But he's got to get it a bit higher than that last delivery. If he's going to jump, he's got to force him very high, I think. So aim at that front shoulder.
Broad passes umpire Erasmus a bit wider on the crease. Short ball, Head goes back and plays it defensively to Ollie Robinson in from mid-off.
And then vary it occasionally with one that's full to keep him honest. But at the stumps.
Yeah, Jarrod made a good point about India missing a trick last week, how they didn't have that fly slip third man area.
He got runs down there.
He got so many runs down there, uppercut after uppercut. And they thought that they'd get him edging an uppercut. And in the end, he must have made 30 or 40 runs down there. So it's more a catching position than it looks to the naked eye. Broad. Again, up to the wicket, bowls to Head on leg stump, helps it down to fine leg. Just a little leg glance. He's 14 from 32, 3 for 97 Australia.
Been very impressed by Stokes' captaincy. You look at the fields he's setting to Khawaja and you go, yep, that's a shot Khawaja plays. That's a shot Khawaja plays.
I thought, I think as I was saying before to you, that when Warner was dismissed, Stokes closed off a little sort of a point where he could actually push and get a single.
Yes, he's get-out single, isn't it?
Just exactly, to release the pressure off himself. Once he stopped that, he tried this rather strange slap. And almost half genuflecting at the same time.
That fielder's back, by the way, for Khawaja now. That sort of close in,
he's come in,
cover point. That was a no ball the previous delivery, so still 2 to go. Broad bowls, gets a bit of bounce out of Khawaja. 1 hand off the bat, deflects into the onside, no run. It stays for 3 for 98. 1 ball left in Broad's 10th.
Yeah, well, Warner got great fielding. Great field positions. Warner got himself out, didn't he? There was no need to do that. That is a trademark Warner. Get low into that square drive position. At his best, he's playing that ball under his eyes and he's away, but that ball was too wide to play.
It gives the impression of him trying to hack it away, but there's a method to that. He just executed it abysmally.
Well, it's a bit slower too, isn't it, the pitch?
Absolutely. 2 slips, Broad to finish to Khawaja. Back defensively. Stays on 51, heads on 15. They trail by 295 Australia. 3 for 98 on the Beaumont Tar scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Bharat Sundaresan is in for Jeremy Coney. Pete Lawler staying with me. Mo and Ali to continue. Good afternoon, Baz.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Pete Lalor. I haven't seen you all morning.
It's going to be Moeen to head. Head on back up again. Interesting. Moeen bowls head forward into silly point. Pope does well juggling it from one hand to the next before throwing it back to the bowler. No run.
Feels like we've been here before. Travis head in. Australia not too many runs on the board. 3 wickets down.
Both times here at Edgbaston in 19, wasn't it? 2 important innings. He does go over the top of mid-on. So they want him playing that shot, and so far head's gone 2 from 2. Both boundaries. That was flatter than the first. Head moves along to 19, Australia, past 100. 3 for 102 in the 38th over.
Yeah, Travis Head is rarely in trouble when facing spin if the ball is full. It's only when he has to play off the back foot where his hands start moving away from his body and he gets into trouble. Moeen Ali hasn't got his length right to him so far, and he's allowed Travis Head to drive him and lift him over the top like that time.
It's hit 4 fours. Wider of the crease, Moeen bowls, Head goes back and knocks it to the bowler and he's follow through.
And every time you think, well, can Travis do it, Head do it again? He's found a way of doing it in different conditions now around the world.
And that was the criticism of Head, wasn't it? Against spin, Moeen bowls, Head looks to drive expansively, checks his shot, goes to cover, no single. Zach Crawley does the fielding.
They'd all be gathered round their radios in Adelaide tonight, wouldn't they? Hey, the whole town would stop, wouldn't it?
Oh, for Travis Head, for sure.
Would be coming over the air raid siren speakers or something.
Sure, a lot of South Australians
piped into the mall.
Watching as well. Moeen bowls, Head forward. Yes, you felt that, didn't you, when you made that 100 at Adelaide under lights last year, that it was a weight off the shoulders of the state, that he finally made a ton at Adelaide Oval.
Could be a public event in the mall, you know, SEN piped through. Hello, Adelaide.
We could do it at the Exeter, Pete.
Yes, grab one at the Exeter for me, would you?
Moeen to finish the over. Head goes back to cut, gets down in time and strikes it well, strikes it really well. 2 boundaries in the over. That's where Head loves scoring. His 5th ball taking him into the 20s. Head 23, Khawaja 51, Australia. 3 for 106 at the end of the over. On the Beaumont Tar scoreboard, huge sale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. And good morning, now morning, to all of our listeners on SENZ in New Zealand. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, drop us a text on 8833, 1:15 in the morning.
Oof, must be cold in New Zealand. Yeah, most parts of New Zealand this time of the year, that late at night.
Rosine, the Kiwis trust, as Daniel will tell us later today. Ollie Robinson into the attack for the first time after lunch. Bowling to Khawaja, over the wicket, delivers here. Khawaja soft hands out to deep backward point. Done that a few times since lunch. Good batting. He's 52 with a single, 3 for 107.
Going back to the mighty South Aussie who will come on strike. I was just in the ABC box next door, and his state coach Jason Gillespie was on air.
Yes.
So Simon Mann, like the ball just went past Travis Head's outside edge, and Simon Mann, I think, called it something like, I think the bat was hanging out there, and you should have seen Dizzy jump into Travis Head's defense.
Simon's in the back of the box. Has he recovered from that toweling down from Jason Gillespie?
I know. How dare you question Travis Head's technique?
Ollie Robinson in. Field spread for Head. Short ball will come. Here it is, but only back of a length. No real concern with Robinson's bouncer yet. Into the onside, no run. Got Phil Long with us as well. Nothing. I thought Phil had something for me. I misread the body language.
Just sniffing.
I mentioned the New Zealand text line. In Australia, 0433 98 11 16. If you're settling in for a long night, maybe you're Saturday night, just home from the pub. We've all been there, Pete.
Yeah. Yes.
Listening to the cricket after a few hours out.
Back in the bad old days. I'm a lot better now. And you know, a bit of a Wagnerian influence in the field here with the short ball at Head, do you think?
Absolutely. Robinson delivers. There's the bouncer. Head takes it on, but it doesn't hit the bat. It goes underneath his blade into the gloves of Bairstow. So they've got something to work with here. We saw Broad get one close to Head's outside edge when ducking a bouncer a couple of overs ago.
The only difference between what England are doing to Travis Head here and what India tried too late was the pace of the pitch at the Oval and the uneven bounce. And you spoke of Neil Wagner. I think credit to your good mate Tim Payne as well. I've seen him do this to Travis Head whenever he was Tasmania captain.
Robinson bowls and Head short ball off the stickers of the bat into the offside. He wanted a single. Khawaja didn't.
There are catching positions all around, aren't there? For the short delivery, there's at least one. You call the positions. You're better than me at it, Adam.
Well, we mentioned before we've got that fly slip, and it is a fly slip. Yeah. It's not a deep third man. It's for the uppercut. Fine leg conventional, deep backward square. Then man round the corner at leg gully, who's moved in a few steps since the last time we described the field. Now a silly point.
Exactly what that
silly
ball
point for a seamer. That's Ollie Pope lid on where he would normally be for an off spinner. So they fancy their chances of Head bobbing one up into the offside. Robinson staying over the wicket, bowls to Head here. It is back of a length. Head gets inside the line, helps it down to fine leg. Finer the man in that position. Has to dive to cut it off. Zach Crawley does well. They add one. So Head moves up to 24. Australia 3 for 108. You can see Stokes there. He doesn't mind that. He thinks that, well, if he's inside the line, he's a chance of a little glove through to Bairstow.
We've seen him get out so many times in that fashion. He got out against India last week at the Oval. And I remember the practice session that Travis Head had at the MCG last summer where Andrew McDonald and Michael Divinito were getting him to keep his hands away from that ball that goes down leg side. They had a 15-minute conversation about it. What does Travis Head do? The first ball they bowl at him, his hands go down.
This pair have put on 41 as Robinson bowls to Khawaja in the long sleeves, and he pulls the ball just short of a length out to mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, no run. That will be the end of the over. There'll be a commentary change as well. Daniel Norcross in for me after the break. Australia 3 for 108 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Heads on 24, Khawaja 52.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Moeen Ali with two left-handers to bowl out. Hasn't found the edge yet. They're playing him well here. Travis Head faces up the first ball of a new over and goes for a big Yahoo. Gets it up to a wide mid-off. There's no run.
He's looking for a top edge, isn't he? You know, I think it's the slog where he fancies his chances. I don't think he's going to beat the bat, but next delivery. Here we go.
Did a couple of times just before lunch. It's down the wicket he comes and hits it in the air just past the diving mid-wicket. It's running up towards the boundary. It won't get there as it slows down. And that was a bit of a horrible hack, really. We've seen the worst hack in Test cricket history earlier today, but But that was, well, I suppose Shannon Gabriel still probably takes the biscuit.
Yeah,
Why did he do that?
Why did he do that?
Indeed.
I don't think that can ever be matched.
2 more to head, moves to 26. And, this is defended into the offside up to mid-off. There's no run, but that was a loose shot. It wasn't a million miles away from Robinson at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
A couple of balls did turn to beat the outside edge. It was indeed Macca's delivery of the day for Jeremy Coney was the one that just
really
past the outside edge. Yes, it was. He's in, down the wicket comes head. He gets hold of this nicely over mid-on. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, scurries into the boundary sponge for 4. Fine shot.
How long is Ben Stokes going to allow this to happen? Is he going to be happy with him going for that shot on the off chance that he gets it, or is he going to move a fielder back? We saw in the previous over that they did put the fielder halfway back for Khawaja. They haven't done it yet for head.
I think the shot that the ugly hoik that Dan mentioned might give Stokes the confidence to keep that man in.
Yeah.
Moeen in again. Goes and waits for this. Just dabs it back to the square on the offside where the sun hatted Broad is fielding. There is no run. He's the only man wearing a sun hat. It's off the way with Broad. And out goes Robinson. He's heading off about 2/3 of the way back. Could become 3/4 if he continues walking backwards. Stopped around now. Moeen in. Oh, it's gone for a big drive again. And I think this is encouraging for Moeen Ali. The end of the over, an eventful one. 3 for 114.
They're off and racing in the Memory Maker Stakes. On the inside, download free, followed by Make Informed Decisions. Poking up on the fences, plan everything with compare prices and options. Heading past the 600 metres, build your own coffin, the front runner. 2 lengths to Unique Life, but here comes Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives through the middle and gets up to win.
Thanks, Brian. Plan your race to the finish line using the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Robinson is going to continue. Head has 30, Khawaja has 52. These are 2 very formed players. England are fixated over Labuschagne. They're fixated over Smith. And they've kind of imagined they'll be able to get Warner out. But these two, we've seen enough of them over the last couple of years to know class actors. Robinson is in, pushed away out to deep backward point by Khawaja. A ball angled across him. Get a single, 3 for 115.
Pretty unimpressed with Ollie Robinson when he came down to Australia. I thought he didn't know what Test cricket was about. I think it was in the first day that he played at Brisbane. He went off for scans and came back. There was nothing there, and he continued playing. Yeah. It was a bad look, but he's improved significantly in the last few years, hasn't he?
He's lost. I know it's not all about weight, but he's lost a lot of weight. He's able to bowl considerably longer spells. He's able to go a little bit quicker. I mean, by the end of the Ashes series, he was on the verge of being humiliated, really, by his own coaching staff. And that has changed completely. Leg slip in and a gully. Short ball pulled out by Head. It goes out towards long leg. They've run 1. Head had to go round Robinson there, which is why he couldn't get a second. And he goes to 31. It's a crazy field whenever Head is on strike. You've got Moeen Ali at fly slip, really, but it's sort of a fly first slip as well, isn't it, really?
It reminds me of a lot of innings Travis Head has played in Shield cricket at the Karen Rolton Oval, which, unlike the Adelaide Oval, even in the early summer, doesn't have a lot of carry, doesn't have a lot of bounce, and he thrives on those conditions. The number of runs he's made there.
Robinson into Khawaja, very different field. He goes for the pull, and it's slapped out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get a run for it, because we've got a very bizarre field. It's so in and out. There's Harry Brook at I don't think he's even saving 1 at mid-wicket, but he's not saving the boundary either. And then you've got a deep square leg. They're all over the place. And now another field because Head's on strike, and we'll try to give it to you.
Ball just sits up begging to be hit, doesn't it? It's a perfect pitch to practice a pull shot on. You want to get the kids out there and say, polish the shot. It's a very effective pull shot.
This is where Shivnarine Chanderpaul's dad would be throwing the ball down at him. Short balls here. Robinson in short. And he's gone for the pull, and it gets did he get under edge on that? It bounced through to the keeper.
And to your point, Pete, that's the only risk you run of playing the pull shot on this pitch, where you can get an under edge Yeah, the ball does stick into the surface at times, especially when he bowls the kind of lens that Ollie Robinson bowls. And that never came to him.
Kept low on him too, I think.
That's true.
We're seeing balls keep a bit low towards the city end there. That's what sort of got the Smith LBW, wasn't it? There was quite a significant difference in the height to previous deliveries that have pitched in that area.
You would have expected it to go over the top, certainly. Robinson in silly point in place, of course.
Now this is bouncing off the shoulder and has been caught but given not out by the umpire. I don't think that was anywhere near glove initially. Robinson thinks it was. Now then, there's a conflab here. It was a short ball. It ballooned off a part of Travis Head. They're going to have a look. I'd be very surprised if this has come off glove myself, naked eye, but we'll be able to see with on the replay with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. So, being as it is a DRS review, IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 1-3 IMAR.
Yeah, the tradies mocked up. It didn't look like it came from that.
So we've just seen on that IMAR review that the ball was absolutely nowhere near the gloves. It's actually hit almost the elbow. He's got an arm guard on, and it's hit the part of the arm guard nearest to the elbow. It just didn't look right in real time. It's a horrible shot. I mean, he's facing Ollie Robinson on a flat deck here, Travis Head, and his head is pointing down. He's hopping about a guy who's bowling 81 miles an hour.
It's a win for England there. This short, this short theory to head. That got him in two minds. He actually, because he hesitated on the pull shot and decided, I've got to get out of the way of this one, but he was caught, half cocked for the pull shot.
Robinson in again with a silly point. I keep saying it, but he's got one. And that's dabbed away into the offside, into the gully region, and picked up by Anderson. The end of yet another eventful over. Australia on the Beaumont Toll scoreboard, a 3 for 117.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Telex, but they send it via the phone.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McGaffey. Now then, we've got Moeen Ali bowling. Still, what have you spotted, Bharat?
No, just a big meeting with all the senior figures. Bairstow, Root, Stokes getting around Moeen Ali. They've added a gully to for Usman Khawaja now.
Moeen's into him, and Khawaja lets this go by through to the keeper's gloves.
Calling it a gully, not a second slip. Yeah,
he's in between where a second slip. More gully than second
He's
slip.
somebody else next to the first slip.
That is true.
Standing neck, yes.
He's very close
he's
to
in front of the first slip.
Khawaja stretches forward in languid defence and plays the ball back to the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, just on Moeen Ali, Pete, before you get to your point. He's going at over 4-0. This is why he was brought in to bowl overs where they could build some pressure, like what Jack Leach has done in the last many years.
He's the only option, is the problem, as Moeen is in, round the wicket. And that ball spins ever so slightly, but Khawaja doesn't run past it, pushes it back to the bowler. There's no run. I could say...
If you're waiting for me to get to the point, it's going to be a bloody long wait.
In defence of the decision, Jack Leach is going for a few runs as well. He can bowl a bad ball every over, as this is dabbed to backward point, and there's no run. Undoubtedly, Jack Leach has been a core member of Ben Stokes' team since he took over the captaincy, but he's not there, and there isn't really. It's a very bare cupboard, the English spin cupboard. I don't know what a spin cupboard really looks like. This is driven firmly through the covers, but there is a sweeper waiting, and they'll get a single. It's
more like
at 55.
A spin envelope, really.
Yes, yes. Is it cupboard? Yeah, I don't think the last time he had a spin cupboard was probably the 1950s. Wardle, Lakerlock, Appleyard.
What about the Hemmings, Edmonds, Embury era? Yeah,
well, it was quite a. I would say it was a sort of corner cupboard, maybe. Last ball of the over, and it's driven high in the air. It's going up and over and down into the crowd for 6 beautiful runs for Travis Head. He's loving facing Moeen. Finishes with that 6. He has 37 into the over. Australia 3 for 124.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Now, Phil Long, you have something for us.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja's 15th innings on English soil in Test cricket. This is now his highest score.
Well. It's one of the better pitches to bat, I would argue, for a man like Khawaja, as Robinson is into him and he pushes the ball away from his body, square of the wicket on the offside. Pope fields as they run.
And now, Daniel, I got a call from my wife Isha, who we have met. She's talking about listening to some of our commentary, and she said Daniel Norcross has got such a soothing voice. I just love listening to him as the night wore on. And she said,
"Sends her to sleep."
Yeah, I mean, she said, "Can he please start calling me and telling me bedtime stories?" I think I'll.
Oh, Isha, I can do that. Yeah, I can definitely do that. Here's Robinson. It's pushed into the onside. They'll come through for a single. And your eyes are getting sleepy. So score advances to 3 for 126.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. I think.
Tuck that duvet up just under your chin. And allow the warmth of your body to create a bubble of soothing air.
Perfect. I've heard you before on YouTube. I knew it was you.
My OnlyFans account is doing very well.
It's like one of those meditation apps.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Imagine
feel your fingers, the tip of your fingers.
There's money in that, though, you know. As Robinson runs in to Head, short, and he gets up on his toes and actually plays a very good defensive shot back up the wicket. Now, I wanted to talk about Ben Stokes some time ago, because if you're going to adopt this line and this length, a man who's taken a big wicket of Smith and then brought himself out of the attack to allow Root one over. Shouldn't he be the man to be doing this, guys? It's a short ball attack, isn't it? A Ben Stokes thing, really. I mean, he's the one who...
Well, can he? Will his knee allow him to bowl those sorts of long, extended spells?
Robinson in. Short again. He's gone for it. Pulled it away out towards deep backward square. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. That was well played. It didn't make a beautiful sound off the bat, but it was played well enough. And Travis Head, well, if this is the plan is yielding him 41 or 55 at the moment.
But that boundary tells you why it's not Ben Stokes doing it. We saw him, yes, he did take the wicket of Steve Smith, but with his knee, space was down, and on this pitch, you have to really bend your back, put a lot of strain on your body to get it up. And if you can't get it up, Travis Head will keep doing what he's been doing. He'll just keep pulling it. Yes, he'll look ugly at times, but he'll still keep hitting you for boundaries.
Robinson shuffles in to Head, who drives a full ball. It smashes into Ollie Pope, who smiles. He's a hardy character. They are in Surrey, you know. And Head gives him a little pat on the shoulder. I don't think it was a sorry. It was more, "Are you okay?" And Pope says, "I'm fine. Don't you worry. We can move on." It was a full-blooded old drive, though. And it smacked it. Actually, did very well, because he managed to tuck his elbows in. So it's a fleshy part, perhaps of the left bicep, I want to say. And he's a strong man, Pope. As I say, like they all are in Surrey.
I think you said it already.
Robinson, short. No, really, in Surrey they are. Sails through to the keeper's gloves. It's the end of the over. Australia 3 for 129.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty. Grab your favourites like Carlton Dry 24-pack for $53.99 or $48.99 for Hump Club members. Or Wild Turkey 4.8% 10-pack, $48.99 or $43.99 for members. Sign up online or in-store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July. Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test Cricket with Backers. Here's to 30 years of McCafe, and I'm currently experiencing, Daniel Norcross, I'm experiencing some workplace bullying at the hands of Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan, because some texts have come through, and yes, I was looking for the fax machine at the back of the studio, but it turns out the wonders of modern science, it can appear right in front of me on a little pad, little screen. If you would like to text us, 0433 98 1116, 0433 98 1116, or in New Zealand, as forward comes Khawaja for the first ball of a Moeen Ali over. There's no runs, it defends back to the bowler. New Zealand 88-33, and I've got a couple of your texts. Do keep them coming. Isha, you're probably asleep now, so as Moeen's in. Down the wicket comes Khawaja, hits it in the air, up and over. Stokes have mid off. Just for a moment, Stokes would have been interested in that, but he's got it up towards the boundary, and this is really good batting from this Australian left-handed pair against the threat of the off-spinner, in theory turning the ball away from them. He got to the pitch of the ball and hammered it over the fielder.
Inside out on that shot, wasn't he? Whereas earlier he's been hitting them straight down the field, went inside out there.
I like that shot.
Yeah, I think England would like it too, though.
Moeen into Khawaja, comes down the wicket again, and this time he's got even more of it. He's got a long, long way, just plops over the boundary sponge for another 6. So now both Head and Khawaja are coming at Moeen Ali. This is going to ask some serious questions of both Moeen and England's captain.
Just over the boundary sponge, it's over the fence and into the side screen. Come on.
Well, it actually bounced just over the sponge and then over the fence.
Well, I didn't see the bounce. I didn't see the bounce.
We can have a look on our replay.
Is there a replay
Tyre
there?
Power. Your tyre experts.
Yeah. Cleared the boundary sponge.
Moeen in. And this time it's defended into the offside. Don has been in touch. It says hi. North of Westport, New Zealand. Or Westport, New Zealand. No grud, but Chichester radio. Love radio commentated cricket. Plus, Australia needs to grind down those elderly English bowlers as Moeen is in. The ball's pushed into the offside. There's no run.
It's a good point, though, isn't it? Australia will have an eye on that in the series. You know, if they can get Broad and Jimmy Anderson's put now 60, isn't he? Has he got his pension card? And Stokes has got the injury.
We raised the age a couple of years, so that's why he's still playing cricket. He's pushed it to the offside, up to short extra. We'll come back to that. Australia at the end of the over 3 for 139.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe, and we're into the second session. The second session with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Now, Phil Long, you've got some Moeen Ali numbers.
Yeah, Moeen Ali, maiden first up after lunch, but since then his overs have gone for 7, 7, 8, 6, 7 and 10.
Oof. Robinson into head, short, pulled away. No one can see where the ball is. No one knows where it is, but it's a long way away, and it's 4 runs. There were a bunch of fielders who didn't know. Long leg didn't know, square leg didn't know, and the forward square leg didn't know. But I'll tell you where it was. It was over the boundary.
What's happening in the last 10-15 minutes? For the first time today, the Australian batters are putting the pressure on Ben Stokes to make him change his plans. So far, he's been allowed to do whatever he's wanted to do with his fields, with his bowling changes. The short ball ploy, yes, it's got Travis Head into some uncomfortable positions, but it's not working because the run rate's really picked up. He's raced on to 45.
That ball will be getting soft as well, I tell you now, as Robinson is in, and this is carved away through backward point. No real timing. Moeen Ali is herring after it, and he will claw it back in. A couple more runs to the total. David in Melbourne is listed. He says he's working on a rail removal job in Caulfield, Melbourne. And he adds, totally superfluously, it's raining. We know it's raining. You're in Melbourne. So we are in the sheds listening to the call. Loving it. Dig in, boys.
Dig in, boys, indeed.
Well, I spent a very wet 6 weeks in Australia.
Starting in Hobart.
Quite a lot of it. Starting in Hobart. Quite a lot of it in Melbourne, where I got very, very wet indeed.
Incontinence? Or
the weather? There was that as well, of course. My age will happen. Robinson in, short, and flicked away.
Oh, wow.
Flicked through backward point. This, I think, could go all the way for 4. Well, actually, it's slowing down, and Moeen Ali has done well to claw that back. And they get back for 3, I think they did. I like that shot, though, moving to the leg side and just flicking it away. And that is a half-century for Travis Head. He's getting some well-deserved applause. It's come at a trademark Head pace. He's done it in 60 balls. It's a very entertaining batter to watch. And the partnership is now, Phil Long, speeding along at quite a lot.
And Travis
81.
Head,
81.
Like he has in the last 18 months, he just finds a way whenever Australia have their backs to the wall. He comes up with the goods.
Just checking the boundary on the replay.
Yeah, Travis Head was 8 from 24 balls.
He was 8 from 24, so 44 off the last 36. Robinson into him, short. He ducks beneath. No run.
I must say, just going back to one of our earlier texts, when we were talking about the elderly English bowlers, I must say in the last half an hour I felt a bit like I'm stuck between an elderly couple, squabbling elderly couples, you and Pete Lalor, looking at each other. I hope the peace shall prevail.
Well, we're a bit like there's a spot called the Best Marigold Hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Elderly people go to bicker in India.
In India, where else would you go to pick up on in India? By the Ganges, where it can all end, right? By the Ganga River.
Robinson in short and ducked again. This time it bounces in front of Bairstow.
The first time I stayed by the Ganga, which is where you go to die, the hotel next door had advertised itself as outside. There was an advertising sign that said "Stay and Die," which is a little bit like the accommodation I get now.
Stay and die.
Stay and die, and people are queuing up to get in there. You had to pay your bill in advance.
Yeah. As soon as you check in.
What a tagline.
Hang on, before you take that bloke out, can we just have his credit card?
Last ball of Robinson's 10th over, still wicketless. He's into Khawaja. Short. Oh, and Khawaja let that go. There was a cutter, I think, that wasn't far away from leg stump. So in that kind of a day. End of the over. Australia 3 for 148.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
I won't be long this time.
Can I get a mid-strength and...
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. We've lost a couple of venerable gentlemen, but we have been joined by the doyen himself, Damien Fleming. It's lovely to have you back with Moeen Ali still in the attack, you know, and down the wicket comes Head to him, but defends the short extra cover. There's no run. He's in a bit of a pickle here, Stokes, isn't he?
He's got 2 slips too.
Yeah.
Moeen Ali. He could probably use those fielders just in the ring or something.
Moeen in, and this is carved away into the covers. There should have been runs there, but instead it's gone into the ground, fielded by Harry Brook, who's a pretty short extra cover.
But this is the way I thought the first session would start, with the Australians pressuring Moeen Ali.
Moeen in, down the wicket, he comes, he's gone! Caught him mid-wicket, Moeen's got his wicket. Head, he was nearly out that way about 4 overs ago, looking to whack it, and he's come off the inside half of the bat, and Robinson with a good diving catch. The partnership has been broken just as it looked like Head was getting on top. Certainly a Moeen Ali. Khawaja going beautifully at the other end, but the partnership has been broken, and Moeen has his 196th wicket 2 years after taking his 195th on his home ground, to a great deal of joyous exuberance.
And it's a big wicket, isn't it? This partnership was starting to flourish. Question marks over what Ben Stokes were going to do next. Robinson and Ali were getting carted to all parts of Edgbaston. Travis Head was getting his run rate up, wasn't he? Ends up with 50, but it looked like another 100 around run a ball. And hot conditions, flat pitch. England on the back foot, but no, that's a massive one. Moeen Ali getting out or dismissing Travis Head Australia with a long tail. So Cameron Green and Alex Carey got a big job to do.
It's come out of nowhere, Damien. It's come. Actually, I'll tell you where it's come from. It's come from you sitting down in that seat, because for the last half an hour, Khawaja and Head were dominating, and Stokes'
were unraveling. Why did you bring me in?
Well,
I know why you did.
Blame Colo. He's put you on the rotor.
I'm not here to get wickets. I'm here to score runs.
Says the bowler. It says the man whose Twitter handle is @bowlologist.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's how well I'm going.
Yeah. Well, it was.
But I was just going to debate where Stokes was going to go next. And a good catch too, wasn't it? No, you've got to make sure you make the opportunity. Crawley, big man. Good position for him too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cover or mid-wicket.
Well, we'll discuss that on the back of the break, because drinks are being taken and we are going to have a change of commentary. Adam Collins is going to come and replace me.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe, and we're seeing on our tyre power screen, your tyre experts, the look on Travis Head's face, walking back up the steps beneath us here at Edgbaston. He's mortified. It brings Green to the crease. Facing Moeen Ali, lunging forward, defending to the offside. Adam Collins with you, Damien Fleming with me. A slipper, short leg, a catching mid-wicket, all crowding around the big West Australian.
Yeah, it was first time in the batting innings. It just looked like momentum was going Australia's way. We now have a leg slip. Moeen Ali won't give Cameron Green too much room.
Moeen delivers. Cameron Green using his feet. It's through his ball. He's not bowled. For a moment there, I thought the response of the wicket-keeper Bairstow, I thought he was knocked over. Sorry for alarming you. Remain alert, not alarmed.
That's very un-Cam Green-like, isn't it? He normally takes so much time to get going. He's yorked himself and it's turned.
Bairstow, when he threw his gloves up, that's because he's missed what looks to be a stumping chance. Absolutely it was. Moeen again. Green back, sharp spin. Pushing out to mid-off. We'll all take a break. We'll all take a breath. 46 gone, a successful one for England. Australia 4 for 148. Khawaja 66. Green yet to score.
The old favourite, My Way, takes an early lead in the Celebrating Live Stakes, followed by High Tea, who's travelling well. Red Tulips is blooming beautifully, followed in behind them by Wind Beneath My Wings. Coming late is the Harleyhurst. Yes, it's the Harleyhurst who's running on. They hit the line. The judges call for the photo in the Celebrating Live Stakes.
Thanks, Brian. When you reach the final finishing line, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. We're at Edgbaston, where it's alive and pumping now. Travis Head caught at mid-wicket for an even 50. Just skipped down the track to Moeen and picked out Zach Crawley in close. And Moeen Ali returning to fine leg and receiving quite the ovation. Hometown boy, of course, from Birmingham. Robinson away from us. Khawaja 66 needs to reset again. New partnership builds, or begins, I should say. Defending down the track, no run. Cameron Green, we saw a replay for tyre power, your tyre experts. We're behind Green at our end from what happened the second last ball of the previous over. Dancing, doesn't get to the pitch, plays the shot anyway, goes past the outside edge. Bairstow gets a good look.
It's a bad miss by Bairstow. Oh. Bad shot, good delivery. Well, just a stock ball, really.
Yeah.
That created
chaos to the batsman and the wicketkeeper.
Robinson yet to claim a wicket. Into Khawaja. 2 back for the short ball. Bowls here, full off stump, pushed out towards mid-off where the captain Stokes does the tidying up. 129 kilometres an hour. So no real threat in terms of pace, Robinson, but he does probe away.
Yeah, I thought they might make a change. I don't think it's happening for Robinson. I thought maybe to get Stuart Broad back on with Cam Green just coming to the crease.
What a time to take a wicket too. That partnership took Australia from 67 to 148 either side of lunch. Had a decent clip as well, though, moving through the gears.
They were flying.
Yeah. Robinson up, bowls here. Khawaja defends to mid-on where there won't be a single. Then a wicket maiden just to stop Australia in their tracks. And now, I said before, Khawaja's going to have to play a role rebuilding, as he did when they lost 2 in an over earlier today. Smith just before lunch. Khawaja's been the mainstay.
Yeah, and he doesn't look flustered. And I can't think of a better batsman to be help out of Cam Green if he's a little bit nervous. You know, Usman is so relaxed, so cool. He's going to have to work hard with Cam Green here.
Sun's out Saturday afternoon. Robinson bowls to Khawaja on leg stump. There's a single to mid-wicket. Moves him to 67, 4 for 149, so still 244 in arrears.
Let's have a look at the plans to Cam Green against the fast medium of Robinson. We saw with Travis Head straight away it was going to be short. They set fields accordingly. But Cam Green, for me, he doesn't have a real obvious weakness. You know, sometimes early he can be a little bit late in his bat swing, and he can get bowled or LB through the gate. And they've got a leg slip, so maybe that suggests that they're going to try some short stuff.
And they've got a plan.
But it was so Cam Green what we've seen. He really takes his time to build the innings, doesn't he? Sometimes I feel like he needs to actually have more intent. I've never seen him do that early in innings.
Yeah, nor have I. I mean, we saw him use his feet to spin a lot in Sri Lanka last year. And he took that through to the 100 he made in Ahmedabad.
Very good.
I suppose he
played well in India.
Yeah, he did. Well, the Ahmedabad pitch is not too dissimilar to this, slow and flat. Leg slip and a short leg in now.
There's no point or gully.
Robinson to Green. Yet to get off the mark, won't do so here either, defending down the strip.
I think that's what I was saying. You know, the only sort of half weakness is early in his innings. He's prone to that ball that is angled in, and that's where this field is set for.
Got a start in the second innings last week, 25.
Can let them go, can't he? Not totally sure of his off stump. Lets the ball go and gets bowled off stump. So they're putting 2 out there. I can't see the short ball being a big threat to Cam Green.
So 2 catches in close, 2 back on the leg side now. Robinson bowls full and Green gets forward, smothering any movement off the seam down to mid-on. That will complete the over. Green yet to get off the mark. Khawaja 67, Australia 4 for 149. And our coverage is for Macca's, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Your favourite beauty products at the best price must be Chemist Warehouse. We have Aveeno Skin Relief Body Wash 1 litre, $14.49. Neutrogena Hydro Boost Hyaluronic Acid Nourishing Cream, $17.99. For dramatic eyes, get Maybelline Falsies Surreal Extensions Mascara, $27.99. And smell great with Davidoff Cool Water Oceanic Men's or Women's, $39.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Our middle session on SEN Test Cricket for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to Drinkwise. Moeen Ali, wicket in his previous over. What he would give to get 2 in a hurry here to get into Australia's lower middle order for a lengthy tail. 2 slips, Moeen, round the wicket. Khawaja nudges him just in front of square on the onside. Green up for it. Races through for a single. Khawaja 68. Australia 4 for 150, still 243 behind England's first innings tally of 8 for 393 declared. Cameron Green away from home averaging 49 flat.
Yeah, just reflect back on those innings, I think, Cam Green, you know, in India and Sri Lanka. You know, trust yourself. Give yourself 20, 30 balls.
Also a couple of really important half centuries in Pakistan. Previous year where he has a way of...
He's generally pretty nimble on his feet for a 6'7" batsman.
There's a way of absorbing pressure, I think's the way to describe it. Like when he can occupy the crease for a long time without really putting the foot down. Then, of course, he can move through the gears deeper into it.
But, you know, nerves on a dark.
Now back at deep mid-wicket. Green facing Moeen and punching him out to mid-off. So the field is a slip, a leg slip. Root and Brook respectively. Short leg Ollie Pope. Then no one at point. No one between slip and extra cover.
Yeah, it's a good field, I reckon.
Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square, and a cow corner. Deep mid wicket. Moeen bowls. Green goes back to cut. Well placed. Good shot. Into that gap. Work to do for Root, who's sprinting down to the rope. He'll have to dive. He will, and he'll drag it in. Good piece of fielding. They return for a third. Green's off the mark. 4 for 153.
It's a good field. I just watched Moeen then. You know, he wasn't happy with himself. It's the worst ball possible for that field, wasn't it? He did get room to, even if he only got a thick edge to it, it was going to be runs.
So England went bang-bang earlier today. They celebrated 1 wicket this session for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives out of Travis Head for 50. They're going to have to get Khawaja. How important this innings might be for him in terms of setting up the series, getting into the series. Wasn't able to quite do that 4 years ago. 2 catching covers now. Moeen bowls and Khawaja from round the wicket pushes it towards mid-wicket. Got that 40 in the second dig here, which felt like a lot more when he walked out to the middle.
He's had a few of those, hasn't he? Like 2013, I reckon, as well.
Yeah, Lords, the 50 at Lords where he was on. Given out wrongly at Old Trafford. Moeen bowls, Khawaja lunging forward, pushing to point. It was here at Edgbaston where Australia were 90 runs behind on the first innings. Bancroft and Warner out inside the first 20 minutes of the third innings of the match. And Khawaja and Smith settled things down. Then it was Head's turn. Then it was Wade's turn. They all played their role alongside Stephen Smith. Have to do so alongside Khawaja today. Leg stump line here from Moeen. Tucked just in front of square again for a second single in the over. Khawaja keeps the strike. He's 69 Australia. 4 for 154 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Adam Collins with you, Damien Fleming with me, Jarrod Kimber into the summariser chair as well. Good afternoon, Jarrod.
Thanks for having me, Colo. I just was talking to someone at the back of the box and they said that your voice travels wonderfully.
Oh.
Laurie Colliver.
Oh, okay.
Thanks over here as well.
Another good Hawthorn man.
Another good Hawthorn man. We've got a lot of Hawthorn people.
Including from Adelaide. Why is he back before?
Yeah, but you know, in South Australia and Western Australia, they often had a second team, a Victorian team. You know, the Nord supporters were always Melbourne Demons.
Yeah, Redlegs. That's Bharat's club as well in the SANFL. Okay. He's a Norwood week-to-weeker at the moment when he's not touring around watching the cricket.
On the parade. Friday night footy there. Yeah, very good, very boutique.
Anderson, new spell. Round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja. Plays with soft hands. Anderson's first bowl since lunch, actually. Bowled 6 overs in the first session, none for 18. Looking to get the ball moving around. Maybe even a little bit of reverse swing into over 49. We saw a bit yesterday, Flem.
Yep, certainly. So it'd be a good day for England if they get new ball swing and backed up with reverse swing on the same day. But the pitch looks like it might lend itself to it.
Yeah, well, we saw just chunks coming off the ball yesterday and they replaced it. It was that other one that reversed, wasn't it?
And how many times, Jarrod, have we seen Anderson bowl to a field like this in Asia? Slipper gully and 2 catching covers. Bowls to Khawaja and bisects those covers, but there's a man protecting that region, extra cover, deeper, saves the single. Khawaja stays on 69. So Anderson in Asia has been a big part of the England success story, bowling the way he did in Pakistan late last year, even indeed before they went off a cliff in 2021, the way he bowled at Chennai to bowl them to victory on the final day there.
Yeah, Carter's something wrong with... Oh, something's just fallen off. Khawaja's bat there. I don't know what that was, if it was the... It's a big chunk of it out on the pitch.
Feels weird using that as a reference point, but the surface feels...
No, it does feel like that.
More like that than it does
so
what we would expect in England.
To the umpire?
I don't know.
Because if it's something, a chip out of the bat, you'd go to the 12th man.
It's stickers, isn't it?
Okay.
Because another big chunk of it just flew off there as well.
I've got the binoculars on. You need to get the scissors out again. There's a big sticker hanging out. You wouldn't want that to... I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want that to hit the... an edge to fall off that. Anyway, we'll see. Now the ball here from Anderson outside the off stump left alone. What I'm trying to say is you wouldn't want a little raggy bit to be clipped by the ball. So of course that would still be out.
Part of the bat,
hot spot would detect it, and sticko would detect it, and all that. That's why Bill Laurie used to say that with your pads, if you had a bit sticking out the end, take them off, cut them off.
Modern batters don't seem to worry about that as much anymore, and I think partly because there's not buckles. But even so, you shouldn't have anything flappy.
Yeah, but I think you can you can get the decision overturned now.
Anderson to Khawaja defending.
The creaky bat handle. I'll give that. We heard something, but that would be given not out now. But years ago, that you're out.
Justin Langer, of course, wasn't it? The creaky bat handle down at Hobart. And
well, he edged it.
1999, yes. Well, yes. He always maintained that it was the creaky bat handle until years later, confessing on television that, I probably hit it.
Yeah.
99 down in Hobart.
Decent attack.
You're in.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls to Khawaja, squared up out the middle of the bat to Ben Stokes at cover, who's getting closer and closer with every ball. They're trying to build pressure on Khawaja. Has to absorb it again. So we've had that push-pull through today, haven't we, Jarrod? Where Australia have tried to put the foot down, and they've been dragged back by England taking wickets.
Well, what we see with England is they don't let the game settle, right? So they've gone through a few, even with Harry Brook coming on, the short stuff, now you've got the short covers and the short mid wickets. They just keep rotating through their plans, although me and Colo have watched a lot of them. Eventually they just bowl short for about 4 hours. Ollie Robinson bowling short is probably not the plan coming in, but here you go again. So they've even strengthened those catches.
So a short mid-wicket now as well. Anderson bowls and Khawaja gets a past Brook in that position. There should be 3 there if they get their skates on, at least 2, and they'll be happy with the second. Duckett does the tidying up. Khawaja into the 70s from the final ball of Anderson's over. Australia up to 4 for 156. Khawaja 71, green on 3.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and this session thanks to Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to drink wise. Smo and Ali, long spell this now. They picked him as a wicket taker.
I reckon he was right at the end, wasn't he? Before the Travis Head dismissal.
These are the sort of figures you could have predicted. 1 for 71 from 16 is about where Moeen's at the moment. All they care about is his best ball, as they describe it. He bowls here to Green, who edges, but with soft hands, past second slip. They've changed the field to him, so they've got a fielder around from backward point. That's Ollie Robinson. They're back for 2, though. Green up to 5, 4 for 158. So we heard a lot, Jarrod, about Moeen's return to the Test side, and the way that Stokes explained it, we're not really replacing Jack Leach. We're going for a different kind of bowler, different kind of cricketer. I don't want him to play the holding role as Leach has done all the way through the Bazball era. Moeen close to the stump screen, turning in towards mid-wicket. Quickest shingle, they're through. The throw doesn't come from Stokes. 4 for 159, Green 7.
Yeah, I mean, they have another Jack Leach, right?
Maybe Liam Dawson at a pinch.
I mean, look, Liam Dawson's a really good cricketer, but I would back myself to get through an over of facing him.
So what are the options, boys? You guys are on top of English county cricket.
So Liam Dawson's the Hampshire left-arm finger spinner, who's probably, I think he's a bit more like a Marcus North, but maybe a slightly better bowler than Marcus North, in that he's a batter who bowls.
Moeen bowls and Khawaja pulls well out the middle of the bat. Races away to the rope in front of the big scoreboard. Moeen up to 75. He's faced 144 balls so far and going strong. That's the 9th time he's found the rope. He's cleared it a couple of times as well. 4 for 163.
The amount of times that he has played a pull shot from a ball that was going to hit the stumps today, that did not get up at all. He could have swept that in the end. It stayed so low. It was a good shot, though. He
watched it.
He stayed so still when he's playing that shot that even when they have kept low, he's hit them well.
Moeen delivers and Khawaja is forward, pushing into the onside. He's done that a few times in the last 2 overs, so finding a way to work into some rhythm after losing head. Moves to 76, 4 for 164.
So Dawson would have been the Bazball option, where they would have just gone, just come in, give us 15 overs a day, try and go at a low economy, but when you go out there, smash it when you bat. Obviously, they have the leg spinner Parkinson, but they just don't really trust him. He played that one game when Leach concussed himself.
That's right. Green down the ground. Does he beat mid-on? He sort of does. He gets it wide enough for Ben Stokes that he has to deflect it down. Stokes hits the deck.
Yeah.
All eyes will be on his getting back on his feet due to the problematic knee injury that he's got, but he looks okay. He's smiling and laughing and so on. He's 7 green.
They're going to have players that don't fit into their baseball philosophy. Yeah.
I would have thought the other baseball option was Will Jacks, who took 6 for on debut in Pakistan. I'll explain why as Moeen delivers here and Khawaja defends from the crease. That's the end of the over. We'll come back to this conversation after the break with Australia. 4 for 165 after 50 overs. They trail by 228. Khawaja 76. Green on 7, and his session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
A meeting between Stokes, Broad and Anderson between overs. Anderson, the continuous spell, his first crack at Cameron Green here. Yeah, the Jacks option was attractive because he'll obviously lengthen their batting lineup, and he actually plays that holding role for Surrey. Surrey don't pick a spinner anymore. Jacks just does it when he's available. And he's coming back from injury, to be fair.
That's only because Gareth Batt is their coach and he thinks he's a better spinner than anyone. The other one is Rayan Ahmed, the young leg spinner. Obviously took wickets. Can bat, but his batting is probably a little bit like young Dan Vettori. We know he will be able to bat, but he's probably a couple of years before that part. I think that would have been the most Bazball only because there would have been a lot of pressure throwing him into an Ashes test with everything else.
And he's 18, remember, so there's that factor as well.
Yeah. I think the Dawson and Root would have gone together well as left-arm finger spin and off spin.
So for Green, they're going to have a slipper, leg slipper, gully and 2 catching covers. Anderson to him here and he defends out to Stokes, who's the closer of the catching or the straighter of the 2 catching covers. No run.
But as someone who's seen all those guys bowl and play cricket, Moeen Ali is still the best backup option. I don't think any of those guys. I'm a big fan of Matt Parkinson, but and Rayan Ahmed and all these guys, but they're just not at Moeen Ali's level at the moment.
As you just alluded to, it's Ashes as well, and we've seen a few of their spinners over the years. Well, not just spinners, quick bowlers have shockers in their first tests.
Away from us, bowls here to Green defending. I would have picked Parkinson 2 years ago. Longer, 2.5. I would have picked a long time ago, and I would have, when they were picking Don Bess, that felt to me like a great opportunity with Parkinson, who then would have been 24. His best ball is as good as anyone's best ball. He turns it square, right? So he's taken wickets that are, they're always compared to Warne's ball at Old Trafford in '93. He has that in him. Of course, he isn't Shane Warne, but his best ball's a high-quality ball. But they've never really had the faith in him as a red ball bowler. Anderson delivers here. Green pushes to mid-wicket. Wide of Robinson. They get a single. Oh, it's a direct hit. So they'll get an overthrow if they have time to adjust, and they will.
Good stuff, Greeny.
So they're alert to it there. Good running from Green, and they'll get a second. So
that's
Green
his
goes
second
up to
one,
9.
isn't it? I like it. I like it. It's really, you've got to keep rotating the strike too with these fields. And then it's funny enough with Australia, we've got a test class spinner not getting a game.
Yeah.
Todd Murphy.
And how often have we had that? We had Nathan Lyon being dropped during his career for Agar. The Don Bess thing is really interesting because they got completely obsessed with Don Bess, and the more you watched him bowl, the more you thought he's not a test match bowler. And by the end, he's struggling to get a game for Yorkshire now, and they're not Yorkshire are not doing well at the moment. And so, he's really, really struggled as a cricketer. I think Colo's right. I think Matt Parkinson was very confident when he was young, and they sort of got that confidence out of him.
Speaking of Yorkshire, the Yorkshire wall's in implementation now for Anderson, who bowls defending to Stokes. And what I mean by that is fielders all in front of square. So 2 catching covers and 2 catching mid-wickets, and they present something of a wall in front of Cameron Green that over here in county cricket gets called the Yorkshire wall. So Anderson, who has bowled, as I said, to these plans before, keeping it dry, keeping batters honest, giving them nothing.
Just can't drive in the air here.
So an interesting field. Still got the slip in the gully as well. So it's aggressive in its own way. Two left in the over. Anderson yet to take a wicket. Bowls to Green here. Brings him forward. Pushing out to the square, a catching cover.
We haven't seen slow balls yet, but I think by the end of this test match, this field and slow balls will be something. I don't think we'll ever get to cutters, although, to be fair, the ball to Usman a minute ago kept low enough, maybe we might get to cutters. But I do think we will get just every now and again, slow ball.
Well, Flem mentioned Todd Murphy, or alluded to Todd Murphy before. If they knew this track was going to be this track, I know they were debating the last seamer spot. I wonder whether they might have just pondered about a second spinner. Anyway, moot point now. Anderson to complete his 8th over, delivers to Green, who finds a gap between the covers, but there's protection there as well. A couple of singles from the over. 4 for 167. They trail by 226. Green's 9. Khawaja 76 in this session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, to Drinkwise.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
So Moeen Ali to start again. He's bowling his 18th over here. 3 maidens, 1 for 80. His analysis. The 1 wicket this session. Head caught at mid-wicket for 50. Round the wicket to Khawaja, who leaves his ball spin into the gloves of Bairstow, well outside the off stump. Khawaja 76, creeping towards another test ton. Whisper it. He'll be in no hurry, that's for sure. We've seen Khawaja in no hurry at all when he gets to about this stage of an innings.
He's still got a jumper on. He's not even.
Yeah, I think
he's barely breathing.
It feels like he's trolling the English with the jumper on, because no one else has had one out there for a long time.
Moeen Ali passes umpire Raza, bowls to Khawaja, who cuts deep in the crease, 1 to deep point. Duck at the sweeper. He's 77, 4 for 169.
I think he's batted beautifully, but I do think that this wicket just suits the way he bats as well. And in the same way that it did to Crawley, and I think Crawley and Khawaja are completely different players, but that little bit of lack of pace and energy off the wicket means they're less likely to push at a ball and although to be fair to Crawley, he did get one off his thumb, but less likely to have that their main flaw exposed. But you've got to cash in on that, and Crawley didn't, and Khawaja's going a lot further.
Still a gap at deep point if Green wants it. Doesn't here on the front foot defending.
Yeah, I think Usman's a fair bit better all-round player than Crawley. I think he. Yeah, I don't think there's a surface that I would naturally say that Usman's got a weakness against. I think he doesn't mind the ball coming on. He's very good square of the wicket.
Close to the stumps to Green, who plays it back to him. I do wonder how different the test match will feel. If Lords is like Lords has been in the last couple of years, it'll be lively next week.
Oh, okay.
We've seen that. Spoke to the curator, Carl McDermott, last week, and that they want it to be a pitch that gives plenty. Moeen bowls, and Green down towards mid-on. Wants a quick single. Takes on the fielder.
They're actually going to Usman's end.
And Stokes throws it to the keeper's end, but it's a long way away from being a problem.
I'd like to see that a yin and yang, though, have this pitch. Then the next test is totally different.
Well, Lords was flat after a day, but early on, first couple of hours, first session and a half, it was really good for fast bowling. And quick. The other point, he was a quick pitch.
Oh, okay.
But I think we saw with Uzi when he was at Oval for the World Test Championship, when there was lateral movement and a little bit in the pitch, his hands just follow the ball a little bit more.
Last ball, Moeen. Khawaja defends. End of the over. He's 77. Green's 10. Australia 4 for 169. They trail by 224.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply. LMCT 11621.
It's just gone midnight in Australia, on the eastern seaboard of Australia, I should say. You can stay in touch with us on 0433 98 11 16 or in New Zealand on 8833 SENZ. Listeners, welcome one and all. Jacob and Blake, boys loving the call. 2 happy Tiger supporters after a great win. Now on our way back to Wangaratta. Is there much spin on offer, Jarrod?
Do you know what? Just that last, maybe it was the second last ball that Mo bowled that Usman Khawaja left there, did spin a little bit, but no, not really.
Anderson to Green on 10. New over. Green forward defending as he's done throughout this spell from Anderson so far. The 2 catches at cover. He doesn't mind. Anderson's going to bowl there all day long. We're welcome Jeremy Coney as well.
Yeah, it's not a bad wicket for a spinner, but it's not. I don't think you should be beaten by massive amounts of spin. Having said that, Cameron Green, the one he missed by 1.5 foot, did turn a little bit, didn't it? There's something there, but it'd be interesting to see. I think that's Joe Root warming up at slip as well.
And a bit of a golden arm, Joe Root. Partnership breaker. Anderson delivers. Green, back of a length. Down to gully, no run. Phil Long.
Yeah, 18 consecutive overs for Moeen Ali. He came on at 12:15. Or 18 overs from that end.
I doubt there's many times in his career he's bowled 18 on the spin, Jarrod.
There's a bit of like overseas pro getting your money's worth, isn't there? We know we're only going to have him for a couple of weeks. Let's just bowl him until he passes out.
Did you ever overseas pro over here, Jeremy?
No, I was asked to play for Gloucester. I kind of wanted to teach in those days once I'd finished playing.
Anderson delivers to Green, who plays with soft hands again to gully, no run.
So I didn't take it up, but a lot of New Zealanders did. Yeah.
What would that have been, Mike Proctor era?
Yes, it would have been Proctorshire.
Proctorshire, yep.
Yep, definitely.
I suppose you would have had Glenn Turner coming out here every year and making his thousands of runs for Worcester.
Hundreds.
Oh yes, he came for a long time actually. John Parker, all those people. They were all Worcester.
Martin Crowe at Somerset. Anderson bowls. Green defence with one hand off the bat. Maybe a bit of extra bounce to Stokes at the straight catching cover, no run.
John Wright was at Derby.
Wright was at Derby, yes, definitely. Paddles, of course.
Yeah, he's got the waiting area.
He has under the stairs. That's an interesting place to be putting it.
Do you know who's got the other waiting area?
On the other side?
Gary Sobers.
Has he?
Yeah.
Where's his?
Just on the other side of the stairs. So they're both under the stairs.
Oh, dear.
They should have a grandstand there, really.
Sometimes they've got a little light and a pot plant there.
Yeah, if they're lucky. Is there a couch? Or just a broken chair?
I'd say. Love seat.
Anderson delivers and Green outside part of the bat again. Bit more venom in that delivery, so Green has to play with the softer hands, and it's Pope from gully diving across to cut off the run.
Green looks to be just pushing a wee bit hard. It certainly plays, if you look at the laconic, and phlegmatic Kawaja, and then you look at Green, they're playing very differently, aren't they? Very different styles. He's from WA? Is it Perth? Yeah, that's Tomo there.
Jeff Thompson on House Screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, the guy that was bowling bumpers at your test debut, Jeremy, all those years ago. Anderson, last ball of his over to Green, who clips out to deep backward square. There might be 2 if he really wants it. Green does, Kawaja doesn't, as is the practice. Green keeps the strike. He's 11. Changing commentary with Daniel Norcross coming in for me, Australia. 4 for 170. They trail by 223.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Daniel Norcross, Jarrod Kimber and Jeremy Coney are in the house. 4 for 170 it's been. Australia's session, you'd say. 92 runs, I think, have come for the loss of just the 1 wicket. And Joe Root is coming into the attack.
Yeah, interesting. We saw Joe Root and Moeen Ali bowl in tandem earlier when there were 2 left-handers. Interesting that to give Moeen a break, you're using your lesser off-spinner with Cameron Green, but he's going to bowl round the wicket. Cameron Green does get a little bit, he gets his pad in the way a little bit.
He pushes quite hard too.
I might be thinking there's something there. I mean, generally, I think Root averages something like 70 against right-handers in the first innings of Test matches, but not as bad a matchup for him this one.
Leg slip in place, a short mid-wicket, catching a short cover. Green drives back to Root. In the air briefly, but didn't reach Root on the full. There's no run. Keep getting your texts in. 0433 98 11 16. We're in New Zealand. 8833. Don't need so many numbers in New Zealand. As Root is in.
We can't remember them.
Down the wicket comes Green. Then push drives it up to mid-off. Look, I mean,
It's
That's
four,
right.
Are you trolling your own people?
No,
it's four
I
numbers because there's only 1,000 people.
I encouraged them. I encouraged them to sort of just to carve it into the wall beside them. 8 double.
Root is swept down to long leg where Broad is fielding. Get a single, nice crisp shot. Yes, you did, didn't you, this morning? Carve it into the wall.
It's interesting though, isn't it? That I was just saying to Jarrod that he looks as if he's coming from WA, doesn't he? He looks as if he's used to playing through the line of the ball with a bit more pace on the ball, and he can stand up tall. Well, he doesn't have to stand up really at all. He can just play.
Root into Khawaja, who gets a wide one, which he leaves alone. It's well taken by Bairstow.
And yet, someone like Khawaja, you need on a slower pitch, which this one is, you need to actually wait and manipulate and manoeuvre the ball a lot more rather than hitting through it. And it doesn't quite suit him.
Root in, and Khawaja does get a bottom edge on this ball and is perilously close to dragging it back on.
Would have been a dead ball anyway because Stuart Broad's hat blew off during that delivery and he had to chase off and get it. He actually turned around while the ball was still coming in, but when he suddenly realised, well, he might hit this to me. That's a cut shot.
Oh, hang on. Did that hit the actual stumps and not take the bail off? I need to see that again, as this is outside the off stump, left alone by Khawaja.
I thought it might have hit off.
Hold your horses. We're taking a look on this replay here. Chop. Oh,
Yeah,
no, it's come off. Yes, it's come off Bairstow's ankle. That's the end of an interesting exploratory over. Australia are 4 for 171.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie as Anderson is in. Right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, and Green tucks this ball into the onside. It's a very straight delivery. It's a field for straight bowling.
It is a straight. Look, if you think of it as a right-hander, you've got those two men in front of you and then a man in between, if you like, somewhat deeper at sort of a wideish mid-off. Quite hard to get that through, you know, unless there's widths to give you something to run and to work with. The same on the onside as well. There's not a lot really. Anything you get on leg stump, you've got to make sure you get it, you know, more by the umpire if you can, to get off strike for Green.
Anderson into the crouching Green, who dabs the ball square of the wicket on the offside. It's picked up by the gully fielder. There's no run.
I wonder if this field is to get him to play across the line because of the big front step, the big front pad and everything, more than anything else at the moment. Although, and it's not entirely bowling for the LBWs right as we have a look at it. But that, when he first came into Test cricket, I thought that was Green's biggest weakness was, you know, if you're a 6'9" child, you know, your whole life you're never given out LBW in junior cricket, and you have the big front step down.
Anderson into him. He drives firmly to Stokes, who's in that tricksy short mid-off position. There's a short mid-on as well.
And then you get to the DRS level of cricket, suddenly the umpires are putting their fingers up all the time, and I think he's been pretty good at just pulling back a little bit there. But you were talking about his hands and, you know, the Western Australian aspect. I think he is still in development as a player.
Well, he got that 100 in the IPL.
Yeah,
didn't he?
Oh,
So that,
I think he's very good at hitting. I think it's the little bits of batting sometimes he's just got to, you know, work on.
Anderson into him. That's a nice on drive, but Crawley and Stokes are around 3 yards advanced from the non-striker's end towards the batter. There's also a short mid-wicket and a short cover. That's what this field is all about. Your text, by the way, we love your text. Thank you very much, especially as it's getting later. Those of you who text in now, we consider to be the proper diehards. Keep them coming. But the couple I've got here are about Cam Green. We'll come to that in the next over, perhaps, as Anderson is in. And Green pushes forward in defence up to mid-off, where Broad is waiting. Fields in his sun hat. No run.
Yeah, the other thing is just all-rounders in general, I was going to say, is that he starts as a bowler when he's young, then he shows batting talent, but he isn't like, at the same age, he isn't like what Joe Root would be as a batter, who spent all of his life batting, and, you know, working through all those little kinks. The actual natural talent is obviously there, but you have to learn all the other little things about batting, and you see, you know, Imran Khan and Daniel Vettori and Ravi Jadeja getting a lot better at batting later in their career when they spend more time doing it.
Anderson completes the over with a back of a length ball pushed into the offside, fielded in the covers, and never find parsimonious over, as Jeremy Coney would say. In Australia, a 4 for 171.
That's excellent. That's my brother.
On the outside, champagne toast followed by cucumber sandwiches my way, 23rd Psalm, then red roses. Further back, Devonshire 2, eulogy and pre-planning. Champagne toast has taken the lead, kicks away. It's out in front, 200 metres to go. Tobin Brothers celebrating lives. Tobin Brothers celebrating lives flying.
Thanks, Brian. For the final weigh-in in life, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket, Root into Khawaja. Khawaja drives a full toss up to wide mid-off and doesn't want the single, or isn't going to take the single. Colo's brother's been in touch. He's sitting by the Douro River in Porto. That's what a Collins gets up to, is it?
Yeah.
Having a few beers and enjoying the call on SEN. Hi, Ben. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I'd love to be.
Oh, yes.
I'm actually quite happy to be at Edgbaston, but I do.
A beer.
Yeah.
And nocciolini.
To get some lovely
Nuts.
drinks in Porto. Nocciolini.
Yes.
Yeah. Pork and clams.
You like those?
I do.
Yeah.
Forward comes Khawaja, defends into the offside. You familiar with
It's more
Portugal?
just the aggressive nature. He said nuts in my face. No, I love Portugal. It's a great place.
England and Portugal has the longest standing treaty between two nation states.
What's that? What sort of treaty?
Like a don't hit me, treat me treaty. This just falls outside the off stump. There's no run. They've had a non-aggression pact, if you will, since, I can't remember, it's like 1340, so somebody could look it up for me. Unbroken through the years of Salazar,
Phil, you got these
Vasco da
stats on
Gama. Oh yeah, every day's a school day on SEN. As Root is in outside the off stump, round arm filth goes straight into Bairstow's gloves.
You should see Phil's face. I threw that to him.
I thought he'd be all over Portuguese-English relations and foreign policy over the last 650 years.
Oh, I am, yeah. Just not today.
It's not today. Root in. This is flick driven up to mid-off. This time they will take the single, and that will keep Khawaja on strike, because that's the end of a cheap Root over. Just a couple of runs from it. Australia 4 for 172.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of Mcafe. And we're just having a look on the replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and seeing just how shockingly poor Bairstow's miss was. Or was it? It didn't look good. Ben Folkes, you would imagine, would have taken that. And that's that's what the conversation is all about, isn't it? As Cameron Green was missed stumping for Bairstow off his first ball, and he's not yet punished them. He's got 12 off 34, but 2 wickets in 2 then would have made quite the difference to the day, as Anderson is in for the left-handed Khawaja, who's been resolute all day. He defends back up the wicket. No run. We've had some texts. Lucky in Western Australia says, looking forward to the big fella Cam Green making a classic score in his early career. One we can look back on in years to come. God willing, if we're here in years to come, maybe we shall indeed. And Justin is liking Green's intent with his running. I do, but I've got to say it's a bit easier for a man who only requires 5 strides to get from one end to the other. As Bharat Sundaresan joins us, I'm delighted to say, in his natty hat and specs. Anderson in. This is driven at the inside half of the bat, and it goes in the air momentarily to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Not really an Anderson pitch, is it? Either. I mean, there's no movement in the air prior to pitching. There's not a lot of movement off the surface either. This is more like the yesterday pitch that we saw at the moment. Knuckleball coming in from him this time. Perhaps that was why the shot was a little bit early and he had to drag that off an inside edge. So well done, Anderson. He's having to use other types of skills.
He's in once more, and this is shorter and worked up to mid-on where Broad does the fielding.
He kind of likes more of a nippy kind of pitch, doesn't he? He likes something that there's a wee bit more pace on the ball and so on.
Should it have been Wood instead of Anderson?
Exactly. If there was one bowler, Jeremy and Daniel, hello, afternoon, that England might have been forced to leave out for Mark Wood, it was Jimmy Anderson on this pitch.
Yep.
This is only his second spell today, I think.
He's in again, still going round the wicket, and forward is Khawaja in very watchful defence. Ben from Melbourne has been touched. He says, I'm surprised Australia went with right-arm bowlers and not many left-armers. Well, that means Stark, doesn't it?
Yeah, Stark or Bharat Sundaresan, who did start with his 4-wicket haul. You were there, didn't you?
And you're a citizen now, aren't you? So you qualified?
Not yet. Nearly there. Yeah, nearly there. Maybe the next Ashes I'll be steaming.
Well, we'll look out for that.
There you go.
Will you break some scoops for us, especially for SEN? Hanson into Khawaja, who defends from the crease, gets upright to a slightly shorter ball, pushes it into the offside. Stokes does the fielding. We've not seen Stokes in this session.
Correct.
And he's taken the most important wicket of the day, you would think.
We don't know how he's pulled up after that spell.
No, that's the question. There's the point I made. That if he's going to bowl, then he might have to bowl quite a long spell. Because it might be difficult for him to come back.
So do you think the way he's thinking of an older ball, you know, that's so soon, maybe after tea, Anderson in, outside the off-stump attempter, left alone by Khawaja, 4 for 172. Green has 12. Khawaja has 78. Is that your thinking?
Looking at this English bowling attack, they don't have someone who just genuinely looks like a mop, as Damien Fleming calls him, someone who can just run through the tail. But that could be Ben Stokes. If he has 5 overs where he can test them out with short pitch bowling on a pitch which is slightly up and down, the balls are sticking, the length of that Australian tail can be exposed.
I mean, this is I mean, I don't know what the partnership was, the last one, but just before 80 odd, yes.
81.
So they certainly need 100 here, don't they, between these two? And then, of course, for the next one as well. Otherwise, an end is open then all the time.
Now, Root bowled 2 overs of a sort of unthreatening round arm, not folder roll, I'm going to call it, and has now been replaced by the head-banded Broad, who's now bowling from the Birmingham end. Anderson is at the Pavilion end. They started their first spells at opposite ends.
Who was it in the Deer Hunter that looks like?
Oh, John Voight.
Is it Christopher Walken?
Christopher Walken. Is that who you're thinking?
Yes.
Yes. He was in an incredible film called Brainstorm in about 1985. Remember that?
No.
It's terrible.
Did he shoot himself in that film?
In the Deer Hunter?
Yes.
I can't remember. It's quite grim, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yes, yeah.
Grim old film. But it's got that theme tune, Cavatina. Everyone loves.
1985 is known as the year of the brainstorm. I was born in 1985, so...
Were you?
Yeah, there you go.
Were you?
You
don't look 38 at all.
Thanks. I take that as a compliment.
Twinkling eyes of yours. Now, Broad back into the attack. He gave us our moment of the day, really, when he picked up 2 in 2, getting Warner and then Labuschagne first ball. Caught behind of a good diving catch from Bairstow, and he's got, as we've been seeing from Stokes, I tell you, it's very hard for a commentator under Stokes. You've got no conventional fielding position, so I will try to describe them in due course. Broad is in to Green, who edges along the ground through gully. He's never carrying to Pope, but he's made a bit of a misfield, and they've come through for a single. So with Khawaja on strike, let's try to describe the field. I mean, I remember last year we had a short long leg and a long short leg at various different points.
It's like watching someone set chess pieces on a checkers board. It doesn't, like, there are spots on the ground I don't think fielders have ever stood at. Edgbaston in the history of the game. They're being occupied now.
He's found positions that have never been described. In the, you know,
Strange
the MCC
New Worlds
cricket book for boys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He would be such a great architect in India, where they just find some space to build a 7-story building. I mean, he would be great. They should get him hired.
Captain Kirk, exploring strange new worlds and new civilizations.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, he's finding
boldly
Klingon
going.
land.
When no
man has gone.
Should we sing the tune now?
We take requests here on SEN. Get your requests in via texts. And that request can be a negative request, like, no, don't.
It's late at night.
So Broad's going to come round the wicket after an awful lot of faffing. Really got a lot of faffing. Now, this is a slightly more conventional field. We've got a forward short leg who's just square of the wicket, really. But what's unconventional about it is that there's a square leg that's just looking over his right shoulder. Broad in. This is played languidly by Khawaja off the back foot to point, which is a normal place, isn't it, where Moeen is. And then there's a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on. All quite fine so far. But the short leg is, as I say, he's got his left foot on the crease line of one of the pitches away, one of the other pitches. And then there's a square leg who is Lurch, exactly, Zach Crawley, who's 1 yard straighter, but no more than that. Broad into Khawaja, pulls out to deep square leg for 4. Good shot, too short. And if you are Ollie Pope at short leg, you might think of having a gentle word with the veteran bowler and asking him if he could perhaps resist bowling a powder puff half tracker while you're standing there.
You look at the match position, Jeremy, and you're like, England must have done really well with the ball. They have bowled well. But on a slow pitch, the number of runs Australia have got with the pull shot. Travis Head at least looked like a specific plan, but Usman Khawaja has played at least 6 or 7 pull shots of loose shot deliveries.
Well, England will do that because we've now got a tricksy mid-wicket who's not a very straight mid-wicket. It's Stokes, and he's got his hands on his knees, so he thinks he's in a catching position for that shot, I think, perhaps. Broad is in. This is full and defended easily by Khawaja up to mid-on. Yes. And they have done that under Stokes because I think they think that you're likely to be in less control playing that shot, so it might
Well, that's true too, isn't it? Just a little slower. Just hangs on the surface a bit more, and you mistime it slightly. It's attacking a man in his strength, isn't it? Which becomes his weakness sometimes.
Yes. These fields don't look dissimilar to the ones we saw in Pakistan.
Right.
And I think they think this is a kind of Pakistani pitch in a way. It's forward and defences, Khawaja up to mid-off, or at least they're going to employ similar tactics.
Well, Khawaja got a couple of hundreds there, didn't he?
He did. He enjoyed it. And no wonder he's not been troubled by that, because he plays the ball so late.
No ball, by the way, no ball. It's been signalled.
Oh, speaking of Pakistanis, there you go, Pakistani umpire SN Raza. But because he plays the ball so late, I think he's not been troubled. He's not been rushed into playing a shot.
He also manipulates the ball very well because he's late. He goes with the hands, got good hands, and he just goes with the ball.
Broad in, shorter this time, and once more very easily defended by Khawaja up to mid-on.
And that's why he's so good at placing the ball as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, and that's why at the moment Cam Green's quite happy probably to be standing at the non-strikers. He's struggling to manipulate the ball.
Because of its slightly more
harder hands,
tendency,
and that's very much a Perth thing. He's just doing what he normally does. But I do think he'll learn, I think, over the years. There's no doubt that 100 was it Ahmedabad? I can't remember where he got that IPL 100.
Oh.
Lurch has gone back to deep backward square, and forward comes Khawaja defending the ball on off stump. End of the over, if that's not a no ball. Broad has 2 for 29. Anderson is bowling in tandem with him. Green 13, Khawaja 82, 4 for 178. We had some more texts. On this day in Australia v England history, you know, it's one of my very first memories of cricket. It's a very vague memory. I was 6 years old, 1975. Gary Gilmore, who was very confusing because there was a convicted murderer in America called Gary Gilmore.
Well, I don't know that one, but I do know the one you're about to talk about. Sort of the Bob Marley of world cricket.
Well, Gary Gilmore, the murderer, requested a firing squad. Gary Gilmore, the Australian bowler, took 6 for 14 to guide Australia to a 4-wicket win in the World Cup semi-final at Leeds. And the inaugural Men's World Cup, the women, of course, much more canny. They got in there a couple of years before. Where the women go, we do follow.
And I'm sure you played against Gary Gilmore.
I did.
Jeremy.
I did.
All I remember from watching Gary Gilmore.
He swung it both ways.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It's often on the same ball.
But all I remember from that 6-wicket haul, I wasn't obviously around in this planet to watch it live, was his celebration.
You felt it.
Yeah, I did. Okay. His celebration after every wicket was just tucking his shirt into his pants.
That's right. Yeah, well, they did. They had billowy shirts in those days, and they would unbutton a lot. I mean, you would unbutton it, did you?
No.
Because the Aussies like to show you their chest.
They did.
I mean, in extreme examples, some would show almost to the navel.
They would, yeah.
Javed Miandad was a bit of a navel show.
He was.
He would go all the way down, I would say.
Some of the Pakistanis did, but Gary Gilmore, I remember, would take a wicket and just tuck his shirt in. That was his...
That's all he had. He was like the Jim Laker, wasn't he?
He
Australian
was.
bowlers. Famously just shook hands when he was 19th wicket. Now I see. Now Root is changing ends because Root wants the pavilion end.
And what Root wants?
Root must get. He's one of England's frontline bowlers. And he's got his preferred end now. That'll make him much happier. And forward in defence comes Green again, pushed out into the offside. Also 1981. Terry Alderman made his Test debut for Australia against England at Trent Bridge. A winning course. They won by 3 wickets that Test match. Take a 1-0 lead.
Gooch LBW, perhaps?
I would think.
Yes.
I would think. That was the easiest money to be made, wasn't it, in those days? Down the wicket comes Green and yorks himself and digs the ball out into position about 2 yards in front of square on the offside. Anderson doing the fielding, preventing a run, but Green hasn't quite got into his enormous stride yet. Quite happening for him as Root is in, and this he drives crisply up to Stokes at mid-on.
We just have 2 more balls left in this session, but Jeremy, great point about Cam Green. He is a very quick learner, and what we've seen from his each innings, you see him being better than the last. So he will learn from what he's doing here.
Root in, down the wicket comes Green and clips it up again to Stokes, no run.
But he can be slightly lumpen. Yeah, to start with, and slightly conservative. He hits the fielder a lot. The manipulation he spoke about, I think, is coming into his game, but he's still not there.
Root in, and Green defends. The front foot back to Root. There's no run. Now, I'm not going to take my dear friend Bharat's word for that being the last ball of this session, because I got caught out by the 5 minutes.
I saw that
before lunch, and it is indeed UK time 3:40, which would be a normal tea time, but because of the extra 5 minutes, I think we've got another over at least to come. 55 overs have been bowled today, so a reasonable over rate-ish. Not bad.
I'm sure our Western Australian listeners aren't complaining because it gives us more time to talk about Cam Green. And you're right.
I think he should play. I think if it's nice and straight, then he should use he's a very powerful man, and he's got long levers, and I would like to see him hit straight down the ground using the full blade, going over the top, past the bowler, through the umpire, and just use the power that he has, and I think that would be a very useful area that he could look, so he doesn't feel under pressure so much to score.
Broad starts a new over round the wicket from the Birmingham end, and is beautifully driven by Khawaja. That's a lovely shot. There's a gap through mid-off. He hasn't hit it very firmly, but he's picked up an easy 2 by just playing with the full face of the bat. And we've seen a lot of use of the feet today. We've seen Khawaja and Travis Head dance down the wicket to Moeen Ali, and maybe that might be something that Green might think of.
He does it a lot in white ball cricket. I think what we've seen from him, mostly in Test cricket, especially in the first innings of a Test, is he gets into the Test batting mode where he almost feels like he can't do that.
Right.
Bat properly.
Yes.
Oh,
dangerous.
He can, you see.
He needs to play for England.
Has he not been watching?
You don't have to bat properly for England as Broad is in. This is nicely driven up to mid-off.
Which is true. I mean, the way England celebrate the fact that, Ben Duckin doesn't leave the ball anymore, which is, the fact that they celebrate their cricketers not following cricket logic is interesting.
I don't think he's quite overplayed it. I think there is a degree of astonishment that Ben Duckett has left 8 balls in 700 since he returned to the England team. I mean, the celebration really is in the lunacy.
Yeah, true.
Broad is in, and Khawaja defends late very well, solidly into the offside. Thank Christian from Blackburn has said something very nice about me, which I can't say out loud, but apparently I remind him of Henry Blofeld, my dear old thing. Lovely old man.
I mean,
very nice thing to say.
Look, there are plenty of cranes around as well you could have spoken about.
the pigeon and the helicopter. Well, I did
Buses.
I heard him once here, actually. Bless him, I hope you won't mind me telling you this, but it was his last season as a commentator. He was starting to find things difficult to see, and he unfortunately mistook Gary Balance for Moeen Ali and vice versa for 2 overs. Both left-handed, I suppose, brought in.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Turned into the onside, no run. And then he suddenly said, I can see him, gentlemen, and a lovely pair of Swiss trousers in the Holly stand. He seems to be playing with what must be his grandson, who has a Diavolo in his hand. And he came off commentary afterwards, and I said, slightly disingenuously, because we would all be going, oh no, he's keep on saying, Moeen Ali's playing very crab-like. And suddenly, Gary Balance is dancing down the window. I've never seen anything like it. And Occam's razor had been thrown out the window, you know. And so I said to him, how on earth, Blowers, as Broad is in to Khawaja, who tucks his ball at the onside, won't get a run for us, it's fielded by Stokes. I said, how on earth were you able to spot the elderly gentleman in the Hollies? I mean, I can hardly see anything out there. Well, he summarised with Graham Swan, and quite a talkative man. He said, oh, my dear old thing, I didn't know married Swiss trousers. I just wanted to shut Swanee up. So who knows how many of those helicopters were real, or the pigeons for that matter. Here's Broad, last ball of the over. I think we could get another in before tea. And a bouncer sails over the head of Khawaja into the gloves of Bairstow. That is the end of the over. Bairstow goes to collect the helmet, and we're going to get another over. 4 for 180. Green 13, Khawaja 84. And do you know what? Riches 57 overs in the first 2 sessions.
Not bad.
Might even finish on time just before.
This would be the 30th over of the session, which in itself is a miracle.
Over the session.
Moeen Ali's bowled a lot of overs, and just on Henry Blofeld, I remember him making this big splash in India in the early 90s when television commentary was just becoming a thing, and he had a thing for earrings. And you know, back then, even now, a lot of women in the crowd in India with big earrings, and he kept speaking about it. And I remember going to the cricket one day, and there was this boy my age sat next to me, maybe 7 or 8 years old, and he had these big earrings, and he had this whole big poster that his father had made for him, said, look at me, Henry Blofeld, I have earrings on just so that you can talk about it.
Root in. Now that's the use of the feet. That's just what you're talking about. Cameron Green smashes the ball over the head of mid-off for a 1 bounce forward. You know, for me, that might be my Macca's moment of the session. Macca's, I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's.
Don't forget, this is the first time Cam Green is facing someone who also played the IPL with him, so he's just a little confused. He was taking it easy against the Test cricketers, you see.
I see, right. Hang on. That's an IPL bowler. It's a lovely use of the feet. Great shot from Green, the last over before tea. Next ball, he comes forward in studious defence.
Oh, dear.
A little bit more air.
Ooh, teasing
him. A tempter. So, just had the 1 wicket this session. Celebrating another wicket for Tobin Funerals. Tobin Brothers Funerals. Celebrating lives. It's only had the 1. It's Travis Head caught at mid-wicket as the next delivery is driven on the bounce back to Root and has confused some people who haven't taken their cue from the fact that none of the England fielders were jumping up and down in hysterical happiness. Bump ball, no run. Root in again, driven nicely through extra cover for 4. So Root giving it a bit of air and a bit of width, and Cameron Green cashing in here with a brace of boundaries in the last over before tea, taking the score to 4 for 188.
Yeah, it's the width. It's the width that he likes to have, doesn't it? And it's both been quite wide outside there. Maybe Root's looking for some of those footmarks at the far end, trying to get some purchase from them. They're too full.
Ultimate ball of the session. Root in. Forward again comes Cameron Green. So it's block, smash, block so far.
Right, get ready.
Smash. We're in the firing line. If he really gets hold of it, it could be heading in our direction. You never know. Root. In. Oh, and he's gone for a big Yahoo. He did go for it. He's got the inside half of the bat. He's lucky to get away with it. It rolled to mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. England have taken 1 wicket. Australia have scored 110 runs, and we have had 30 overs. It's been really a scintillating session of cricket. The ball is now 61 overs old, so it's a good time for Australia to bat. They're only 205 runs behind. In the round, Bharat Sundaresan, this wasn't where Australia wanted to be at tea today, given what we'd seen from the pitch. And England's attack, experienced and good though it is, lacking a great deal of pace. But you'd have to say that's been their session, wouldn't you?
It has. They would still look back at it, and Travis Head in particular would think he had another 100 there for the taking, much like Usman Khawaja looks to be in, 84 not out. And it was a great partnership between Travis Head and Usman Khawaja. At that point, they needed someone to take the attack. To England, Ben Stokes and the English bowlers were allowed to just do whatever they wanted to do. And that partnership did sort of put them on the back foot. But again, credit to Ben Stokes. Kept Moeen Ali on for that 1 extra over, even though he'd gone for a 6 and a 4 in the previous over. And he had Travis Head. So even though Australia made 110 runs, England will feel that it was 50-50 as far as this session went. Cam Green's looking good. Usman Khawaja is looking sublime, as we've become accustomed to seeing him. But just that last ball of that over before the session, before the tea break was called, a puff of dust for Joe Root, and the ball did grip and turn. So Nathan Lyon would have seen that as well. He is the world-class spinner, the only one world-class spinner playing this test. Don't forget. So if Australia can get close to that England total, he will definitely be in the game.
Well, Moeen Ali did pick up his first test wicket in a couple of years. That was the only wicket of the session. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 82. He was got after a little bit by both Head and Khawaja, and then we haven't seen him back since. 5 overs from Joe Root. Stokes still has only bowled the 3. He bowled those 3 overs before lunch, picked up the wicket of Smith. I wonder if we might see him have a little burst after tea. There's 19 overs until a new ball becomes available. It might be time for Stokes and Moeen in tandem. We shall see. But we'll be doing this throughout this summer. Before I let you all go, Macca's delivery of the day so far. You had gone for Moeen Ali before lunch. I'm going to go for Moeen Ali's first ball to Cameron Green, the missed stumping, how different it could have been. What are you going for? And then we'll go for a break.
I think it has to be Stuart Broad to Manas Labuschagne. I think not the delivery ball, but what he said 2 months ago.
Very nice. And for you, Jeremy?
Well, I've given it.
Oh, it's still your Macca's delivery of the day?
Yes.
Well, there you go. That's our Macca's delivery of the day. Up next, Paul Sebastiani with the tea break. We'll be back in about 1/4 of an hour.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
When it
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
But that was a good session. 1 for 110 from 30 overs. Khawaja still there on 84 from 176 balls. Cameron Green on 21 from 47. The 1 wicket to fall in the session was Travis Head. Caught at mid-wicket just when they were really motoring for an even 50 from 63 balls. That partnership between Head and Khawaja was worth 81. So it was a good session for Australia. Could have been a great one, Pete, had those two gone all the way through.
It was a good session, but they needed a better session than that. I'm sorry. Head needed to keep going. Having lost Labuschagne and Smith before the lunch break, we're now down to the last 2 recognised batters. Great innings from Head, 50 from 63 balls, but great effort from England just to hold their nerve, let him score. You know, he was scoring a lot of runs with fields that they'd set, but they backed themselves to get their man. And better than that, Ben Stokes backed his mate Moeen Ali. who he's brought out of retirement, got him from the bingo hall in the retirement home, and said, "Here, one more go, come on." It's like those old cowboy films when, they get back together, the Clint Eastwood ones.
Yes.
And Moeen got his man, and boy, weren't they happy to do that. Since then, Green batted well, 21 from 47. Very, very lucky to escape that stumping opportunity off the second delivery he faced. We saw Johnny Bairstow take a great catch diving earlier to dismiss Barnes Labuschagne. I sometimes think as a keeper that the diving spectacular catches are a damn sight easier than the technical business. In the stumpings, you've got to stay low, keep your hands soft, watch the ball. He didn't do those things. He spilt it, and Green's got a life. The story of the day for Australia was Khawaja, isn't it, Adam Collins?
Yeah, no, it is. And the stumping you refer to, or the mis-stumping rather, that'll ignite the conversation around Ben Foakes again, because Foakes is obviously a better keeper than Bairstow. They've gone for Bairstow for team balance reasons, and by that I mean not about the number 7 necessarily, but there isn't room with Harry Brook coming in for Bairstow to return to the side after his broken leg without finding someone to get rid of. And well, you keep as well, that'll work, that'll do. But there was always the risk of his wicket-keeping coming into the spotlight.
Yeah, but this England side, this new Test cricket that they play, it's willing to take risks like that, isn't it?
True.
Risk letting the other people back into the game, and look at the upside. And the upside is 78 from 78 deliveries yesterday. Brilliant partnership. Am I right with that?
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. No.
Yeah. And I pulled it off the top of my head, which is a really dangerous place to pull stats. Run and ball, 78 yesterday, 121-run partnership with Root. That was critical to England's situation.
It was, and just to be clear, I don't think Bairstow's return was ever in doubt. It was, could they find another spot to absorb him inside the top 5 or 6? He batted 5 last year throughout the summer without the gloves and had that extraordinary run, 400s in 5 innings. I've barely seen a bloke bat better than Bairstow did in those circumstances. But yes, he has certainly delivered with the bat on day one. We're ready for the session to belatedly start. They're 2.5 minutes late here, England. It was meant to be an 4:08 restart. It's 4:10 now, so I'm not quite sure what that's all about, but we'll forgive them. They've only got 33 overs to bowl in the final session, and they'll get through them.
As long, punters probably paid £5 for that 4 minutes of cricket they didn't get, given the ticket prices around here. I think it's about £100 for a ticket here, is that?
Gets worse at Lord's. To get out of the blocks at Lord's next week, I think the cheapest regular tickets are £120 on days 1, 2 and 3, which is ridiculous and part of the broader problem in England with attracting new people to the game. But that's a conversation for another day. The test match in front of us resumes here with Moeen Ali over the wicket to Usman Khawaja. Change of direction. Khawaja up and pulling the first ball for 4. Got into position early. Gave himself a chance to swing hard, and so he did. So Khawaja, first ball of the session, advances up to 88, and that is his 10th 4. He's hit 2 sixes as well.
88. This is his highest score in England by a long shot.
Sure is.
Previous to that, it's 54, not from his first innings, wasn't it?
Moeen's over the wicket. This is interesting. So he's naturally, as an off-breaker, been going round the wicket to the left-handers. Today they've been Head and Khawaja. He can get a crack at Warner. So they've got the slip and the silly point. No one at short leg. Bowling with a 5-4 field. Moeen in, close to the stumps. Khawaja from the leg stump line, pats it out to mid-off, no single.
I'm looking, Moeen's got a sort of delicate and a sort of shallow follow-through, so he doesn't really make a footmark very far in front of the crease. But I was looking at where Lyon was following through yesterday.
As Moeen bowls, sun's out again. Khawaja defends deep in the crease, as he did hundreds and hundreds of times in Pakistan last year.
Lyon coming around the wicket yesterday has created some footmarks outside the off stump. Admittedly, they're a fair, they're almost under the, they're not on the length you'd ideally want. But he's almost done some work, a little bit of stark work there.
Moeen bowls and Khawaja again goes back to defend.
Might want to bowl from this end into his own footmarks later.
Yes, I'm sure Nathan Lyon's going to be a factor in terms of what he can do in the third innings of this game. He was yesterday. Because the track's going to remain low and flat, but it might turn. Moeen bowls and Khawaja defends into the onside. First over of the session complete. Khawaja's boundary takes him to 88, Green 21. They trail by 201 Australia. On the Beaumont Tail scoreboard, Beaumont Tail's huge sail on now, 4 for 192. Now coverage for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins and chief cricket writer for the Australian, Pete Lalor, in position.
Really tells you the story of this wicket, that Nathan Lyonmiles 29 overs on the first day of an English.
Yes.
And now we have Moeen Ali, who hasn't touched a red ball for 2 years, bowled 19 overs on the second day. This is not the sort of wickets that we're used to getting in England.
And Joe Root 5 overs before tea as well, and he's been replaced by Ben Stokes from our pavilion end. Stokes bowled a spell before lunch, 1 for 6. Big wicket of Stephen Smith. He's nearing 200 test wickets as well. Fantastic all-rounder, the England captain. There was a lot of debate around whether he'd be able to bowl in this series. He didn't play much IPL because they wanted to use him as an all-round option and didn't use him quite so often as a batter alone. And he's strapped up. We saw him at training the other day, didn't we, Pete? More strapping than I've ever seen for a guy who's actually bowling.
Well, you know, he might get through a day like today. Let's see how he pulls up tomorrow too. That's often the thing with these sorts of injuries. You actually feel them the following day. Crawley
at straight catching mid-wicket. A slip as well. Stokes' new spell. Bowls here to Green. Plays defensively high on his toes out towards cover. No run.
Under his eyes. He's a lovely technique, Green. Simple, long-limbed. So it's all-rounder to all-rounder.
No ball to start. Front foot. So they trail by right on 200 now, Australia. 4 for 193 with the Sundary added. Looks like they're going to change the field in close. So Joe Root's moving into that catching mid-wicket. And but Crawley's gone to second slip, so they've swapped spots. Stokes up, bowls to Green. Green goes back and tucks into the onside. Just wide of Ollie Robinson at mid-on, but they don't take him on. They stay where they are. And Usman Khawaja, you mentioned before, he's the story of the day. And it's one that we're well schooled in now, but just how different he feels at the crease. Jeremy Coney was observing off air at the tea break that he just even now leaning on the splice at the non-strikers end, still wearing the jumper on a warm day, just unflustered entirely. And that's reflected in the way that he talks off the field as well. Every time you interview him, he couldn't be more cool. Couldn't be happier. I suppose it makes sense given how many runs he's made. Stokes up and bowls to Green. Fuller. Again, tucking, clipping, but Moeen Ali's at mid-wicket, no single. I remember, Usman, I wonder if you share this view. When I was first covering the Australian team full-time from, let's say, 2015 till when he was omitted in 2019, he sometimes was a difficult kind of character to deal with from a media perspective. He seemed to walk into media conferences and you'd feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, and that would come out in his answers. He'd be a bit chippy at times, and it feels like a different bloke entirely these days as Stokes turns at the top of his mark beneath us. And right behind him here, he bowls to Green, and Green looks to drive through the offside, but thrashes it to Brook at extra cover, no single.
Starting with your observation about his languid, sort of nonchalant nature at the crease, and in the game of cricket, he is a relaxed individual, at least from the outside. That was always held against him in the earlier parts of his career. It's all very good to be like that when you're successful.
Yep.
But if you're being like that and you're not quite achieving what people think you should achieve, they will hold it against you and think that you don't want it enough.
They call you lazy, don't they? Yep. As Stokes bowls after another front foot no ball, tucked away by Green, gets it really fine, gets a boundary. Well played, gets inside the line, helped it on its way. So Green's first runs of the session down to the rope. He's 25 from 52. Australia 4 for 198, and Ben Stokes is furiously shaking his head. They're more than halfway there to England's first innings tally now. Well, deficit 195.
If Australia ever needed 100 from its all-rounder, it's today.
Phil Long.
4 no balls for Ben Stokes already.
4 no balls inside 4 overs. 3.5 legal overs sent down. In again to Green. Straighter and fuller and driven to Brook again. Dives away to his right. Cuts off a run. Yeah, but do you share that view that he would, forgetting about the sort of laid-back, casual sort of way that he looks off the field, you interview him or you have him at a press conference and he's, I mean, it's not just happy to be there. That's being too simplistic. It's as though his life and his cricket have aligned beautifully.
Yeah, he's in a perfect place. He's a man in his prime, on and off the field, which is interesting because we think batters at his age generally in their decline, aren't they? But it's quite the opposite for Usman.
As Stokes delivers to Green on the off-stump line, pushing to Brook at cover again.
He likes to quibble. He's never comfortable agreeing with somebody else, Usman. He will challenge you a lot, and he has always been a little bit defensive in press conferences, but good luck to him, because I think the narrative around him that's been fed by his coaches and things like that is that he was lazy, that he didn't work hard enough on his game. You know, I think he always felt that he was picked on a little bit.
Stokes to finish the over. The partnership's now worth an even 50. Bowls here to Green, who leaves alone a ball closer to the off stump. The best delivery of the over. End of it here. 63 gone, Australia. 4 for 189 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now with Kawaja 88, Green 25.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact whilst delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium stripe technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Damien Fleming's jumping in with Pete Lalor and me. Afternoon, Flem.
Yeah, how are you, boys? I'm just back up in the crowd, having a bit of a chant.
Oh, yeah?
Got into it.
The vocal cords going?
We're out there with Jeff and Merv.
Yes.
Jeff Marsh and Merv Hughes.
Mo and Ali round the wicket, City end to Kawaja on 88. Make that 89. An easy single out towards mid-wicket, just wide of mid-on.
I'm hearing
4 for 199.
Spotty's down there as well.
Who?
Spotty. Former Australian player.
Spotty. Good old Spotty. Haven't seen him for some time. Who the
How
hell
do you
is
describe
Spotty?
him as a player? There you go.
Tell us more, Flem.
You don't know,
complex.
Colo. Do you not know?
The nickname doesn't jump out at me. I mean,
Okay.
that's okay. I didn't play international cricket like you.
His other nickname was Candles.
It's mowing bowls and getting forward, lunging forward is green in defence. Candles. It's usually
Played World Series.
one blow and you're out for Candles normally, isn't it, for the
World
nickname?
Series cricket. And made a comeback very late in his career.
Okay. Moeen bowls, quiz time with Flem. Green using his feet, smacks him back over his head. That's the first time he's really nailed one of those. It goes for 6 by a long way. Launched into the side screens. Cameron Green moves to 31. Australia 4 for 205. The Aussie fans, Spotty and co, are up on their feet in their yellow shirts.
Yeah, Spotty would be proud of this. He had 2 tours of England, but probably more noted for his bowling. But I love that intent from Cam Green. That was full-on intent, use of the feet, got to the half volley, hit it hard.
So the 2 catches on the onside at straight mid-wicket and short leg. Moeen bowls and Green goes back to cut. Finds the gap again. Well played. May not quite go the full journey with Crawley chasing after it. He's quick. Bit of a relay effort in the end. Mark Wood, what are you doing out there? Subfielder. Oh, sorry, Matty Potts. My apologies. Either way. Extra man on for England at the moment after tea. Potts, 4 for 207. I'll just update and say Green's 33.
Uncomplicated cricketer, isn't he, Green?
Going forward, then going back. The way to milk a spinner.
It's good, isn't it? Getting right down and then right back in your crease.
Moeen going at 5 and over. Bowls here. Green defending. I think Moeen went at 5 and over here in the second innings in 2019. That was enough to end his career, but it doesn't feel the same. Then it was full tosses and half trackers.
Yeah.
And it really did hold him back. It stopped his test career for a time. Long on goes back 3/4 of the way. Moeen bowls. Green goes back as well and defends to mid-wicket. That completes the Moeen over. It does. He's bowled 20 overs, 1 for 95. Australia 4 for 207. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. It's on now.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. The texts keep coming through on 0433 98 11 16. 1:22 in the morning in Australia. A few hours on from that in New Zealand. 8833 the text line there. Stokes bowls new over. Kawaja back of the length, defending to root at cover, no run. Mark from Ashburton doing the ironing at home. I loved Ian Chappell as an attacking captain, but Stokes is right up there. A risk taker who's great for Test cricket. And Justo in Perth says the depth of analysis in his commentary team has been fantastic.
Well, I
Justo.
live in Ashburton, so I don't know if Mark's a neighbour, and I was born in Perth, so keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Very kind,
I
Justo.
tell you, you'd love all that, Ray Bright. He would love all this.
Of course.
Ray Bright.
Tour group veteran. Bowling here, Stokes. Full bunger. And Kawaja makes the most of it, placing it out through point. Should reach the rope. Moeen Ali after it, drags it in. That's great fielding from Moeen. They'll come back for 3. Should have been 4. Expected it to be 4. Stokes hasn't quite gotten it right after tee. Kawaja into the 90s again. He's 92. 4 for 210 Australia.
Well, he got into his work and rhythm pretty easily in that first spell that he bowled, but I think maybe you go off, you have your tee, you get a bit stiff in that knee injury.
Yep.
I was saying before he came on, I'll be interested to see how he goes second innings. It's always harder that second innings if you're bowling with a niggle, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Short, sharp spells, but, you know, coming back, got a chronic knee injury. He's still dangerous, though.
Stokes up to green, bowls here closer to the stumps on his hip, out towards deep backward square, times that superbly. Another boundary for Australia and Cameron Green. They've been motoring since tee. Green up to 37, Australia 4 for 214. I wonder what they've done since tee. Phil Long can work that out.
Yeah, he's got the bouncer up his sleeve, but I think that's just a half tracker. Well put away from Cam Green.
26 in 21 deliveries.
He just must be so difficult to bowl to, Green, particularly if you're a spinner, because he breaks your lengths up, doesn't he? He can get so far forward in defence while still having his back foot anchored in the crease.
Yeah. Pressure on Stokes. How will he respond to Green on his leg stump? Bit fuller. Moeen's at mid-wicket. Stokes is interested. He thought that wasn't far from sneaking through. I think that's ambitious.
But it's the same thing even with the seam bowlers. And you'd know that, Damien, when you're bowling to a big man who kind of gets the foot down. It's almost intimidating to the bowler, isn't it?
Well, once again, the corridor of uncertainty, the avenue of apprehension,
I
it gets
haven't heard
smaller.
those phrases before. What's that? The corridor of
the hallway of hesitation. It gets smaller with big, tall batsmen like that because they can drive on the up and they can also pull deliveries that aren't that short.
Just going to make a note here. Hallway of
bowlology. Here's Stokes to Green, who defends.
I got a dictionary coming out, so just wait for that one. Do you want to go that one?
In all good bookshops, and some bad ones too.
You know, Damien and I worked together on his first book.
Oh, really?
What a pleasure that was.
What was it called?
Until I quit.
Was that called bowlology?
Stories from the Avenue of Apprehension. I must admit, I did write most of it, but I needed a little bit of cleaning up. Some of my stories you didn't quite get, though, did you?
I don't think anyone gets it.
Stokes to finish his 5th over, an expensive one. Green plays it right under his eyes. Super stuff from the West Australian. They trail by 179 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 4 for 200. Oh, no, it's not. No ball on the last ball of the over again. That's the 5th time today. Great job, Flemo, pulling it up.
Yeah.
Great job from the TV umpire, Chris Gaffney, as well. He's all over it up there. So, like, another go. Stokes has bowled 5 of them now.
Hint to ball by balls, TV and radio, is when Stokes is bowling. Be really careful on that last ball.
4 for 215. Stokes to Green again. Closer to the stumps. Green drives straight back at him. Stokes collects in his follow-through. This time it's over. 4 for 215. Green 37. Kawaja 92.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
We're at Edgbaston for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. There's probably a chapter in your next book, Flem, about why there are so many no balls bowled on the last delivery of an over. 5 today already, and it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And so often. There must be a physiological reason, something like that. Moeen bowls new over starts from the Birmingham City end. Kawaja, full delivery, placing it to cover, no single. What's your theory? Why do you think they bowl so many at the end of an over?
Well, you'll have to read it in the book.
There you go, Pete. Commission for you. Moeen bowls, Kawaja again, out to cover on the front foot, no run.
Might be a good job for a young journo trying to make his way in the world, that book.
Remember you were writing columns for The Independent in the 2015 Ashes, Fleming. You went home and I picked up your column.
Oh, really?
Gave it to me.
No, I had a bit of fun with The Independent. They were good.
That was the first UK newspaper I was writing for, so thanks for that, Flem. You didn't realise you got me that gig. Kawaja on 92. Behind point, it goes off the front foot this time. Broad does the fielding, no run. More text coming in. Andrew in Melbourne, listening to Kawaja going about his business. He's making the night shift at work more bearable. Good on you, Andrew. Go safely. Message here from someone who loves you, Flemo, as bowled by Moeen. Kawaja goes back. My boys and girls play footy at Ashburton Redbacks. You're a love down there, Flemo. No name on that one. But
great footy club.
Sentiment is clear. And Pete and Werribee listening while netting 17 kilograms of salami at work.
Oh, wow.
0433 98 11 16. Moeen bowls and forward is
All moves from Werribee. I mean,
yeah,
there wouldn't be 17 kilograms left for too long.
There are a few people who
Big
can
swerve.
eat like Merv.
He's my first roommate. What a shock that was.
Moeen finishes the over to Kawaja. Goes back to cut. But he won't be getting it through because Ollie Pope's good in there. Just a cover point. No run. Completes the maiden. 66 gone. 4 for 215 Australia on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
What a magnificent game this has been here today at the home of football, the MCG, and the Tigers go forward again to try and get the knockout punch. Punt road in, left half forward, Cochin, wonderful pick-up, hand pass to Martin. Dusty's 30 metres out, over the top to re-roll for a goal. And the Tigers are racing away with this game.
Thanks, Rex. So when the final siren sounds, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. If you were talking to Ray Bright, I wonder if he brought up with you that one of his fifers in Test cricket was here at Birmingham. Stokes bowls here to Green, back foot, out towards cover, no single. He took 5 for 68 in the second innings here at Birmingham in 81, and we all know what happened in the fourth innings of that game with Ian Botham.
Well, there was a lot of questions after why Ray didn't bowl a lot to Botham.
Right.
It was generally just all the pace bowlers. Spotty didn't get a chance.
And he took a fifer, of course, in a tie test at Madras in 86.
Well, that's when he come back. I thought that might have got you, him and Greg Matthews together.
5 each on that last day.
And obviously a legend of Victorian cricket. He had the most games played for a long time, captained. A young group. Him and the late Paul Hibbert did a really good job. Dav Watmore. When Merv and Dean Jones, Tony Dodemaide, Simon O'Donnell, that sort of era was coming through for Australia. It's Victoria.
Bloke walking in front of the sight screen.
Yeah.
Stokes won't be happy about that. They won the Shield together 82-83. Is that right? Is that about right to you? The Stokes sets off towards Green. 37 bowls here. Leg stump into the onside. Might be two there. He's placed it pretty well. Robertson doesn't look too comfortable chasing after the ball. They stick with one. They probably could have gotten two there. Green 38. Australia 4 for 216. Stokes hasn't started well after TP.
No, Kawaja into the 90s now, threatening another century. It'll be the 7th century since he's returned to cricket, the Ashes in Australia a couple of years back.
Yeah.
What a fantastic record he's had since. He's averaging at about 70.
I mean,
and a great story, really, given that it was the 2019 series where he thought it was all over. It was done for Test cricket. He was dropped, wasn't he? He thought he'd never play again.
Stokes to Kawaja on 92. One catcher behind the wicket. He thumps it on the bounce to gully. Hard cut shot.
Generally likes it there. I wouldn't be bowling a lot there, and it's funny, if he'd finished, he would have been close to averaging 40, wouldn't he? And he'd made Test hundreds, and you would have said, no, he was a good Test player. Not a very good one, not a great one.
Probably missed his chance when he was in that good patch and he got the injury. Remember, he did the knee, cut him down in his prime.
He's getting into that very good to great Test opener for Australia.
We'll go through it. Stokes bowls here to Kawaja. Pulls a short ball out towards square leg. That'll go for 4 as well. It'll take him to within a boundary of another Test ton. Australia 4 for 220. Kawaja up to 96.
He's always been a beautiful player, the pull hook shot. Short of a length, if Stokes is not bending his back, it's just sitting up. We saw Cam Green take one down in the previous over, and that's another one. Just a half tracker, a nothing ball.
Part of the reason he wanted to get up to the Gabba, I think, play that pull shot. 96, he's one shot away.
Out goes deep square leg after that as well. Stokes protecting the leg side boundary. Kawaja on 96. Stokes to him here, and he pushes out towards root at extra cover, or short extra cover, no run.
And he's not the first Australian batsman to get redemption late too. I mean, he played club cricket with Simon Kadich at Randwick, and we know Caddo batting 3, middle order, and then come back to average over 50. in Test match cricket.
It's a very similar career arc. Good point.
Until the worst decision in the history of cricket by a selection panel.
He should still be in the team, Cap.
Was he captain in 05 and won the toss and
Stokes
bowled?
To Khawaja, leaves alone on 96.
By a selector.
Fair call.
End of the over as well. 4 for 220 Australia on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale on now. Khawaja 96, green 38.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Moeen still got 2 catches in close on the leg side. A slip as well, bowling to Green on 38. And he goes through him. Through the gate. Green was looking to drive. Moeen gets one to spit and turn. And Green's bowled for 38. Moeen Ali gets a second wicket just when this partnership was building. And looking a real bother for the home side. It's broken on 72. 5 for 220. Australia still 173 in arrears. Fine piece of bowling.
Yeah, well, Moeen Ali's done it again. A big wicket and it has turned a mile. That is a classic off-spinning dismissal of a right-hand batsman offering up a good length delivery to be driven through the covers and then a bit of dip and massive turn through the gate. So just as Australia were just going along nicely, Khawaja and Cam Green, Moeen Ali's broken through again.
They're celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives, England. And I tell you what, that's the Maccas delivery of the day. Order via McDelivery on the My Maccas app. That is a screamer. Watching it back on our replay screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, that has turned square on day 2. Says a bit about the Ben Stokes theory about Moeen, Pete, that he's always said we want Moeen because his best ball can get anybody out. That's his theory, and it's applied right there.
Classic piece of bowling. He's opened Green up to try and drive it outside off there. It flown through, hit that bail so hard. Maria Rasmus has had to come back 25 metres to fetch it. I was in the cynical camp when they recalled Moeen Ali. I thought, how's he going to go in Test cricket? He hasn't bowled more than 4 overs in a row in the last 2 years. Hasn't seen a red ball, and he has lost nothing, has he? That was a beauty. And I tell you what, Nathan Lyon would like to see that.
But the problem is for Nathan Lyon, Australia need to get somewhere near England's total. If they're too far behind, yes, you'll get some wickets, but England are going to be able to just keep Baz balling like they do. But that was massive. Beautiful delivery. 2 slips as well.
Cameron Green leaves and Alex Carey replaces him. He was excellent last week at the Oval. Unbeaten half-century in the second innings. First ball from Moeen, pushed out towards extra cover, no run.
We're on reverse sweep watch the moment Alex Carey gets out there. Loves a reverse sweep.
I think he's
been that profitable for him lately.
He's promised us not to play it anymore.
I wonder if he's put it away, because he certainly didn't in the second innings at the Oval.
48 and 66 not out last week. Green well forward in defence. Got a role to play, Hicks. You're spot on, Fleming.
Oh, yeah.
6 down for Australia is very different to 6 down when Mitchell Stark's playing.
And that hasn't been Australia's way for a long time, is it? Long tail.
Gee, that's a great delivery. It's really stretched. Green.
Crowds involved. Carey on the front foot driving to wide extra cover. Ben Stokes does the fielding. Boy, England needed that. After tea, Australia were putting the foot down. Just as it was when Travis Head was dismissed in the middle session as well. But the crowd are involved as well. Their hometown boy, Moeen Ali, 2 wickets here. Forward is Carey, edging, albeit bouncing before passing Ollie Pope away to his left. Gets a single, gets off the mark. They trail by 172 at 5 for 221.
Well, there's only tail after these 2, and it's not a flash tail.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. You know, it's been decades since we've had long tails. You know, we've always had an 8 or 9, averaging close to 20. And Pat Cummins, his batting really has regressed.
Yeah.
Lyon's a very handy number 11, but he's probably going to be batting 9. And I don't expect too much from Big Bolo and Hoff.
Back to Khawaja on 96, and he defends the final ball of the over. Moeen Ali Successful there. 2 for 96 for him. Australia 5 for 221. They trail by 172. Carey's down the other end on 1. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty. Grab your favourites like Carlton Dry 24-pack for $53.99 or $48.99 for Hump Club members. Or Wild Turkey 4.8% 10-pack $48.99 or $43.99 for members. Sign up online or in-store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. It's going to be Alex Carey facing Ben Stokes, who'll go round the wicket. Stokes hasn't been good since as Jarrod Kimber jumps in with Adam Collins, me and Damien Fleming him. Can he get one to rear up off a length? He's got the slip in the gully. I think he'll bang it in early. Bowls here to Carey. Full to start. Pushing out to mid-on. No run. Hello, Jarrod.
I kind of think they're missing a trick, the ECB. They should have a big counter up and like have the 1,000 balls of Ben Stokes, and every time he delivers a ball, just have someone cross it out. They could get the crowd to go up there. I know that was Steve Harmison's half ingest line, but it's kind of true. We know he's only got so many balls left in those Ds. It took him about 5 minutes to get up before. Did you see? He fielded a ball.
So 2 back for the short ball as well. Stokes to Carey. He's on 1. Wide of the crease, and he drives through cover. Doesn't beat Robinson. Does well, the big man, to his right.
He does. I wasn't
got that through. It was 4.
I was not backing him there.
It's a bit like Hazelwood did yesterday when he was hoping around the field.
They're so relieved when they stop the ball. I thought Stokesy should have bowled earlier today when it was really hooping around. This spell's been a little bit underwhelming, really. If he doesn't get a wicket this over, I'd be looking somewhere else.
Stokes up. Bowls here to Khawaja. He's on 96. He stays on 96 with a push out to point.
Yeah, if he's going to bowl at 81 kilometres an hour, would be 81 miles an hour. He's going to bowl when it's swinging, right? If he's going to go back to his 90 mile an hour and bowl short fast, then he can bowl later on.
Yeah, I don't think that's there anymore, is there?
Well, it's certainly not here in his knees anymore. We might see 1 or 2 spells like that this summer, but we won't see a lot of them, I don't think.
A couple of texts in for you here, Flem. 0433 98 11 16. See if Khawaja gets to 100 first. He's 96. Stokes to him here, and he drives through the offside, and that'll be it. Usman Khawaja, or maybe it won't. They'll need to take a third to get there. It's not going to go the full journey. Khawaja slips. He should stay put on 98. It felt like it was it off the bat, didn't it? Had Robinson covered. No ball called. Stays on strike. Stokes to go again. Another no ball from Ben Stokes. Count him up, Phil Long. 5 for 225.
He's going to bowl an extra over.
Just felt like he middled that one.
It's not as quick as yesterday, is it? You know, that type of shot went for 4 yesterday.
Did get through Robinson. So Khawaja just takes a beat. Stokes tweaks the field. Joe Root into a second catching cover. They're going to make him earn it here if he wants to go through the offside. Usman Khawaja 2 away. Stokes up to the crease, wide of it, bowls here. Khawaja dabs through the offside. This time it's hits. Usman Khawaja down to third man for 4. Oh, he gives it big. He throws the bat in the air. In delight. Punching his gloves, taking his helmet off to the balcony as well. That's a 15th Test ton. His 7th in this extraordinary story since returning to the side in early 2022. 4th against England, and his first in this country, which has posed problems for him in the past. But what a way to get into the series. Usman Khawaja, 102 not out. A perfect innings, just what Australia needed on this second day at Edgbaston. Damien Fleming.
Yeah, you'd think he'd get up for getting 100, wouldn't you? You'd think that was just fantastic, pure emotion. You know, what a last 18 months that he's had. He's brought a lot of composure to this Australian batting under the pump. And even today, he's worked well in partnerships. Travis Head was very nervous when he first went out there. Cam Green, he worked hard with him. This has been a class 100 once again from him. Such great composure.
Stokes up to Khawaja. Goes back and leaves alone. Australia 5 for 229 after that boundary and that ton. That's his 200th delivery in the middle, Jarrod.
We sometimes see celebrations that are pre-planned. The way he threw that bat suggested to me that was a bit of a last-minute addition to the celebration.
We're going to watch it back for Tyre Power, your tyre expert. So
Ollie Robertson doesn't move very quick either. He could have got decapitated here.
Yeah. He runs straight over towards the Aussie balcony, and when he gets past the non-strikers end stumps, there goes the bat. Oh, no, not quite. It's about to. The next throw. There it is. Stokes to finish. To Khawaja again, back of a length and defence.
I've never seen that before.
There's going to be a change in commentary. Khawaja's 102, Carey's 2, Daniel Norcross in for me. Australia 5 for 229 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Right now at Chemist Warehouse, get your favourite vitamins at the lowest prices. Like Microgenics Vitamin D3 1000 IU 200 capsules, $16.99. Nature's Own Super B Complex 75 tablets, $18.99. Get winter ready with Swiss Ultiboost High Strength C150 tablets, $23.99. And Wagner Glucosamine and Chondroitin Plus 200 capsules, $24.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Test cricket on SEN with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe, and what have we just witnessed? Well, one of the most heartfelt celebrations I think I've ever seen for getting 100. I guess it's because it's in England and he's not scored a ton in England, and Bharat faithfully informs me that in Australia you guys have been telling him that he couldn't play in England. And also, apparently, you guys told him he couldn't play spin, and I saw...
Who are these guys?
One of the best innings of against spin I've ever seen in my life. You Aussies should be a bit kinder to your Aussies, you know. He's a very good player. Moeen is in to start a new over. Forward comes Carey. There's no run. It'll come as a bit of a surprise to England, of course. We've got all these plans for Labuschagne and Smith and Head. And it turns out the guy they should really have been concentrating on was the one who couldn't apparently score runs in England. As Carey dabs the ball into the offside square of the wicket and goes through for a single.
Yeah, it's a good point. Early on, I know, and you've talked about it too, Joe, just that he has that tendency to flash outside off stump, but there wasn't too much funky to the fields, was there?
No, there was just a little bit early on, but the ball wasn't coming off the pitch that much, and he was almost catching up to it, right? Rather than, following it.
Moeen into the Centurion. Who's beaten on the outside edge? Moeen can be a bit of a threat here. The pitch has started to turn. The wicket he took of green turned prodigiously.
Yeah, brilliant delivery.
Granted, from the other side of the pitch, we've got to say. But in theory, there ought to be more to work with. Outside, the left-hander's off stump, and forward comes Khawaja. Plays it well into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I think the only other thing he did was he's pulled a lot of balls that would have hit his stumps. But to be fair, I don't think any stage I thought he's about to get bowled here. He's middled almost every one of them.
No, that's one of his shots.
Moeen in, round the wicket, and stabs like this, really. Jabs down and pushes it into the offside. It's picked up by Pope.
He's always been very strong square of the wicket.
Yeah, that first innings, 37 in SCG.
Yep.
But basically hit everything square, didn't he?
Last ball of the over is defended by Khawaja. Just that single from it. So at the end of the over, 5 for 230.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar, and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Well, we've had a bit of drama in the last 10 minutes. Colo, who I've got to say has been a little dilatory in getting the big moments today. He's left the ball to me. Has finally managed to pick up a wicket and 100. So well done, good lad.
Yeah, just speaking about celebrations, it's the third interesting celebration we've seen from Usman Khawaja in the last 18 months. Of course, that famous LeBron James celebration and at the SCG when he made his return and scored that famous 100, and what a 100 that was. Just the emotion and the energy around the crowd. And then he did the dab, or not the dab, whatever the dance step is that he did last summer. And he said that's what he wants to be. He just wants to be himself.
Robinson is in the attack. This is guided into the offside by Carey, fielded at point. So Stokes has been whipped out of the attack by Stokes.
But the other two were pre-planned. That one, he had 2 chances to throw his bat, and then at the last minute, he just sort of left his hand.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a great. Right. Did you see the footage of Ollie Robertson in the background? Go, what are you doing?
I interviewed him in Bangalore just before the India tour, Daniel, and he spoke about how much it's hurt him. Like at that point, it was about how the whole myth around Uzi can't play spin.
Robinson around the wicket to Carey, pushes at the ball, places it into the offside route, does the fielding, there's no run.
And how over the years it pushed him into a corner where he realized, look, they keep criticizing me regardless of how I'm getting out or how many runs I'm scoring, so I'm just going to do it my way and not just do it his own way in terms of batting, but as we saw, in terms of celebrating his achievements and milestones as well.
Well, after this ball, Phil Long has got something to tell us. He's been waiting like a coiled spring. In comes Robinson. This is pushed off the front foot up towards mid-off. Stokes does the fielding. Philip Long.
I was all ready to go when you said Robinson coming on from this end. Yeah, he replaces Ben Stokes. 4 overs since tea. Went for 27 runs and he bowled 4 no balls.
Yeah, that's what you want to do when you've got 1,000 balls left in your knees.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Sorry, 928.
Yes.
Well, he bowled 5 straight overs in the nets, 2 days out from the test.
Well, that's 30. That's 30 gone already.
30 gone already, yeah. Full tilt as well.
Robinson has still got a sort of wide slip in place. Forward comes Carey. At the moment, he's pushing at the ball, as he does here, and Root does the fielding. As he gets into his work, then he'll become more fluent. But just at the moment, he's just stabbing at it. It's a soft ball on a slow pitch. Ball probably not quite coming on. He's sort of feeling for it a little. England will be eyeing the new ball. It's 9.2 overs away, and they would dearly love a period of relative inactivity. So perhaps that's what Robinson has been told to do here. Now, what's going on?
Just the ball.
We're looking at the ball again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Murray Erasmus says no.
Well, I think Joe Root took it over to say it's not reverse swinging.
Yeah, can he do something?
I think Murray Erasmus said it's 70.4 overs old. Of course, it's rubbish. He's in again, Robinson. While the off-stump flashed away, smashed that Pope. Don't think that was a chance. Landed in front of him.
He's been in the firing line today, Ollie Pope. Travis Head smashed the ball at him. The South Australians are coming after him.
Are they all Protestants, this team? Do we know?
That's a 1940s cricket comment from Australian cricket there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether the last time that was a relevant...
Sort of Bradman O'Reilly schism.
Yeah, the big schism. That was a big thing back in the old days of Australian cricket.
It was, though. Yes, well, I'm not the youngest, am I? As forward comes Carey and pushes it into the offside. There's no run.
What was it like watching Bradman?
Well, it was a bit hazy, and I didn't think he was that good, really. 5 for 230 at the end of the over.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Right. I'm presuming Moeen's going to continue on his merry way. He will. And are they relented?
They are going to change the ball.
I don't get this. So 2 balls ago, it was fine.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, I don't know what I'm saying, because there'll come a point when a ball does go out of shape, but maybe it just has happened in the last 2 balls. What happened in the last 2 balls? There was a defensive prod.
And that smashed.
Was that in the last 2 balls?
It was.
There you go. Hit it out.
Well, that'll be it.
That was it.
And actually, it sort of cannoned off Ollie Pope. Maybe Ollie Pope's hard hands took a chunk out of it.
Because everybody in Surrey has hard hands? Is
Oh, they're tough. They're tough guys in Surrey, as you know.
Right,
I don't know if I mentioned that today.
A lot of very tough
heard it somewhere.
Ollie people.
Tough Ollies, yeah.
Do you remember you had Ian O'Brien staying at your house, New Zealand fast bowler?
I remember it well. It was the first 78 wickets ever to sleep in my spare bed.
And there was, I remember I was over there at the same time, and there was something about you were showing him a cricket ball, and you were trying to...
yes.
What was the full story?
Right, so I showed him a league cricket ball, and I said, how old is this ball to him? This was a league ball we played 100 over cricket with, but he got a new ball at each innings, but the way we played it, 100 overs, you could bat up to 65. And this particular ball was 55 overs old when it had been declared, and I threw it to Ian O'Brien, and he looked at it and said, about 14, 15 overs, I'd say. So the balls that you play with, guys, in club cricket, you may be thinking, well, what's the big fuss? Yeah. A 55 over old test match ball you would not use in the nets in all probability. They're rubbish. It's incredible skill of these guys that they can get it to do anything at all.
We saw yesterday just chunks of the ball coming off.
Yeah, whereas this my one was I liked it.
Was nice.
I would have given it a go. The seam was still quite proud, actually.
The quality of the bats.
I mean, part of the reason, part of it is the pitches, because the pitches are softer in club cricket, aren't they?
But so also the quality of the bats, and the force with which it is hit at that level, at this level.
That's
I should
right.
say.
Yeah. What are you saying about my level of cricket, Bharat? As Moeen is in forward. Comes Khawaja in defence, pushes up to short mid-off.
Hard hands, soft touch is what I'm saying.
That's
a great combination, I think.
Hard hands, soft touch.
That describes you.
What are we talking about? Petong.
Petong.
Oh, we haven't done a petong.
It's that time of the day. It's petong time.
Yes, it's petong time. Moeen in. She's defended back up the wicket. No runs. If there's any of you out there who would like to be serenaded by the three of us saying petong over and over again.
If it's not someone's ringtone by now.
No, you can text us on 0433 98 1116 or 8833 in New Zealand. Moeen Ali in, and that's punched off the back foot, fielded well in the covers. And this time, around this time yesterday, we tried to get inside your heads, and while you were dreaming, say petong along.
I'll tell you who I think would enjoy a game of petong, though he would do it with a Diet Coke, is Usman Khawaja. He has the temperament for...
Usman Khawaja flicks at this and turns it up to mid-on. It's a little shorter, and Broad is able to field comfortably. There's no run.
They'll all call him just Uzi. They won't call him Usman.
Petong temperament.
Yeah, he's got the petong temperament.
I like that. You can look at someone and just go, he's got a petong temperament.
He has got a petong temperament. Usman defends once more into the offside. And again, there's no run. There's a little bit of a phony war going on out there, while England really don't expect to take any wickets. And Stokes isn't going to push it too hard. He's 8 overs away from a new ball becoming available. This is elegantly and smoothly driven by Khawaja into the offside. And he will retain strike at the start of the next over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 5 for 231.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. So, we've just seen on the replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre expert, something extraordinary we'll tell you all about in a moment as Robinson starts a new over around the wicket, is guided down to the vacant deep third position. It's being pursued by the elderly Anderson, who gets there and throws in a couple more runs.
You know Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah.
Would you ever say the elderly
to his face? Of course not.
Have you heard the story about where I accidentally called him old to his face? And this was about 5 years ago.
Why did he do that? His fuzz here would say, why did he do that?
He stole my seat at an awards dinner.
Oh, when he was only 35?
Yeah, he was probably 36, 37.
Yeah.
He was pretty old.
Pretty old.
And he was getting an award. They put the clips of him up online.
Robinson into Khawaja, picked up 2 there, and now he gets one on the hip, which he just tucks away down to deep backward square, and he'll get 1 more, move to 106, 5 for 234.
And they put the clips up because he was sitting in my chair as a joke. I went, who's that old?
Who's that old man?
So-and-so.
As Muhammad Ali said about
exactly
Norman Mailer, of course. Yeah.
And so I said that just at the stage I realised that me and Jimmy didn't have a friendship. And that he wouldn't understand the joke or understand who had said it from what direction.
And you're Australian.
Yeah. I got the kind of stare that, he gave to Mitchell Johnson quite often.
2 slips in place because Robinson's coming over the wicket, rather hoping for seam movement from a ball which has no seam, I think. Over the wicket to left-handed Carey, who's new to the crease. He gets a thick edge. It squirts down again, and poor old Jimmy has got to get the Zimmer frame out again and get all the way down to the deep third boundary, and he hauls it back with the alacrity of a leopard kitten.
Oh, he moves so well in the field, doesn't he?
He moves so well.
Such a brilliant athlete.
Hauling that ball back like a kitten with a ping pong ball. 5 for 237.
No, I mean, he made great ground. Twice in this over. You have to do the big dive into the swimming pool.
I'm not going to be distracted, though, by what we saw on the replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Maybe we wait for the next over, and then you can talk about the replay again for Tyre Power.
Well, it's just that Moeen Ali will be bowling then as that goes across the bows of Khawaja. There's no run. We have precious little time to discuss it, but we saw the over to green, and every ball he turned between 3.8 and 4.5 degrees until the wicket-taking ball, which was off the charts. It made the screen go red. 8.9 degrees. Now, I suspect that's a lot. Jarrod deals in those kinds of numbers because he's a bit of a hipster. Jarrod, is that a lot?
Yes. Anything over 5 is a lot. So
is that right?
Almost 9 is massive.
Robinson in. And close to the off stump, but really well left by Khawaja.
People who deal with those kind of numbers are hipsters.
Yeah.
I knew that word is always a misunderstood. He's a nerd. Nothing hipster about the kind of things that excite Jarrod Kimber.
You're right. What am I saying? Yeah.
Yes, because hipsters are the cool ones in this
Not really.
Anyway, it's fun a lot. You would expect 8.9 to be out of the foot marks usually, or on a 4th or 5th day wicket when things start to happen.
So
usually it would spin
might that just
slowly.
be an anomaly? There might be a bit on the pitch, maybe. Might it be that? Robinson in. This is tucked away, fine-ish down to long leg. Moeen Ali will do the fielding. He might as well hold on to the ball because he's probably going to be bowling with it. That is the end of the over. Australia are 5 for 238.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe as Moeen Ali is going to continue. Of course he is. To Khawaja, slip in place, short mid-off. First delivery defended to the offside. Now, good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved. Send us a text on 8833. Moeen in. Driven into the offside, out towards, wide extra cover that's quite deep. Anderson is a relatively deepish mid-off. He had to move to his right to field and get a single. Big Carey on strike. Carey, has he faced much of Moeen since he's been out there? This is the battle I want to see.
He's faced a little bit because they had this fielder out for the reverse sweep. In fact, now they've changed where the fielder is for the reverse sweep.
He's into Carey, relatively new to the crease. He goes hard on it and drives past the right hand of Moeen Ali. A good, crisp shot, a fine connection. It was in the air momentarily, and I don't think Moeen Ali will be too displeased to see that because he does have that short mid-off, and he has himself. So there's quite a small gap for Khawaja to find. A good shot. 5 for 243. Carey into double figures with that. He's on 10. Moeen in again. Carey defends, prods the ball into the offside. Stokes does the fielding and short extra, no run.
The reverse sweep, I asked him about it after he got out to it in the first innings of the Oval Test against India last week.
Mowing in and flatter, and it's always gone for it. Now there's an appeal, and Bairstow thinks he's edged this. Mowing's not really convinced. No one else is really convinced, and Bairstow is not convinced either. He seemed convinced briefly, momentarily, and he's not anymore. There was a flatter, faster ball that was cut at, and evidently completely missed by Carey. They're not going to review. As Mowing is in again, and it's pushed into the offside. It's the end of another over. 74 have gone. New ball available in 6. Australia 5 for 2:43.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe as Robinson's going to start a new over with a slip and a sort of fourth slip. He's into Khawaja, who covers up in defence. Now, do get your text in. We've got a lot to read out here. Had a few have come in. Jeff says, I went to school with Ray Bright's son, Adam. Yeah. He was an awesome baseball player and a great bloke. Is that Adam or Ray?
I mean, Ray Bright is here.
Left arm playing against.
He's in the crowd with Jeff Marsh and Merv Hughes.
He was bowled at Headingley. He was the last man out in the 1981 Headingley Test match, wasn't he? I think on Bob Willis Day. That's how we remember Ray Bright. Its next delivery is wide outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. Michael from Ashburton says, I was once knocked over by... I should have started reading this first, shouldn't I? I was once knocked over by Flem on his bike in the street. We've got to get him in. Yeah. Where's Flemo?
He's in soon enough.
From Ashburton.
From Ashburton. He sass for the rest of the day...
We call that Ash Vegas down there in New Zealand, Ashburton.
He says, for the rest of the day, I pictured my headstone reading, bowled over by the bowlologist.
Nice, Michael.
Michael from Ashburton, leave that on our screen for us, will you? Because we need to confront Flem with that.
Yeah.
As Robinson is in. This is defended by Khawaja up to mid-off.
I want to know if Flem helped him up.
Yeah, well, exactly. So there's a lot of questions here.
There are.
So Jeremy Coney has joined us. Yeah. What, have you ever knocked anybody over on their bike?
No.
Would you tell us if you had?
While I was on my bike.
Well, this is what we don't know. Was Flem... Did Flem just throw out an arm and knock him over as he was walking down the street? Did he run him over on a car, or was he on a bike himself? There's a lot to ask. Michael from Ashburton.
On his bike?
Ran him over, I'd say.
I think on his bike. Yeah, I reckon. Robinson in, forward in defence comes Khawaja to mid-off. There's no run.
I just assume everything Damien Fleming does, there's a bit of swing involved in it. So I just wonder if the cycle just went straight and then kind of like, there was an outward movement.
Went
Went
You're
late.
talking a lot about that late swing. It just has, it's the grip you have on the handlebars.
Am I imagining things, or is that Matt Potts?
It is.
Yeah,
He's been on the field for...
Who's off? Do we know? We're able to tell. As Robinson is in, and Khawaja, jabs at this, gets a thick outside edge. It's hurtling down to the deep third boundary, and it's Anderson again who's going after it. But after his first two, he might have run out of puff there, and he's not going to catch up with it. They will get two, though. I think it's Lurch. Zach Crawley got there first.
I think it's important the Aussies keep going in terms of keeping runs until the second new ball. That's the next big thing on the horizon, isn't it? The new ball coming. And if they can get through to perhaps 260 to 270 at that point and just keep collecting runs till then. Don't take too many risks.
Robinson in to complete the 75th over the innings. Nicely driven. Defensively, though, up to Potts at mid-off. End of the over. Australia 5 for 245.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
SEN Test Cricket from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. Moeen Ali into his 26th over. We've seen a lot of off-spin in this Test match, haven't we? Moeen is in and forward comes Carey, pushes it to the offside. There's no run.
That was a lovely ball that he dismissed Greeners, wasn't it? Moeen Ali at his best, where he gets that curve, that spin swerve I was talking about. Down and dips and then some grip.
See it again, and Carey pushes back to the bowl off the front foot.
Green was too far away from it. He's taking leg stump. He needs to be across, and then of course if you come to centre or even further, then your pad
hits outside the line,
covers the stumps if it turns back in.
Forward comes Carey again, plays back to Moeen Ali, this time on the onside of straight, and there's no run.
So really he was just too far away from it. In other words, he's also trying to hit the ball too square.
Moeen round the wicket. Carey pushes into the offside, fielded by Stokes. There's no run. I'm trying to work out though who's not on the field, and it's perplexing me because the bowlers are pretty much there, aren't they? See Broad and Anderson and Stokes. Is it Harry Brook missing?
Ollie Pope seems to be missing. Ollie Pope's the one missing.
Is Ollie Pope the one missing? Right. Now he's gone for the sweep, but he's got it fine. Nice shot by Carey. It's going to run away down towards the boundary. And it will get there. It's a nice, delicate little dab, that, by Carey. Takes him to 14, and Australia 5 for 249. One run away from a batting bonus point at the County Championship.
It shows, doesn't it? That's the variety of sweeps. We've been talking about the reverse sweep. You know he reverse sweeps. Look, that's just a kind of a defensive paddle sweep, isn't it? That's just, it's actually out on the off stump or just outside going further away. He's just helped it down there.
Last ball of the 76th over. And he's lovely, crisp, hit down the ground in the air. Has that made it all the way?
I think so.
It has made it all the way. Up goes the umpire's arms. Hassan Raza. At the end of the over, the 250's up and some. 5 for 255.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket from McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins jumping back in. I've got Bharat, Sundaresan and Jeremy Coney for company. We've barely sat with each other today, Baz.
No. Good evening, Adam Collins.
Good evening to you. Good evening to all of our listeners, all good deep in the night, really. Michael from Ashburton, one of those. I was once knocked over by Flem on his bike on the street.
Yeah, we've discussed
you've done this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was downstairs.
We've kept it there, waiting for Damien Fleming. We have a lot of questions for him.
Oh, I see.
That's got to be an investigation.
Yeah, look who's coming on
bowling.
the
The man with 88 on his shirt because he likes the bingo two fat ladies thing, Harry Brook.
Oh, okay.
That's why he wears 88.
Oh, right.
No other reasons.
Does he spend a lot of time in the bingo hall, does he?
Bharat knows what I'm talking about. Harry Brook bowled one over off the wrong foot medium pace earlier today. He'll bowl another one now. Keeper up to the stumps. Likes to throw it around Stokes. Khawaja 110 bowls here. I barely watch it without laughing, can't you? It's genuine Max Walker wrong foot stuff, but 30 kilometres an hour slower.
Nothing wrong with bowling off the wrong foot for you people out there.
You should see Bharat bowl, Jeremy. We played a game the other week.
Ah, yes.
An England versus Australia game with one of the teams I play for, the Oval Dream Boys. And Bharat turned out and took 4 for bowling here is Brook, pushed out respectfully by Khawaja, and Bharat came on, and when we needed wickets, he took wickets, 4 of them, 4 for 35, I think.
Yeah.
We bowled him
2 overs.
He bowled his full complement, 7 straight. Bowled in tandem together. I was unsuccessful with my off breaks, my Derek Underwoods.
Stark and Lion.
Brook bowls again, and Khawaja watches it into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. It stays at 5 for 255. There's been 1 wicket in the session. Cameron Green bowled by an absolute beauty from Owen Alley. I watched it back again downstairs just before our replays for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. That's getting anyone out. Gorgeous. That's 5 for 220. So they've put on 35, these two. Khawaja getting to 100 between times. He drives here off the front foot to Crawley at cover, no run.
Just before you came on, I had a question for Jeremy Coney. I was talking about Alex Carey's reverse sweep and how his wife always sends him a bit of a nasty message every time he gets out to it. And he promised me after getting out to it in the first innings at the Oval that's it.
Hang on,
he's putting that shot.
He promised you, or he promised his wife?
Through me, he promised his wife.
Bowls, Khawaja defends off the front foot.
And no, I mean, I asked him, like, are you expecting a message from her? He's like, yeah, but I'm putting it away. So my question to Jeremy Coney is there a shot that his missus ever asked him to never play again?
This has become a personal show, hasn't it? Probably the forward defence.
Brooke bowls wide of the crease and Khawaja watches it all the way onto the blade again. It means that Brooke completes a test match maiden, however unlikely. 5 for 255.
Open the game up, husband. Play a few shots.
35. That's on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Beaumont Tail's Hugh Shale on now.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and it's going to be Joseph Root to take up the attack from the Birmingham City end, and he's bowling leg breaks out towards mid-on because, you know, why not? This is Bazball. He may well bowl leg breaks. He's done so in one-day cricket before. Round the wicket, bowls an offie to start. On the front foot driving is Carey, only to cover. He's 20 from 26. Carey started well. 3
good partnerships for Australia. Okay, none of them have kicked on to become big ones. Like Jeremy said, they've continued to score in the last 90 minutes.
Root bowls and sweeping conventionally, or more lap than anything else in front of square. Carey gets 1 to deep square leg, 21 for him. 5 for 256 Australia. They're only 137 behind. At lunch, I said to a couple of colleagues, if Australia gets to 100 behind by the close of play tonight and they're still batting, even if they're 9 down, it's not a bad outcome from where they were at the long break. They're likely to end up a lot better on both measures than that.
They've spent all day overcoming those 2 deliveries so early on.
Quite. Bowling is Root to Khawaja, who just eases out to deep point. They're walking it at this stage. He's 111 with the single, 5 for 257.
Khawaja's been so in his own little bubble all day. It's been just fantastic to watch just how to play proper test innings, isn't it? Carey likes to get his runs.
Carey's facing his forward defending Root.
Busy.
Yes, he likes to get on with it regardless, and I think that's suited Australia, having players come out like Head and then Green to an extent. Certainly Carey now looking to score at a run a ball or thereabouts. Carey over the top of cover, sneaks it through, gets it out towards the rope, won't quite make it. It was in the air. Stokes has his hands on his head at extra cover. That couldn't have been far away from him. They get back for an easy 2. Carey 23, Australia 5 for 259. We'll watch this one back for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, it was a bit wide for Alex Carey. There was some turn as well, not in control at all. Luckily for him, it fell in that gap between those 3 guys. Deepish mid-off and cover, Ben Stokes and the man on the boundary.
Root to Carey, who drives and doesn't get it beyond Stokes. All he does in the end, because Stokes has parried it down to mid-off. Stokes is frustrated. A bit of a dirty day with the exception of the Smith wicket, the England captain. End of the over. They trail by 133 Australia on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. They're 5 for 260. Carey 24, Khawaja 111.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Harry Brooks starts a new over, right arm round the wicket, and he's placed out to deep cover by Carey for an easy single. Moves up to 25, 5 foot 261. That's Bharat done, evidently. I wasn't sure when he was leaving. He's left. Well, he's happy to stay. You can come back if you want. I'm not going to dissuade you.
No.
Maybe your schedule said you were done. Why don't you stay for another...
Why not?
Another over?
Yeah, I can stay for longer with you two gentlemen.
Yeah, why not? 1.5 overs until the second new ball. We'll give you that. You can be the old ball specialist.
Very quickly, that was Harry Brooks' first maiden in Test cricket in his 10th over.
He's got a wicket, of course. He got Kane Williamson out at the Basin Reserve. Caught down the leg side. Little tickle.
Gosh. To think how...
Kane went straight away to the room. They had to cut him down from the dressing room.
To think how many bowlers have strived to get Williamson out. Brook in, round the wicket, delivers here. Khawaja off the front pad out to deep square for 1. 112 for him, 5 for 261. We're in limbo land here before the second new ball. Jeremy, can you give us some insight as to why they might be bowling Brook? Putting to one side that it's an old ball. I mean, they used him earlier as well. What's going on here?
Well, they're not wanting to bowl, obviously, the ones they would like to use the new ball, and I'm assuming that will be, Broad and Anderson.
Brook up, away from us, bowls to Carey, defending.
How many overs has Robinson had? He bowled reasonably recently too, and that might be the reason.
Well, they haven't been over bowled. So Broad's bowled 12, Robinson's bowled 14, Anderson's bowled 11.
No, that's right. They haven't been over bowled. You're right. This is just getting through. This is hurry up new ball. It's not long run-ups, is it? Let's get on with it.
Brook bowls, Carey with hard hands in front of point. Run-out opportunity. Carey's got to get back, and he does. The throw is coming in from James Anderson at point, the sweatbands on his wrists. And just for a moment, Jimmy's a good fielder, even at 40. He's rapid in there. Carey and Khawaja, little mix-up.
Not a great running combination. Alex Carey really quick and is always looking to run.
So Brook again to Carey. Bowls here. Just a little bit back of a length, and Carey's happy to defend. They don't want to get out now. The McCullum-Stokes attitude would be to really have a crack at a bowler like Brook, but Australia are more of a mindset to just bat for as long as they can. Their job here is to get to parity, take time out of the game, exhaust England. One slip still there. Brook bowls, last ball of the over, and pushing conservatively is Carey out to mid-on. It completes Brook's third over, none for 3. Tidy. 79 gone, 1 until the second new ball. Australia 5 for 262. Carey's 25, Khawaja's 112.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
And what do you know? The last ball of the over was a front foot no ball for the 6th time today. That last ball's been re-bowled and tucked into the onside by Alex Carey, who'll retain the strike with a single. He's 26, 5 for 264 as drinks are being brought out onto the field. So we'll take this moment to pause here as well. 1 wicket after tea. That was Cameron Green, bowled by Moeen Ali Worldly for 38 from 68 balls. It brought his 72-run stand with Usman Khawaja to an end about half an hour after the tea interval. At that point, they were 5 for 220. This pair have put on 42 in about 11 overs. In the middle of all of that, Usman Khawaja raised his 15th Test ton, his 7th since returning to the Test side in January last year, 4th against England and 1st in this country. And that, as I scroll down the page here, is our Macca's moment of the session. Macca's I'm Loving It moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. Usman Khawaja's 15th Test ton. We'll take a break with drinks on the field with Australia 5 for 262.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside. Polaris Best end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
Usman Khawaja, 2 away. Stokes up to the crease, wide of it, bowls here. Khawaja dabs through the offside. This time it's hits. Usman Khawaja down to third man for 4. Oh, he gives it big. He throws the bat in the air. In delight. Punching his gloves, taking his helmet off to the balcony as well. That's a 15th test ton. His 7th in this extraordinary story since returning to the side in early 2022. 4th against England, and his first in this country, which has posed problems for him in the past. But what a way to get into the series. Usman Khawaja, 102 not out. A perfect innings, just what Australia needed. Australia needed Usman Khawaja or David Warner today. One of the 2 openers to go all the way through today, and it's been Khawaja so far. Nearly 6 hours in the middle, 112 not out so far. Still work to do, to be fair, for Australia. As drinks conclude, they're still 129 behind, and they have that long tail. So a lot rides on this pair at 5 for 264. Khawaja, 12 fours and 2 6s. Both of those went over Moeen Ali's head. Root bowling from that Birmingham City end now, and Carey's leaving a ball that spins quite a bit from outside the off stump into the gloves of Bairstow.
The last ball before tee was a puff of dust from Joe Root, and it turned quite sharply. And then obviously we've seen the Moeen Ali delivery to Cameron Green.
Root bowls wide of the crease. Carey edges into the gloves of Bairstow, I reckon. We're behind it in our commentary position. We'll get a second look. Coney thinks drop. Looking again for tyre power. Jeremy, talk us through it.
Yeah, just pitching outside off, and he's pushed very hard with the hands. And it's gone straight in and out.
I can already sense what my comments on Twitter might be like tonight from the Surrey fans, from the Ben Folkes fans. Ben Folkes, not Stokes, that is.
Yeah.
Yes, we did discuss it earlier with Pete Lalor. He missed a stumping earlier today as well. Root delivers, and Carey goes back and defends. That was when Green was on naught. Green made 38. And this one here, watching it again for tyre power, Root finds a feather, and Bairstow just fumbles it. Straight in, straight out. And he knows, of course he knows. Root delivers, and going back and watching it into the gloves this time is Carey. That's a better approach with a couple of balls left till the second newie. I did find it hard to reconcile leaving folks out. I've got to say, Jeremy.
Me too.
I think Bairstow's in the side every day of the week, but find another accommodation for him. Root delivers. Carey yorks him, pushing out. We saw folks keep last year in the New Zealand-England series we covered together, and he was outstanding.
He was. Standing up.
A lot of the time.
A lot to the quicks.
He creates wickets that aren't there, and he saves runs as well. Root to finish. Last ball of the 80th over into the offside. So the second new ball is due with Australia at 5 for 264. Carey, 26. Usman Khawaja, 112. And we're here for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. It's going to be Stuart Broad taking the second new ball. The big boy bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 31, 2 in 2 earlier today, removing Warner, chopping on, and Labuschagne caught behind with his brand new outswinger. Consecutive deliveries in the 11th over of the innings. Both of those wickets fell when Australia were 29 and did shape the day. Jeremy Coney, you made the point before that since then, everything that's followed has been framed around those 2 wickets and trying to avoid conceding a big first innings deficit.
It has, and they've fought hard, let's be fair, the Australians. And Kawaj has obviously been at the epicentre of that, as he's just remained kind of almost aloof, away from the game and just locked in his own little bubble and playing shots that he knows he can play well and making judgments every ball. He'll be tired tonight, no doubt about that. This will take a lot out of him. It meant a lot to him. You could see that with his celebration as well.
So the crowd are involved. They know this is an important passage of play. Can Broad get a look at Australia's lengthy tail? 2 slips in the gully, around the wicket to Khawaja. Delivers here. Khawaja leaves the ball. It does come back towards him. Not far from the off stump. Good restart. It'll be Anderson from the other end, I'm sure. He's only bowled 11 overs today, none for 23. So they can get a good shift into the pair of them. And we have, what have we got? We've still got the better part of 15 overs left today, I reckon. 14.
It hasn't been his pitch. There hasn't been the movement in the air. And it hasn't quite suited him, I think, the nip that you require off the surface itself. Once it is pitched, he can't bowl his wobble ball so effectively.
It's brought away from us at the pavilion end. Gets to the crease and bowls to Khawaja, and he knocks him over. That's a beauty from Broad. In on the angle, the off stump bent back through the gate, and Broad does get a look at Australia's lower order with his second delivery with the second new ball. He's castled the man who's batted all day. Khawaja, brilliant, but gone now for 112. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. Back to where you started, fellas. Umpire Maria Erasmus unfurls the arm. The Australian fans are going wild. It's a no ball. They've bowled so many of them today. Umpire Chris Gaffney upstairs had the decision to make. And Broad's relitigating the case with umpire Erasmus. Well, take your story walking, Stu. You got to go back to your mark. We'll get a replay here for tyre power. It is a no-y. There is no doubt about that.
The minute he took the wicket, before he wheeled away, he looked at the umpire.
Nothing behind.
He looked at the umpire.
It's a problem in the modern game.
That's not a problem, is it?
Well, the TV umpiring is a great thing, by the way. I'm saying that bowlers do push up closer to the line and more wickets are being chalked off. The crowd is still involved, of course. Brought up to Khawaja, delivers here and he defends. Sucks the air out of it with that prod down the pitch. A reminder the surface has got very little in it.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja now can restart his innings. It's a wake-up call.
It was a tired-looking defensive stroke, wasn't it? But he's very lucky. It was that wobble ball again, and it's just...
What a ball, too. It's gone back through the gate. Wobble seam, kissing the off stump. It was bent towards the middle stump. Would have made a beautiful picture in the paper tomorrow. And Broady knew, didn't he? He looks over at Erasmus with a little finger saying, was I over? You were. Bowls again, Khawaja, more compact. Tucks into the onside. He's 113. Australia still trailing by 127. A reminder that, and you've gone through it all day, Bharat, once they're 6 down, this is a different dynamic to normal. So had they lost a wicket there, you'd fancy England to go and win the game, win the day rather, and bowl Australia out tonight.
Yeah, especially with the 2-ball-old second new ball. Pat Cummins walks out to bat, fired up Stuart Broad. The crowd have found their voice again. It would have been quite the cauldron for him to walk into. But there you go. Usman Khawaja deserves his luck. He's batted so well, like you said, Jeremy. He batted through the day just 2 test matches ago in Ahmedabad. He's got to bat for another hour now that he's got this reprieve.
So Stuart Broad, who opened Australia up this morning, trying to open them up again. He's got to keep the foot behind the line. Into Alex Carey this time. 3 catches behind the wicket. Bowls here. Carey inside part of the bat. Out towards the onside. No run. Trailed by 127. My point before, Jeremy, is that we're seeing... I'm not sure if it was this way when you played, but bowlers are always this far behind or this far over. I'm using my fingers to describe something on radio, not ideal, but the point I'm making, they're just behind or just over. And they're not just breaking the line at the halfway mark. It does leave them vulnerable to this.
Why would you do that? Why aren't you a little bit safe? Yes, I understand that, but why would you take that risk to push that line so tight?
Couldn't agree more, but it's the way they've been conditioned. He bowls again, and Carey thrashes it through the covers. That's some shot. Wow. What a response from the left-hander. After the wicket that wasn't earlier in the over, his back foot, his back knee kissing the turf when contact was made. A la Kim Hughes. Carey to 30, 5 for 270.
Yeah, that's the Alex Carey zone, the cover drive. Any width, he'll unfold that cover drive. And what a shot. One of the shots of the day.
One of the shots of the match. That'll make for a lovely photograph in the paper tomorrow if they're using Carey, unlikely as it is.
Maybe in the advertiser for sure.
A breakout. Heady on one side.
Alex Carey's cover drive.
King Carey on the other. Partnership now worth 50 with that. They've been useful stands through the day. Yes. 72, 81, even 38. The partnership that Smith had with Khawaja after the 2 wickets. Broad to finish. An eventful over, and leaving alone is Carey. A ball that did take off a wee bit. Daniel Norcross coming in the commentary for me after the break. Our coverage from McCafe, Australia. 5 for 270. Bharat jumping out as well. They trail by 123. Carey's 30. Khawaja 113.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe. And, well, we've had the wicket that wasn't. And England today have bowled 12 no balls. In the match, they've bowled 13 no balls. And it was only a matter of time that they were going to take a wicket with a no ball. It was a beautiful delivery. It just got in between the inside edge and Khawaja's pads. It was scrambling, wobbling. It was doing all sorts as it went down. And it defeated the defences of a man who'd been there all day. But he's still there because it was a no ball. Anderson is into him, and he waits and just plays as easy as you like out of the offside. He's got a very languid defensive technique. Jarrod Kimber has joined me.
Doesn't Anderson look spry?
Does he look spry for a man you called old? In fact, I started it. I invaded Poland.
You called him old from a distance, which is, I think, especially because you know him. I don't know him, and I called it to his face, which is far stupider.
Yes. Yes, whereas mine was the coward's approach, wasn't it, really? Yeah. 3 slips in place, 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side, a long leg. Anderson into Khawaja, lets it go by outside his off stump. There's no wrong. John from Geelong. What is the best celebration you've ever seen for a century in Test cricket history? Like Michael Slater kissing his helmet, David Warner kissing the turf. What's your favourite 100 celebration?
100, I'm not sure. I'm a big fan of Jason Gillespie riding the bat like Happy Gilmore. That was certainly right.
Double 100.
Hey? No, I think he just did it when he made his first 50. I don't think he did it when he made his 100. That was a good one.
Anderson into Khawaja, who lets another one go by outside the off stump into the gloves of Bairstow.
Jadeja's
sabre rattling.
Yeah, well, only thing I would say, it's a bit politically charged, I think, in parts of India, but from a dramatic point of view, you know, we've got a thespian here in Jeremy Coney. He would love the art of it. I think that one's quite high up there.
Was it Misbah-ul Haq with the press-ups?
Oh,
yeah, that was a good
terrific.
one.
Yeah, good call from you, Phil.
I do like some of the old hundreds where they don't really seem to notice there's a crowd there.
I don't think they worked in base 10 in those days, as Anderson is in. This is clipped away nicely, but won't beat Moeen Ali. There's no run.
Nasser Hussain making the 100 in the ODI. I know it was
oh, yeah, that was a good one.
And sticking his fingers up at the
3 of them
at the press box, which he now inhabits.
Actually, didn't Johnny Bairstow do something similar when he batted at number 3?
We're forgetting Dinesh Ramdan.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, Viv Torknar was the sign that he had been holding in his pocket. Now, who was it? A player told me that they kept a sign in their pocket for ages one time and then didn't get it out when they made it.
Anderson in, Khawaja defends, thick inside half of the bat goes to Moeen Ali. at mid-wicket.
I can't remember who it was, but I was talking to...
Had he forgotten?
A professional player. No. So they had a note in their pocket.
Ready to go.
To Dinesh Ramdin it. And then as they made their 100 or took their 5-wicket haul, I can't even remember if it was a batter or a bowler, they suddenly thought, this is maybe not. This is not ideal.
I like this life too much.
Yeah. You wouldn't want it falling out by accident, would you, on your way out when you're leaving?
Who's Don Bradman? I can't. Yeah, that wouldn't be wise. Last ball of the over, Anderson into Khawaja and a maiden. As the ball is pushed out into the offside of the front foot. Anderson now bowled has finished his 12th over. Australia 5 for 270.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe. It's the 30 years of McCafe.
Who's the Surrey player who made a 50 and now runs a curry shop in Nottingham?
Yes. Usman Afzal.
His 50 celebration was epic.
He was really a Nottinghamshire player, but this depended on run, push back to the bowler, no run.
He played for Surrey for years.
A few years.
You and I used to watch him play for Surrey together.
Yeah, but it was a Nottinghamshire most, wasn't he? You know.
Yeah, he runs a curry place now, doesn't he?
Yes, and yes.
But he celebrated the 50 like he'd made 200.
That was against Australia. Yeah. I don't think he could quite believe he'd been selected, and then certainly couldn't believe he'd made it to 50. Glenn McGrail apparently also scored a 50, his first Test 50 on the same day as Gillespie's 50. As this goal was pushed off the inside half of the bat, square of the wicket on the leg side. A shot he was looking to play Carey into the offside, but he'll get a single for it.
There's actually
273.
Sorry, there's actually 2 Adam Sandler celebrations in international cricket that I'm aware of. One is the Happy Gilmore, Jason Gillespie, but also Peter Salar, the Dutch captain, when he was 19, played at Lords, and he'd been watching Adam Sandler films, and Adam Sandler had done some sort of walk like a penguin or something at one stage. So he takes a wicket in the World Cup when he beats England, and then walks like a penguin at Lords.
Brought in, and Khawaja gets another single, turning this ball into the onside. Not with an enormous amount of confidence for a man who's on 113. There's a little bit of suspicion and tentativeness as this is a new ball. I suppose if you'd just been castled, you might be thinking, better be on the metal here, albeit to a no ball. It's strange, though, isn't these no balls, because I suppose it's just the law of averages. Eventually, a wicket's going to fall off one of them, but ball after ball, Broad is bowling, and it's not.
Well, I don't think they're all not. I still don't think
check them all.
They do, but they very quick cursory glance.
I see.
Because there were certainly some in the World Test Championship that I thought should have been called beforehand.
Okay, that's intriguing. Broad in. Carey works a foolish ball up to mid-on. That's no run. Anderson does the fielding.
Phil will probably know this, but England set the world record for the most amount of legal balls in ODI cricket in a row, which was 10,000. All of those records started getting set after free hits. And essentially, weirdly enough, you would think that a wicket is enough reason not to overstep, but the free hit in ODI and T20 cricket seems to have eliminated no balls far better than anyone else. Yeah. Of course, this is Bob Willis Day, and he was the king of the no balls because they didn't go against his bowling figures, so he didn't care.
We're celebrating Bob Willis today. Broad is in, and this is nicely driven. Straight back past the bowler, and a good one-handed stop by the agile pensioner Anderson mid-on.
I think Bob Willis and Patrick Patterson are the most no-ball heavy bowlers in cricket history.
By the way, Flem's got back in the box, and I think we need to...
Never bowled one. Short strides.
We need to just get him on this chair very briefly.
We need the truth.
We need the truth, Flem.
Never saw a Victorian bowler bowl a no ball.
Never?
No.
No, they wouldn't do such a thing. Broad in, last ball of the over. And wide of the off stump, left alone by Carey. 5 for 272 at the end of the over.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Test Street with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And here on SEN, we are the long arm of the law. We do not allow indiscretions to go unpunished or unnoted.
Very cool.
However much they may have been hidden from view over the many, many years, but our tentacles are wide and our detectives, they have eagle eyes. And we received a text earlier today from a certain Michael from Ashburton who said,
"Where I live,
I was once almost knocked over by Flem on his bike in the street. For the rest of the day, I pictured my headstone reading bowled over by the bowlologist. He rode his bike almost daily during COVID. Do you remember, Michael? And do you remember almost running him over?"
No.
Sanderson is in to the left-handed Khawaja, who pushes in defence.
We knew he'd deny it. Apologies, Michael. But we were locked down in Melbourne.
Is that
so there was a lot
to go around
of
trying to
riding.
knock people over?
I tell you what I did. I stopped riding on paths because people were just
reckless.
And they've got their dogs. The dogs have to walk on the path. You can't, not on the grass. So as you're riding, you've got to go on that. So I started riding roads. So maybe it was an incident or that would nearly happen with Michael. Apologies that I went, no, I'm riding on the roads now.
Anderson in around the wicket to Khawaja, covers up in defence, works into mid-wicket. There's no run. Just need to.
But it's not a bad. You know,
why don't Aussie
bowled
dogs
over by the ball? I like that.
I like that, but I need to quiz why Aussie dogs have to run on paths, not grass.
No, I don't know.
No.
Like, and in the end, I went, I'm going to stop riding these paths. And generally, if people want to have a chat, they don't walk on the grass area. They stay on the bike path and have a chat. And I'm just going, can you just do you mind?
Get on the grass.
There's like 50 metres of grass just there.
Right, that's the obvious.
So I got on the roads.
Anderson in. Khawaja drives elegantly, square of the wicket. He's going to race away towards the boundary and it will plop onto the sponge now. Very nice shot, playing slightly away from his body. He got it between point and extra cover. It went along the ground. He advances to 118, 5 for 276.
And the big news is Justin Langer, the former English coach, put me on to Hocker runners because I stopped running because of my Achilles and calves. And since I bought them, guess what? No issues.
Right, as Anderson bowls, this is pushed into the offside square of the wicket. They'll get a single as two fielders nearly collide, but one of them being Duckett was always going to come off worse.
So the moral of the story is now that the percentages of me bowling someone over on my bike are eradicated.
Nil.
I'm running.
Well, that's good to know, isn't it? So, look, I mean, it's a misdemeanor that's happened in the past. We can put it to bed now, Michael from Ashburton.
Won't happen.
Won't happen again.
But I tell you what, if I'm running on that path, don't you get my way.
Damien Fleming there, the former scourge of Ashburton. 5 for 277. Carey back on strike. Two slips in place. A short catching cover. This pitch has died, well, if it ever was alive, as this thick edge is going to be gobbled up by Pope, who runs from backward point. Ball was squirted through a sort of gully region, and Pope is a backward point. He's definitely sort of 4 or 5 yards even, maybe, behind square.
See, I was thinking about the whole thing with Flem and everything. In some ways, you're a much safer man, aren't you? Because you don't do any exercise, so the chance of you hurting someone is very minimal.
Very minimal, unless you happen to be sitting on my sofa.
Between you and a wine fridge.
Yeah. Oh, then you better be nimble and get out of the way. Anderson in. This is nicely driven again by Carey up to wide mid-off. There is no run. That completes the over. The 4th with the new ball. Australia still going steadily. They're 5 for 277.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Broad is going to continue. Khawaja, who he thought he'd got out in dramatic fashion. That first over with the new ball, and it turned out his foot was over the line. So he'll have to try again. 2 slips in place as Bharat Sundaresan joins us. And Khawaja is beaten outside the off stump. Went through very low to Bairstow. And Broad does one of those quizzical looks, which to a man who's on 118, 190, I was thinking it's slightly. It's not exactly. It's not contempt, is it? But it's like, what are you doing? You think, well, he's just missed the ball. It's only one ball.
Exactly. Yeah. He always gave him that look of like, how many times do I need to knock you down? You haven't technically. You defaulted or you fault. Yeah.
The ball ceased to be a ball.
It did at the point, like, yeah.
Your foot didn't get me down the line. Broad in to Khawaja, who struck on a pad. He loves that. It's going down leg, won't be given. But he might request a review because he's annoyed. Leg bye has been signalled rather soon by Murray Erasmus, but it won't make a difference because England were never going to refer that. That will not be a DRS review. Our DRS review is with IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate. Call 1-3-IMAR.
Yeah, Ben Stokes just looked the other way. He started adjusting his field while Stuart Broad was still appealing round the wicket.
Let's just have a look if that would have... That hit him outside leg stump from around the wicket.
I know.
I was wondering, maybe an 8th stump?
If I was umpired, like, that's it. You can't appeal for the next 15 minutes.
And you're quite harsh with that, aren't you? I know. You're just the most affable man I've ever met in my life, but as an umpire, you become a different human. Yeah. Broad, it forward comes scary defensively up to Robinson at mid-off. Is it because you've got a lot of... Because you're so affable, because of all the loveliness inside you, that inside you're still the same animal that we all are, filled with bitterness, jealousy, anger, fury and rage. And it's just distilled into the act of umpiring.
I think you might have explained yourself there rather than Bharat.
Broad in, Carey defends well from the crease, pushes it out to the offside. He won't get a run there as it's snapped up. Short extra.
It's a different avatar. Like, I'm supposed to wear a uniform, and that's never worked out. Like, worked out well
you're
for
not
me.
a uniform guy.
Exactly. Yeah. No. So maybe that's what it is. I mean, often the batter has to pay for it. But having said that,
oh, you an out?
I am an out umpire, but it's only if it's out. Yeah, I don't believe in this whole thing of protect little Johnny because you don't want him to be upset. I'm also worried about little Jamie, who's bowling, who's the same age.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah, exactly.
Broad in. That's pushed up to mid-on, no run. I once gave somebody out, well, last year, and I was pretty sure they weren't out, but it was because it was little Jamie, because he was bowling to an author called Anthony McGowan, and he was on a hat-trick. And I just polished off a bottle of rosé, and I've been, because 2 wickets falling quickly, I was made to go an umpire, so I was a little annoyed about that. So I walked out, slightly half-cut, drink wise, by the way, everyone. I walked out, and the ball struck him on the pad. He wasn't really playing a shot, I didn't feel, but he wasn't playing a shot. But he definitely wasn't playing a shot. Broad in. Driven. Oh, beautiful shot down the ground. That was just sumptuous and lovely. And on drive for 4. You'll find out what I did after this break with Australia 5 for 282.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
Tesco and SEN with McCafe. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. So I'm out there umpiring earlier than I'd expected, and out comes Tony McGowan, and he takes his cricket very seriously.
I was going to say,
while being not awfully good. And Colo was part of this hat trick. He'd actually been given out of the second ball of the 3 as Anderson is in, and Khawaja covers up in defence, pushes up to mid-on. There's no run. And so slightly annoyed I've been made to umpire. And little Jamie.
Yes, always.
I think he was about 16, 17. He bowled a ball and McGowan left it. Now, if you leave a hat-trick ball, you're going to expect a punishment. And I think there's a chance it would probably have missed off stump by a little bit. They appealed. This finger went up. And McGowan, he stood his ground for a while, protesting that he has never not known where his off stump was. His next ball's turned to short square leg. There's no run.
Sometimes he's in bed at night, and like you go in and you wake him up, and he goes, "I know where it is.
I know where it is.
13.7 miles north-northeast."
Wasn't it Anthony McGowan who got a 600-pound bat and then left it on the tube?
Yes, he does lose things, that boy, including his wicket when I'm umpiring. But I'd like to think that even though you said you don't give people out unless they're out, that a certain kind of natural justice.
And the finger just goes up. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you're talking about the uniform. It's the Stanford experiment, right? Where you make people pretend that they're prison wardens.
That's right.
It's a bit like that for umpires.
It is, absolutely, yeah. And I think that's why you're given that uniform.
Yeah.
It gives you authority. It gives you power.
Oh, power. Anderson into Khawaja, who thinks about playing at a ball and leaves it at the very last minute. Goes through the Bairstow, there's no run.
Well, it's funny though when at the end of the day I take my uniform off and get into my normal garb, the hair. Yeah. Then they look at me very differently. Yeah.
Then you get into your hair.
Yeah. Yeah, they look at me very differently at that stage. Like that guy was given power?
Yeah. With great power, as we all know, Bharat.
Yes.
Great responsibility. Anderson, has he got the power left to get rid of Khawaja? Outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. A weary old day for England in the field. They've been kept out there all day. They had high points. A couple of quick wickets, 2 in 2, to get rid of Warner and Labuschagne. And then when the 5th wicket went down, they would still have had hopes of maybe getting a lead at least 80, 90 now. Well, Australia will be hoping for parity and beyond, and then we'll start questioning the declaration again. And
parity and beyond.
Parity and beyond.
It's the name of your autobiography.
Anderson comes charging in to Khawaja, who drives really elegantly, but can't beat the fielder at mid-off. There's no run. Stokes, the captain there, broad with his son out at mid-on, fulminating at the injustices of life.
But for Khawaja, that wicket delivery, or the no ball that stood broad ball to him, couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah.
There was a very, very tired defensive shot, like Jeremy and Coney said. Bat was away from his body. Really good delivery.
It's woken him up, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Anderson in to complete the over. It lets it go, does Khawaja. Again, a late leave, but a good leave. At the end of the 86th over, there'll be a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins is going to come in, and Australia are 5 for 282.
G'day, it's old rivals Ben Hannant
and Josh Morris.
At Coates, you can hire whatever you want for the job, like a floor grinder.
Or a floor stripper, eh?
Or a road saw.
Or an excavator.
Or even a power drill.
What is that?
Okay, Josh, you won this round.
Hire any equipment for any job. Visit your nearest Coates or Bunnings warehouse. Coates, equipped for anything.
SEN Test cricket for McCafe. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Adam Collins in with Basilenko and JK for 4 overs of whatever we got. Deep in the day. It's been a long one. Brought away from us Into Carey on 35, doing really well here against the second new ball, as he does again here in behind it in defence. This pair have now put on very useful 62. As mentioned earlier, Bharat, the partnerships that they've put on. Yeah. None of them have broken England Open, who've stuck to the task quite well. But you look down the page, 38 before lunch, where Smith had to consolidate. 81 between Head and Khawaja, 72 between Green and Khawaja. Of course, Khawaja the mainstay there. Another 62 here.
It's kind of been a teasing day for England because they've felt at times like they could run through them and have not.
It's brought up. Bowls to Carey, who steers through backward point. Nearly got it through. Then Duckett there, taking the pace off the ball. Carey moves to 36 with a single. They trail by 110, 5 for 283. So let's just game this. Oh, sorry, go Bharat first.
No, it also tells you that England did get a little lucky with the weather this morning. That was the only period when, as Greg Wiz told us, the ball did a lot. It was on right after that. The Australian batters, Usman Khawaja in particular, have shown that not only can you score runs on this pitch, you can score it at a fair clip without trying to bass ball it. And just play normally and still score at 3.5, 4 and over.
Khawaja's faced 255 balls for his 119. Brought to him here, and he pulls him wide of mid-on for 4. Inside the line, it had nothing in the pitch. It might be the second new ball, but the surface is flat, as you see in this country. And Khawaja cashes in. Had one man to beat in Anderson. Up to 1, 2, 3. 5 for 287.
It didn't even look like a really short ball, but it just didn't get up. And we've seen Khawaja pull off at least 8 or 9 of those throughout the day's play.
Jarrod made the point earlier, against spin, he's been pulling off his stumps.
Yeah.
Even a couple off the quicks. That one there probably hits the top of the stumps.
It does,
and there's a couple earlier that I think were even fuller than that, but off the spin even more so. But he's lost in complete control against them.
Not a big gap either. Khawaja facing Broad on leg stump. 4 more. It'll be leg buys or runs. We'll find out in a moment. Either way, it's down to the rope fine. Leg buys, but they all count right now for Australia. Deficit is down to 102. 5 for 291. Broad just losing his radar after being hit for a boundary.
Is Broad limping a little bit? Just looks like his strike pattern's gone weird on the way back to his mark there.
Oh, Phil Long, please.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja, 123 not out. In the 2013 Ashes, he made 114 runs from 6 innings. And in 2019, he made 122 runs from 6 innings. And as I mentioned today, he's 123 not out.
Fantastic, overtaking that haul from last time in 1 hit. Still going, Khawaja facing Broad on off stump. That's better. Out to cover, no single.
His best innings was 37, so...
Well, that was...
what was better, the Usman 37 or the Quiney 9?
I think the Quiney 9's probably more niche. It's more a Twitter thing.
It is,
I think the Khawaja 37, where there were 8 pages in the Sydney Morning Herald the following day devoted to it. Pictures of the family on the in the ladies' stand there at the SCG. I was down there, you know, if you look closely, and I'm not encouraging people to do this.
I think you just did.
Broad, well, at least how I remember this, right? Years later, Broad round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, 2 slips, back of a length, clips him out to deep backward square, make that fine leg for 1. It'll complete the over. We'll come back to the story in a sec. Khawaja 124, Australia 5 for 292. They trail by 101.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
I won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for the McCafe. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. So Khawaja's first Test innings, I was there with a dear friend of mine, Reece Muldoon, actor, cricket nut. We knew each other from my former life. Always a mainstay at the SCG Test in that era. As Anderson bowls round the wicket to Khawaja, who shoulders arms. And he said to me, this is important. New kit making is taboo for Australia. Let's go down to the race and give him a pat on the bum when he walks out to bat for the first time. So we did. Went down to the race and cheered him on. And he might have even literally tapped him on the back as he walked out to bat for Australia for the first time.
Oh.
Come on, it's important. Come on, Colo. Here we are all these years later.
No, it's worked out well.
Yeah, 2 men left standing from that 10-11 side, Jarrod. Of course, Smith the other.
I made a lot of Clerks references. which it only works if you've ever seen the movie Clerks. But if you have, there's 4 people laughing at home.
2 slips. Anderson bowls, Khawaja defends into the onside.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
And one person in the box who gets that reference.
Phil's with you, very good. So that 10-11 side, or that 10-11 series, it was a bit of a changing of the guard, wasn't it? Ponting hands over the captaincy. It's effectively taken away from him after that series loss. In the next 12 months, Warner, Lyon, Stark, Pattinson, Cummins all make their debuts. The crux of the side we're seeing here today. There'll be others I'm missing as well.
2010, 2011, a very important period for Australian cricket. Pretty much all the superstars of this current era made their debut at that time.
Anderson delivers to Khawaja, one of those out to cover no run. Remember the Argus review, Jarrod, as well. There was such consternation about Australia losing to England at home, Bharat, that they commissioned a root and branch review of all of Australian cricket.
The Don Argus came in
for
BHP.
I remember reading about it. Yeah,
it's a big deal.
Argus report. Yeah, it also tells you what a shock to the system that was. The fact that Australia were not used to losing an Ashes series to start with, but not at home.
I remember I was in Australia for about a week and a half beforehand. I was telling everyone, we're going to lose this. And no one, they were just couldn't believe it, that we were going to lose.
Anderson over the wicket to Khawaja. City end. Khawaja off his hip. Should be 2 there if they want it. Khawaja should to the danger end. Turning with his left arm, bat in hand. Through he goes. They trail now by 99. A little psychological barrier cleared there.
Do you remember the Pop Idol style selection thing where they had they were going to do a big selection thing in Sydney Harbour and they're going to announce the team, but it was way too early and the selectors didn't know who they were going to pick. And so they ended up picking all these people. Then it rained and no one turned up.
Yes.
That was what the entire summer was like, except for Siddle's hat-trick.
On the first day of the series. Anderson to Khawaja, leaves the line outside the off stump. Yeah, they were going to eliminate 1 player per day from the squad wet lane. And where they landed was Xavier Doherty as the spinner when they overlooked Nathan Horrocks.
Yep.
If I recall correctly. And Nathan Horrocks sold all his kit in a garage sale.
He says that he was just old stuff he had lying around, though. Because I think it was reported that he was selling his baggy green out the front of his house.
Yeah, I remember reading about
his old Australian jumpers and so on.
Is he involved Ireland?
He was,
bowling coach.
but I think he's just taken a break from that.
Yes,
selling the Irish jumpers out the front of his house.
So around the wicket now, Anderson. Change of angle to Khawaja. Nice shape, but Khawaja leaves early into the gloves of Bairstow. End of the over. We'll say goodbye to Jarrod. Chat to you tomorrow. 5 for 294 after 88 overs. Carey 36. Khawaja still there on 126.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
Got Damien Fleming in for the last, won't be half an hour of play. I think we're going to get our overs in on time today, which is great. 6 overs left in the day. You'll be here for all of them. Flem, how are you seeing it?
I'll get you 20 more runs.
20 more runs.
They can go 10 each. I'm sure between the 2 Aussie left-handers.
Ollie Robinson into the attack. First crack with the second new ball, replacing Broad over the wicket. Bowls to Carey, leaves alone on the angle.
They won the first battle against the second new ball. They've seen Broad.
Yes.
Bowled well, started really well. A little ragged in that last over. Jason Gillespie, I was just thinking about him. We just had a South Australia moment in the box next to us. So we need to rally around Alex Carey and Travis Head.
There he is.
The great man. Big Diz.
Busy here, working on commentary, doing a tour
and then
group.
They've gone to Big Merv. And then Jeff Marsh.
Crowd love it. Robinson away from us. Carey. Long sleeve shirt. What a drive. That's his second stunning cover drive of the afternoon against the second new ball as well. He played one against Stuart Broad after the wicket that wasn't. Now, Ollie Robinson back in the attack, giving him something to really throw his hands through and getting to the pitch of it. That's Carey at his best, up to 40, 5 for 298.
Yeah, that's his greatest strength. And he needed a good tour after that really difficult tour of India. 2 very crucial innings at the Oval last week. And he started off in fine fashion.
And I love the response from Jason Gillespie on our screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. The South Aussie connection. Robinson, angled approach, Carey again, carving, but straight to point. I think we all thought he beat the fielder there, didn't we, Flem?
That's middle of the bat.
It's gone straight to Harry Brook. He did well to stop it.
The thing about Robinson is, he's starting it on off stump and moving it across. It's just allowing too much room for Carey. I think he needs to tighten up his length.
Can I ask a question about the front foot no ball from Broad before? We touched on it in a sort of more jovial way earlier before the chalked off wicket. And it goes to something that Jeremy asked me and I couldn't answer. Robinson up here, 95 the deficit. Carey cutting straight to Brook again. That was short and wide, needed the treatment. Twice he's picked him out.
Falling away, Robinson.
Point position.
Falling away.
So bowlers these days, whenever we see wickets checked for, their foot's either just behind the line or just over. Why do bowlers allow themselves to carry that level of risk? Why don't they go and cut the line at the halfway mark? What's knowing what the problem... Sorry, I'll start again. If you know that the downside of going up against the line is having a wicket chalked off or conceding a no ball anyway, why would you run the risk of being so close to the line with your stock delivery?
So could you repeat the question? Good question. I think there's a culture of always pressuring the line.
Next delivery from Robinson swings towards the leg side. It's via the thigh pad of Carey, spills away to Bairstow, who does the tidying up. Leg by signal, 5 for 299.
Fast bowlers always want to get every extra ounce of pace down the other end, but it's only a matter of centimetres. So, in theory, why not? Land so it's halfway through your foot.
Is that how you thought about it when you played?
No, I didn't bowl a lot of no balls, and the scrutiny wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
Do you know what I meant? How many would we have got away with? Do you think over the years?
A lot.
Hundreds.
Robinson to finish. To Khawaja and leaves alone. End of the over, 5 for 299. They trail by 94. Carey's 40. Khawaja 126.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
We're here at Edgbaston for the McCafe. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Bharat Sundaresan. Moeen Ali back into the attack. His first crack with the second new ball. Yeah, it just feels to me like that striving for every last centimetre, but with so many things that can change or go wrong in the 30 metres on the way to the landing strip, if you like. It just strikes me as so risky.
Wickets, free hits in T20 cricket.
Like, does it matter that much, I guess, if you're 10 centimetres further back structurally? Like, if you're always 10 centimetres further back? I don't know.
Yeah, it probably doesn't.
Yeah.
A bit extra pace. Also, the pitch is a little bit longer then. But we were talking, I wasn't sure. I was with Jason Gillespie last night, and I did a feature on 7 on Bumrah. And he releases the ball 32 centimetres in front of the propping crease. So for me, that's the definition of a heavy bowler.
Yeah.
Cummins, 19 centimetres, where most people are about 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Cummins as well. You always think about Archer and Bumrah, don't you? Moeen bowls. First ball of a new spell's put away by Carey. Again gets the chance to go back in the crease, and Carey's contribution here is a most important one, taking Australia beyond 300. 5 for 303. A partnership that's built in pace after the second new ball was taken. This pair have put on 83 now, which is the best partnership Australia have had today.
There's a short of a length area on this pitch that just goes for runs.
Moeen, Carey, back, cuts for one to deep point, 44.
It just blancmanges, doesn't it? We saw Khawaja, even though it's probably going on to hit the stumps, he's just gone back, pulled them for 4. We've seen most of the Stokes a couple of times. They're not legitimate bouncers. They're and they're not half trackers. They're short of a length of it because of the lack of pace on this pitch. It's so easy to pull and cut. The fuller you bowl, the quicker, or the later it loses pace.
So Moeen just taking a beat here before he bowls to Khawaja, slipping a short leg in close, and Khawaja goes back and out to the offside.
And I'm sure the Australians would have seen that as well, and I'm expecting their lens to be slightly fuller in the second innings, even Cummins and Boland.
Yeah, I think so, and a little chat about their fields.
Moeen to Khawaja, defending to mid-wicket.
I think particularly Root, I'd be going to, how'd you get him out in 2019? I know he's changed his technique a little bit, you know, impacting 40 centimetres, so he's getting forward more, but he's still more vulnerable to...
Moeen delivers and Khawaja defends again.
Good traditional deliveries with good fields. You know, they've got 3 or 4 players that I reckon you get some unique fields for, but, you know, maybe even Pope, Root, just traditional fields. Get them out.
Moeen to finish his over and Khawaja back again. He wants stumps from here, and why wouldn't he? 4 overs until that juncture. Changing commentary. Daniel Norcross in for me to take us home. 5 for 3 for Australia. 90 overs gone. Carey 45 and Khawaja 126.
Introducing the next level of shaving with Gillette Labs Razor with exfoliating bar. With one-stroke exfoliation, it clears a path on your skin before the blades for an effortless shave. Between May 25 and June 21, 2023, buy any Gillette product from Chemist Warehouse to get a next-level good feeling. 50 cents from every sale is donated to the Gotcha for Life Foundation to support men's mental health. Donation capped at $100,000. T's and C's apply. See gillette.com.au/terms-conditions for details. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe. Here's to 30 years of McCafe as Robinson starts in with 2 slips. Carey on strike, batted well today. Defends this ball up to mid-on. There's no run.
Just going back to the no-ball chat. Sorry.
I was about to hiccup.
I was just waiting for it. It was almost a no ball in itself. The lack of hiccup.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Classic late night radio. Just on the no ball, there's also the umpires element as well. You spoke about how many you guys might have got away with it during your era. It's so easy, so difficult to pick up with different bowling actions, how the feet land in relation to the crease.
Robinson in, slashed at, but such a slow old pitch. And he's not bowling at the greatest of paces, so no timing at all.
With about 3 of those.
77 miles an hour. That's gone up to mid-off. But is the pitch just getting slower and tighter, harder to time on, perhaps?
Well, it's not going to get quicker from now on now. But for Ollie Robinson, he's a skilled medium-fast bowler, but yeah, these are not the type of pitches he likes bowling on.
He's in again, and Carey gets one that comes back into his pads, and he works it down the deep backward squares. Nice shot. Gets a single. Moeen Ali tidies up.
I think he's falling away too much. It looks more angled than normal, his run-up. And then he wants to bowl on off stump, so he's falling towards the leg stump and pushing them. That ball, as you quite rightly described, you know, swung back in, and it looked quicker and it was a better length. Why don't you go that stock delivery, tie them up, and then push the odd one across?
Shadows lengthen at the end of the day as Robinson is in to Khawaja, who's been there all day. And this one is another one that just holds up and is straight, played defensively by Khawaja. It plops out into the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about this pitch and about Baz ball and England's new approach with the bat. But I wonder if you pull Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson aside this evening and ask their honest opinion about this pitch, what they'd have to say. In a way, it's taking your bowlers for granted, giving them a pitch like this at the start of the Ashes as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to that point in a moment. As Robinson is in and Khawaja defends. Back up the wicket, thinks of a single, isn't there, as Broad tidies up. There's a conception that I don't think works in England, that English curators are able to make pitches to order. They are what they are a lot of the time here. It depends on the conditions they've had. We had a very cold and dry spring, for example. Had a very, very wet
There is a bit of always a constant threat of potential rain.
There's all that, always.
So you've got to be...
Yeah.
It's not easy.
And they're heavily used. The squares are heavily used here as Robinson is in, and that's well defended by Khawaja. Up to mid-off. We'll come back to that after this break with Australia 5-4-3-0-5.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, and we're coming to the end of the second day with 3 overs remaining. Bharat, Sundaresan has just departed, just as we were going to talk. He's going to go and do some interviews. As we were quickly talking about pitches, just to finish up on that, I mean, in India, you were very illuminating to me when we were out for SEN watching Australia against India about the soil and whatnot. And it's very clear that Indian groundsman curators make pitches to order, as we saw in Ahmedabad, flat as anything or turn like crazy. That doesn't happen here. All your real variation is more or less grass. So it's about the cutting of the grass. You don't really get an awful lot of other options, because the underneath there is what it is, I'm afraid, and it's been used and rolled and played on sometimes for decades.
How many squares are here?
Yeah.
How many pitches
on here? I mean, this is not as big as the oval, but there's about
16 or
at least, I would say 20. I mean, he's in edged and flies past Root. A very, very difficult catch. He couldn't get a hand on it. It went very fine past the left-hander Bairstow, the right-hand of Root, and it was low as well. And in the process, it's quite a low-key way to do it, but Carey brings up his half-century. It's been a great knock. When he came in, his side were in more than a spot of bother, and they've got themselves up to even money, I'd say, in this match now at 5 for 309. He and Khawaja have put together a very stout partnership.
It's been such an important knock, isn't it? And it's flowed. Good strike rate from Alex Carey.
It's in again. This is defended at the offside.
He's batted at that wicketkeeper tempo, hasn't he, Fleming?
Yeah.
He's come and taken the game on.
Just taking a look here on our replay screen. And, well, it would have been a tough one for Bairstow, and actually I think it might have not quite carried to Root as Moeen is in, but there's a bit of turn there as it was defended out to the offside. It saw a little bit of turn, and Moeen has had varying degrees of turn. He's beaten the bat a few times, the left-handers, and of course that wonder ball to Cameron Green. Sorry,
two top-order wickets for Moeen Ali.
He's gone for the reverse, but he can't beat Broad at backward point. I suppose I've got to let you go, haven't I? Because you've got to go and do your interviews. Yeah, sorry.
Seems a lot of effort for nothing, though, that reverse sweep, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of, I'm going to get down, I'm going to watch these, I'm going to keep it, oh no, I've hit it straight to the fielder.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There's absolutely, nothing, is there? Oh, this beats the outside edge. That's another beauty. A little pokey prod from Carey. Maybe conscious now. There isn't long to go before the close of play. Just 2 more overs after this one. And you know, praise be, we're going to get the overs in, and we're going to get them in before the end of the end of the day. That has turned a fair bit past the outside edge. Moeen is in. He's gone for the reverse again, and this time he's not quite going to get it past a pouncing Broad, who always likes to leap on these balls, two-handed. He likes to leap on top.
You need good eye-hand coordination. He's obviously got it.
5 for 309. 2 overs remain. Carey 50. Khawaja, what a great knock this has been. 273 balls this vigil. He's anchored Australia when their more vaunted batters, Labuschagne and Smith, didn't contribute today. Warner played a shocking shot to get out, and Cameron Green got a wonder ball. But as we look on the replay, we've seen time and time again that if Moeen Ali is a threat, you're absolutely certain that the #1 off-spinner of all time, Nathan Lyon, is going to be
just on that, I think both teams in hindsight would have wanted to pick their quickest fast bowler. Wood for England, Stark for Australia, and for Australia, potentially Todd Murphy as a second spinner.
Wow.
This is not a medium-fast pitch.
No, Robinson starts his last over of the day. It's defended first ball into the onside. I mean, the thing is that they must have known that. I mean, we all kind of knew. Or did they think it had more pace, did they, perhaps? Or
yeah, I was hearing that they thought it was going to be Not a lot of seam movement, like dead grass, but it was going to be hard and bouncy and fast.
Right. Well, it certainly isn't that.
Wow. No.
But, I mean, this is what I mean, again, about English pitches, because you can look at an Indian pitch and you know which type it's going to be. You can look at an English pitch and you can't be sure until you hurl a ball into it, as forward comes Khawaja and pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. And you talk to a lot of English players, they can have some quite rude things to say about ground staff, because they say, what's this pitch going to do? And the groundsman will say, oh, this is a good one, this is a good ease, this will go
we've
through.
Done this
and then it doesn't. Time and time again. And so you'll hear ex-cricketers or even cricketers, Stephen Finn in the box along there, for example, is bemused, is harsh at curators as this is clipped into the onside. Short mid-wicket, but I think
there's that uncontrollable factors like the weather, like today. Session 1 yesterday, the pitch is newer. You think, well, maybe it'll do more, and it was a record low movement. And then today, a bit of sweating by the covers, overcast conditions, and we had closer to a traditional swinging English conditions, even though it's a dry pitch.
That can make an enormous difference here. I'll give you another example of it as Robinson is in down the leg side. There's no run as a tumbling take from
He's not
Bairstow.
bowling very well.
Jeremy, Coney and I watched a match between Surrey and Kent. The match that Surrey ended up knocking off 501. Well, in their first innings, there was rain around in the morning and covers had come on exactly as you're saying. Pitch sweated a bit. Surrey were bundled out for 146 and then managed to knock off 501. So it's those
in one game.
And tomorrow we're going to have wetter conditions apparently, as Robinson is in outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run, and so we may well find, as Phil Long passing me the forecast, drizzle to begin at 10 o'clock
again,
and then I can't. He's unfortunately hasn't got me Sunday. Can you get me Sunday on there, please?
Okay, that didn't
really happen for me there.
I thought this is your chance, your news reading career. Where did it kick off? 2023, Edgbaston.
There's Robinson again. This is tucked into the onside. Think of a single. It isn't there. End of the over. One remains in the day. 5 for 309 Australia. So tomorrow, well, we've got 55, 64, 77 and 80% chances of rain from 2 o'clock. Now Australia might get fortunate here in that the morning is looking dry, but overnight there's going to be some wetness, so there'll be covers on at some point, and then some drizzle will start to arrive about 1 o'clock, by which point Australia could well be at parity or just beyond, but no more than that, and then we might find that the pitch starts misbehaving again.
Yep.
So I'm afraid it's an unpredictable environment, England.
And it's also unpredictable, as we said, for the curators.
Yeah.
Because I looked a few days ago and it looked 23, 24 degrees every day.
They're capricious, the rain gods in England.
Yeah, that's the word I would have used. Good album, that.
Moeen Ali is going to bowl his 29th over of the day, but his last. Strange enough, that was how many Nathan Lyon bowled yesterday as well. A pattern developing. 2 slips in place. Carey on strike, and a little dab sweep gone very fine. It's running down towards the boundary. It's pursued by an exhausted Robinson, who does really well actually to pull that back. And you were talking about Robinson and how he looked in Australia, and the Robinson in Australia 2 years ago would never have made it to that ball.
No, he was bowled with good skill at the Gabba, but he was puffing and it hurt him. I think it was a lesson that this is Test match cricket all around the world. You're going to have to get a bit fitter. There's nothing wrong with his skills.
Moeen into Carey, who defends on the front foot, pushes out towards short extra cover. 4 balls remain in the day, so whoever's padded up in the dressing room, they can take your pads off, you can put your gloves away. You'll have had your feet up all day, Pat Cummins. No one else is batting today, even if a wicket falls now. So Moeen is in. Carey drives up to mid-off, but too firmly to take the single. And that'll be a relief for that tail, because it looked like being exposed a couple of times. England will look back on the mistakes. We will ruminate over those for 5 or 6 minutes very shortly, as well as choosing our moments of the day, our Macca's I'm loving it moment of the day. I want you to be thinking about that, Damien. This next ball's clipped up to mid-on.
Yeah, it threw me yesterday. I wasn't.
I know.
I didn't know it was coming.
Well, I'm giving you some advance warning.
And what are they again?
Well, we got the Macca's delivery of the day.
Yep.
We got the I'm loving it moment of the day. I think we know what that one's going to be.
Yep.
As this next ball is defended on the front foot out to short extra cover, and we'll do a bit of a wrap up. We'll be 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm up for it.
Yeah, you look like the jet lag is beginning to recede.
It is. It's still here. Yeah. I was talking a big game early.
Yeah, you're starting to.
I'm going downhill a bit.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here we go.
Last ball of the day. Moeen Ali into Carey. Drives short mid off. That is the end of the over. 2 from it, and Australia close on 5 for 311. The deficit just 82. What a contrasting day in so many ways. All 90 overs have been bowled. 297 runs in the day. We had over 400 yesterday, but it's been dominated by Usman Khawaja, his first century on English soil, and he's been ably assisted by Alex Carey with an unbeaten 52, which, if not got Australia on top, has brought the game very much level. With 3 days to go, 3 potentially rain-affected days, and we are, Damien Fleming, very much seeing the contrasting styles between the way England have approached their batting, where Australia have approached their batting, because the pitch has been pretty benign and placid for much of today. It wasn't in the first session. The batting was a bit awkward. As the crowd rises to Khawaja, who raises his bat, he's followed in by Alex Carey. Pretty weary England team make their way off, but their spirits will have been brightened at various points in the day when they picked up 2 in 2, for example, and when they got rid of the dangerous Steve Smith for 16. That felt like an enormous bonus. But at the back end of the day, well, they'll be ruining a wicket to a no ball, a Johnny Bairstow missed catch, a Johnny Bairstow missed stumping off Cameron Green. How important that'll prove in the wider scheme of things, we wait to see. It'll reignite the Ben Folkes debate, of that there is no doubt. So joining me for this last little preamble isn't just Damien, or we're going to try and it's just Damien Fleming and Phil Long, who's going to give us a little bit of statistical backup.
I'll do some stats too. I can help out there.
Excellent. So just to take you through the order of service, it was Bob Willis Day today. Blue for Bob. Everyone was wearing blue, apart from the BBC's presenter, who unfortunately turned up in green and realised at the breakfast table that everyone around her was wearing blue.
Yeah.
And panicked, as you would do. It must be a bit concerning, that. And we wondered if Australia might panic as they saw grey skies, but they didn't. You know, they dug in pretty well. But David Warner played a shot of execrable awfulness, and Marnus Labuschagne was out the very next ball. We thought, hello, this is not the road we thought it was. But as you were saying, Damien, a lot of it was just different conditions. Been sweating under the covers, a bit grey.
Yeah, and even 3 for 67 when Stephen Smith went. There was, if it kept swinging like that, I would have thought Australia would have been all out today. Also, it's a credit to Stuart Broad. And even though Anderson didn't get a wicket, he bowled really well early. And to be able to be multi-skilled, to be able to build a plan on the pitch conditions, the game scenario, they knew it was swinging and they bowled full. And I believe Stuart Broad's been working on his outswinger because he was going to be bowling at Marnus Labuschagne and Stephen Smith. And he probably didn't imagine he'd get a nick that wide, but what about, he's 36 years of age, he's a legend of the game, but he's still trying to upskill and get better to right-hand bat. So he was rewarded, maybe under bowled a little bit Stuart Broad today. Could have had 3 with he knocked over Usman with that no ball. I think Moeen Ali's done a fine job. You know, he's not the most economical bowler, but he's there to be backed and to spin it hard to try and get wickets. So, you know, to get wickets like Cameron Green through the gate, Travis Head, who was flying, who looked like he was going to take the game away from England, I thought was a really good effort there. But the pitch with the fast medium attack, when it wasn't swinging in the air, it looked very batsman friendly. And Australia, you know, it's not Bazball, but they're still going at 3.3, so they're not slow.
Well,
and they may well have a lead.
Extraordinarily, at the same point, at the 78 over mark, Australia had 260 and England had declared at 393. England were 50% quicker, but that's slightly reflected in the figures. You know, if you look at Nathan Lyon, he bowled 29 overs yesterday, one maiden, and that one maiden was to Ollie Robinson, as I recall.
It was a good over.
to the number 10.
The over.
You know, he had real intent, Robinson.
Lyon picked up 4 for 149, and Moeen Ali, who is very much and is very much not of the same quality as Nathan Lyon, also hasn't played Test cricket for 2 years against a very good batting side. Took 2 for 124 in 29 with 4 maidens. He had more left-handers to bowl up, and he beat the bat more.
And it spun more today.
So that's going to be something we're really going to be looking out for. But I'm agreeing with you there. I think Moeen Ali, for his team, did a really good job, because it meant that Broad only had to bowl 16, Robinson 17, Anderson 15. Stokes bowled 7 overs and got that massive key wicket. Phil Long.
Yeah, you're right, because those bowling figures today of 224 don't improve any of these awful numbers we've spoken about his average. He was bowling for the team, wasn't he? I think that's one of the reasons why Ben Stokes sent him that text asking him to come back, didn't he?
Yeah.
He is a team man first and foremost.
He absolutely is, and he's not bowled badly at all. The pitch defeated England as the ball got softer. I think there's no doubt about that. But we are going to go through our moments of the day, and then we're going to let you go. What was your Macca's I'm loving it moment of the day?
I thought we were doing ball first. I'm loving it.
Oh, do you want the ball?
No, I love it.
No, let's love it. Let's love it first. Let's love it.
The ball
I'm only
of the
doing
day.
it in order.
Yeah, you just threw
it's my I am loving it moment of the day.
I'm loving it moment. The latest 18 months of Usman Khawaja. One little thing to tick off: runs in England, averaging 17. Can he get runs? Always thought he could. First time he's been able to open in the first Test match and pretty much look to bat the whole series. Pretty good statement. 126 not out. Losing wickets, laconic, doesn't get flustered. Head and Cameron Green a bit nervous. He settles them all down. So for me, and I just love the celebration. Sorry, the only time he did break out of that was his celebration. He went nuts, didn't he? Never seen a batsman just throw the bat. Just go, hey.
It was absolutely fantastic and brilliantly called by Adam Collins as well. You should check that out on our highlights. He just flung his bat in the air. I think we can all concur. I think the entire room is going to kick. Phil, you're not going to.
No, I'm going to concur. And that was the actions of a man who on 2 previous tours of England had only been picked for 3 tests. He batted in 6 innings each time and made 114 in the 2013 tour and 122 in 2019. So he surpassed both of those today here at Edgbaston.
Well, that's extraordinary, isn't it?
It's probably been his best series.
And very much of that. It's helped by the pitch without doubt, but helped also by his experience and his great run of form. So that's our Macca's moment of the day. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. But our Macca's delivery of the day, and I think we're going to concur on this as well. I don't think there can be much doubt, can there?
Off-spinner's dream about drifting the ball out, encouraging a right-hand batsman to hit up through the offside cover drive and bowl them through the gate, and that's what Moeen Ali did to Cameron Green today.
It was amazing. 8.9 degrees of spin, twice as much. Yep, he bowled the 5 previous deliveries were between 3.8 and 4.5, and then that went at 8.9.
Yeah, I'll probably go for that one. I've got to give a commendation, though, Ben Stokes to Steve Smith, getting him out for 16 LBW. If Steve Smith is out for 16 or less on 10 occasions in this series, England will win the Ashes.
Well, it won't happen, but you've heard it here from Phil Long. Macca's order via delivery on the My Macca's app. So I'm going to run you through the fallen wickets. Our fallen wickets for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, and it is as follows. Well, David Warner to a shot. I've said it too often, but it was an awful shot. It was one of the worst, and he will not enjoy re-watching it. It was a hack, and he dragged it back onto his stumps. That was 1 for 29, and then the very next ball, and that was the moment when the Holly stand and all of Edgbaston just erupted in delirium. And Labuschagne just played at a ball that swung a little bit away, got the edge, through to Bairstow. He did say, didn't he, Broad, that he'd been working on this brand new delivery. It turned out it was the outswinger after all, and it was designed for Labuschagne. That was obviously 2 for 29. The hat-trick ball was innocuous down the leg side.
Shocker.
Then Smith.
Maybe the worst
hat-trick ball.
Yeah.
Worst, hang his head in shame.
Yep.
Let his friends down, let himself down, let his family down, let his country
and
down.
the hat-trick club down.
And the hat-trick club.
Which I'm a member of.
Which
okay, let's go.
Which you are. And then Stephen Smith, the huge wicket just before lunch when Ben Stokes brought himself on to bowl with about 20 minutes to go. Pinned him, LBW. It was on the crease. It hit above the knee roll. We thought just for a moment, is that too high? But Smith does play quite deep.
It wasn't on the incline, was it? It was plateauing down.
On the sort of, on the plateau, exactly, yeah. And it was hitting the top of middle. It wasn't even umpire's call. It was hitting, so that was a lost review. At 3 for 67, England very much on top. There was then a very pugnacious stand between Head and Khawaja after lunch. They both went after Moeen Ali, both lofted him back over his head. But Travis Head just had one attack too many just after he'd brought up his half century. He then went for a similar shot and dragged it to Robinson, who caught it very well. Caught Crawley, I beg your pardon, who crawled it very well, diving away. And that was Head gone for 50 off 63. The pendulum swung back in England's direction. We then had a bit more of a claggy partnership after 4 for 148. 22 overs passed and only 72 runs were scored. Doesn't sound bad, does it, in the context of what we've been watching? It was a little bit slower before Cameron Green got that magnificent ball from Moeen Ali. Yeah. And at 5 for 220, Australia were in peril. Another wicket then could have been very awkward. But, you know, this partnership of 91, it's come off just 27 overs, one ball shy of 27 overs. It's come at a decent leg against the older ball. They've seen off the new ball. It'll still be firm and hard first thing. We're expecting a little bit of rain overnight. So before we leave you, your thoughts, Damien, what we can expect to see tomorrow? We might see a similar pattern, morning being tricky.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. And the ball's new enough, isn't it, to be able to swing around. And England will they need to get these 5 wickets quickly, be ahead of the game. They'll bat the way that they want to bat, and they'll give themselves enough time to win this test match. For Australia, if they can get through this period, you know, they've got 5 wickets in hand. Alex Carey's looked beautiful, particularly with his driving. He's played some classical straight drives there. Usman looks like he's just going to stay at his pace. So, you know, probably one goal for him is to get a double 100 in Test match cricket. Not much from the Australian tail, so they'll want to be batting with a batsman, Carey or Usman Khawaja there. But they'll be trying to get a lead, and then all of a sudden, England are in the negatives, aren't they? And lose a couple of quick ones.
Oh yeah.
Boom. And Nathan Lyon's going to be a big factor, particularly if they're trying to chase a deficit.
With cloud cover, spin at one end, rotate the quicks. Australia could be in a very strong position. Your last thoughts, Phil?
Very quickly, the story of today, I think, summed up by the 3 sessions. Before lunch, England 64 for 3. Across the middle, Australia 64 for 3. Across the middle session, 110 for 1. And in that final session, we got through 33 overs. Australia 123 for the loss of 1 wicket. And as you mentioned, that partnership now worth 91 off 164 deliveries.
There you have it. Perhaps the most important sentence in all of that was we got through 33 overs in the final
that's
session.
Great. Good on you.
We got through all our overs. We're going to say goodbye. We're going to hand you back to the studio, but do join us tomorrow for what should prove to be another pulsating day. But now back to Paul Sebastiani in the studio. As Broad is in, round the wicket, and that's all hacked up. Bowled! A hack and a bowl, dragged back onto the stumps. David Warner goes, and guess who's got him? It's Stuart Broad. An ugly, hideous shot from Warner. And England, the cock a hoop. Australia 1 for 29. He's in. Right arm over the wicket and edged and gone! Caught behind. 2 in 2 for Broad. Labuschagne goes first ball, pushing forward to a ball in the channel. A really great take from Bairstow. Stokes in. Oh, big appeal. That looks really close. He loves this. But the bad finger's gone up. Oh, now is Smith out? He is going to go for a review. He's gone for it almost immediately. It didn't get up very much. He does move across his stumps. It took a long time for Murray Erasmus to give that. Smith can't believe he's been given out. He seldom can. And this is a massive moment in this test match. It's hitting in line. It's out. It's hitting. Smith is out. He has not made 100. He will not make twin hundreds. And England are delighted. They have got rid of the latter-day Bradman. He's walking off. Short, and flicked away. Flicked through backward point. This, I think, could go all the way to 4. But actually, it's slowing down. And Moeen Ali has done well to claw that back. They get back for 3. I think they did. I like that shot, though, moving to the leg side and just flicking it away. And that is a half-century down his head. He's getting some well-deserved applause. It's come at a trademark head pace. He's done it in 60 balls. A very entertaining batter to watch. Moeen in. Down the wicket. He comes. He's gone! Caught him mid-wicket. Moeen's got his wicket. Head. He was nearly out that way about 4 overs ago. Looking to whack it, and it's come off the inside half of the bat, and Robinson with a good diving catch. The partnership has been broken just as it looked like Head was getting on top. Certainly a Moeen Ali. Khawaja going beautifully at the other end, but the partnership has been broken, and Moeen has his 196th wicket 2 years after taking his 195th on his home ground, to a great deal of joyous exuberance.
Saturday in Birmingham. Round the wicket, Moeen bowls wider of the crease. Khawaja beats cover. He'll get one to the sweeper, walks it through, and that's his half-century as well. Usman Khawaja needed to start the series well. He's hit 6 4s and a 6 so far. He's laying the foundation for Australia. With wickets falling down the other end, he has to. He's a senior pro in this side. Green using his feet, smacks him back over his head. That's the first time he's really nailed one of those. It goes for 6 by a long way. Still got 2 catches in close on the leg side. A slip as well, bowling to Green on 38. And he goes through him! Through the gate. Green was looking to drive. Moeen gets one to spit and turn. And Green's bowled for 38. Moeen Ali gets a second wicket just when this partnership was building. And looking a real bother for the home side. It's broken on 72. 5 for 220. Australia still 173 in arrears. Fine piece of bowling. Usman Khawaja 2 away. Stokes up to the crease, wide of it, bowls here. Khawaja dabs through the offside. This time it's hits. Usman Khawaja down to third man for 4. Oh, he gives it big. He throws the bat in the air. In delight. Punching his gloves, taking his helmet off to the balcony as well. That's a 15th test ton. His 7th in this extraordinary story since returning to the side in early 2022. 4th against England, and his first in this country, which has posed problems for him in the past. But what a way to get into the series. Usman Khawaja, 102 not out. A perfect innings, just what Australia needed. Gets to the crease and bowls to Khawaja, and he knocks him over. That's a beauty from Broad. In on the angle, the off stump bent back through the gate, and Broad does get a look at Australia's lower order with his second delivery with the second new ball. He's castled the man who's batted all day. Khawaja, brilliant, but gone now for 112. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. Back to where you started, fellas. Umpire Murray Erasmus unfurls the arm. The Australian fans are going wild. It's a no ball. They've bowled so many of them today. Umpire Chris Gaffney upstairs had the decision to make. Yeah. And Broad's relitigating the case with umpire Erasmus. Well, take your story walking, Stu.
I would say. Moeen's in edge. Flies past Root. A very, very difficult catch. He couldn't get a hand on it. It went very fine past the left-hander Bairstow, the right-hander Root. It was low as well. And in the process, quite a low-key way to do it, but Carey brings up his half-century. It's been a great knock. As soon as he came in, his side were in more than a spot of